One rogue town. Haiyuan calendar year 1517. A sailboat flying a pirate flag was quietly docked at the port of Rogue Town. The sunset gradually faded on the horizon, seeming to reflect the loneliness in the hearts of the Blade Pirates. Not long ago. The pirates of the Blade Pirates are still high-spirited, dreaming of plundering enough supplies in Rogue Town and then entering the Grand Channel to show off their talents. But now, dozens of Marines wearing white military uniforms and holding weapons have surrounded the pirates of the Blade Pirates. As for the captain of the Blade Pirates, in the center, a tall man wearing a navy coat, with his chest and abdomen open, beat the pirate leader holding a sharp knife to the ground, with a look of disdain on his face. The pirate group with a reward of 5 million also wants to enter the Grand Channel, so they are overestimating their capabilities. What is strange is that the weapon used by the tall navy is not a sword, but a 10-handed sword with a sea tower stone on the top. Have all the other remaining pirates been caught? Gao Haijun asked the navy next to him. The Marine immediately came forward to report. Report to Colonel Smoker that all the pirates of the Blade Pirates have been captured. Smoker put away the weapon and then lit a cigar in his mouth. White smoke rose, slightly covering his somewhat ferocious face. Where are our casualties? Reporting to the captain, we have a total of 5 injured sailors, 3 of whom were shot. The injuries are somewhat serious. IT has estimated that it will take several months to recover. Send them to treatment as soon as possible. Yes? After finishing the scene, Smoker turned and walked towards Rogue Town. The port faces Central Street. There is a triangular archway at the entrance. The street is surrounded by various shops and is very prosperous. At this time, the citizens of Rogue Town who gathered in front of the archway couldn't help but cheered after seeing Smoker easily defeating a pirate group. As expected of Colonel Smoker. Yes, since Colonel Smoker came, the order in our Rogue Town has become calmer. It's really great. Catch all those pirates. Long live the Navy. Long live the Navy. Amidst the cheers of the people in Rogue Town, Smoker gradually entered the central street with the Navy and the captured pirates. Faced with the cheers of everyone, Smoker was not in a good mood. Because since Roger started the Great Pirate Age, countless people have flocked to the Great Channel to find the great secret treasure left by the legendary Pirate King. The number of pirates is expanding rapidly. And what about the Navy? Although under the conscription of the world government, the current number of navies is still larger than the number of pirates, but compared to the number of pirates who are actually increasing day by day, the number of young people willing to become navies is far inferior. If things go on like this, the Navy's threat to pirates will inevitably gradually decrease. Besides, pirates do not produce, but only plunder and destroy, causing many tragedies of family destruction and death. In the end, it is the common people who suffer. Worried, Smoker couldn't help asking the adjutant behind him, "How's the Navy recruiting going?" The number of navies in Rogue Town is not large. After many wars against pirates, many navies will be temporarily unable to perform duty due to injuries. There will also be heroic navies who sacrifice their lives. Therefore, the replenishment of new recruits is very important. The adjutant immediately took out a piece of information and replied, "Sorry, Colonel Smog, I forgot to report to you. This month, only 27 young people came to sign up for the recruitment office in Rogue Town, and a total of those who passed the review, only 19 people." Yeah. Smoker reached out and took the recruit information and began to look through it one by one. Unfortunately, he didn't see anyone particularly outstanding on the list. This is also very normal. After all, most people with dreams and talents become pirates who are not subject to anyone's supervision. The Navy can already recruit very few outstanding talents. There was nothing Smoker could do about this. He could only sigh silently in his heart. Not long after, everyone reached the fork in the central street. Going straight ahead is the huge square, which leads to the execution platform where Roger was executed. Turn right and leads to the road to the Roger Town Naval Base. Smoker stopped and watched as the rest of the Navy turned right back to the naval base. The Navy was not surprised. They all knew that Colonel Smoker would choose to pause at the execution platform when passing by Central Street. After the Navy has left, Smoker headed towards the execution platform. When he was 12 years old, he once witnessed the execution of the Pirate King. It was an extremely hot afternoon. Facing the public execution, Jewel de Roger showed no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he looked like a general returning triumphantly, ending his glorious life with supreme glory. That scene left a very deep impression on Smoker. From time to time, it will come to mind. Therefore, since he returned to Rogtown as a senior colonel, he likes to go to the execution platform alone and recall his feelings at that time. At this time, light rain began to fall in the sky, and pedestrians on the road began to evacuate. Taking shelter from the rain is basic common sense among people. But as Smoker approached the execution platform, he discovered that there was a very special person in the square. It was a black-haired boy about 17 years old, standing upright. Even though it was drizzling, he still stood quietly in the square, looking at the tall execution platform. Smoker came to the black-haired boy and asked, "Do you want to be a pirate?" In today's world, many young people want to become pirates who pursue freedom and dreams because they admire Roger, so Smoker asked this question. Hearing this, the black-haired boy shook his head. "No, I just came to pay my respects to the place where Roger died. And by the way, I confirmed my determination to become stronger." Smoker was a little surprised. "Then why do you want to become stronger?" Coles answered as a matter of course. "Only the strong can protect what they want to protect, right?" As the boy's crisp voice came into his ears, Smoker's originally calm mind moved, and after a moment of silence, he couldn't help but agree. Yes. The cold rain fell from the sky, like broken pearls, hitting the two people. However, the rain did not put out the cigar that Smoker was smoking, and the white smoke continued to float with the wind. Finally, Coles turned around and saluted Smoker. "Colonel Smoker, the rain is a bit heavy. See you tomorrow." "Yeah, see you tomorrow." Smoker was a little confused, not knowing what the boy meant. Before he could figure it out, the other party's figure had gradually disappeared in the wind and rain. He took the form, and the information of the recruit on it was also clear at a glance. Rogtown Navy Recruit Information Sheet. Name, Charlotte Coles. Age, 17. Gender, male. Family background, normal. Note, possesses the ability of a parahuman devil fruit. The fruit is called the shadow fruit. 2 shadow fruit. Boom. The rain was getting heavier, accompanied by lightning and thunder, as if foreshadowing that a bigger storm was coming. Coles, holding a black umbrella in his hand, slowly came to the villa west of Rogtown. The exterior of the villa was blue and white, covering an area of hundreds of meters, with a separate lawn garden and pool inside, which was very spacious and luxurious. There was a circle of black iron fences around the outside, and there were also smart guards guarding the gate with a very high safety factor. With Cole's arrival, the iron outer door was opened, and the guards spoke respectfully. "Welcome home, young master." Coles nodded slightly, and then continued along the flat road. After entering the hall of the villa, he took back his devil fruit ability. The black umbrella disappeared in his hand. In the villa, the most eye-catching thing was a white crystal lamp hanging on the top. Right below the crystal lamp was a 10-meter dining table covered with a red tablecloth. There were also some murals and oil lamps inlaid on the walls on both sides, full of the atmosphere of nobility and wealth. This villa is Cole's new home. Not long ago, the Coles family still lived in the old district. The reason why they suddenly moved to the villa was a month ago. Coles was born in an ordinary family. His mother died early, and his father worked in a winery. The monthly salary he earned could only barely maintain the normal life of a family of 3. The winery was on holiday that day, and his father wanted to dig a cellar at home to store items. So his father took Coles to dig at home, but after digging for several meters, he suddenly found a treasure chest buried for 100 years underground. The treasure chest is very old. As his father opened the box, he was surprised to find that it was actually the huge treasure left by their ancestor, Count Charles. In a blink of an eye, the Coles family changed from an ordinary family to a wealthy family, which is why they can afford to live in a villa now. However, the greatest wealth in the treasure chest is not the gold and gems, but the devil fruit in another small box. Coles is a time traveler. Since he was born into the pirate world, he has been preparing to become a strong man, and he has already read the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Therefore, when he saw the devil fruit for the first time, Coles instantly recognized that it was an extremely rare superhuman devil fruit. Shadow fruit. Coles swallowed the extremely unpalatable shadow fruit without any hesitation. After that, he naturally gained the power to control the shadow. The materialized black umbrella just now was the manifestation of his ability to control the shadow fruit. As an extremely rare superhuman devil fruit, the power of the shadow fruit is not simply to control the shadow. Its greatest special feature is that it can communicate and use the power of the dead. Coles now has a special ability. Summon Shadow. This ability allows him to summon the shadow left after the death of a creature, transform it into a shadow soldier loyal to him. The summoned shadow soldier will also retain the original ability of the creature and can fight with people in a substantial way, which is very powerful. This ability is very similar to the skills of the Shadow King in the Korean comic I Level Up Alone that Coles watched in his previous life. Therefore, Coles also set up the command that sounded a bit awkward at first, but later on, it felt exciting. Stand up. Under the light of the crystal lamp, Coles's shadow began to change, and a unique black shadow emerged from it. Go see if dinner is ready. I'm a little hungry. Coles ordered the summoned shadow soldier. The black figure did not answer, but turned and walked towards the kitchen. In this regard, Coles could only express helplessness. This shadow soldier was summoned by him from a dead homeless man. He would only act according to the orders issued by the summoner, and was very low level. If you want to have a high-level shadow soldier, you can only hope to meet the corpses of powerful creatures in the future. 10 minutes later, dinner began. On the rectangular dining table, there were various delicious foods such as lamb chops, prawns, barbecue, stew, etc. Sitting at the main seat was Cole's father, Charlotte Ronald, who was wearing a dark blue tuxedo with a bow tie, looking very energetic. Cole sat on the left side of the table, and opposite him sat a blonde girl about 12 years old, his sister, Charlotte Vilshia. Vilshia was wearing a white dress with fair skin and inherited her mother's beautiful face, but she looked like a little princess of the nobility. Well, let's eat, Ronald said when he saw that everything was ready. However, he couldn't help but reach out and fiddle with his tight bow tie. Obviously, he was still a little uncomfortable with his status of jumping from a civilian to a billionaire. Cole saw that his sister only ate a half-meter-long steak and asked in confusion, "Why don't you have an appetite to eat so little today?" While answering, Vilshia picked up the knife and fork and started eating the huge steak on the plate. "My brother will go to the naval base as a recruit tomorrow. I feel a little sad when I think that I won't see my brother for a long time. Well, in the world of pirates, some special people have a huge appetite, and even a few cows can't fill them up." Cole's sister, Vilshia, is in this situation. This is also why, as a senior employee of the winery, his father Ronald's salary was only enough to maintain a normal life for a family of 3. Cole's comforted. "It takes 3 months for recruits to train. After becoming a formal Navy, I can have time to come back." 3 months, so long. Vilshia was still a little disappointed, but because she was eating steak, her white face bulged, which made her look cute. "Don't worry, 3 months will pass quickly. Then your brother will take you to the famous sea restaurant Barati in the East China Sea to eat the most expensive and delicious food there. How about it?" "Really?" "Of course. How could your brother lie to your sister?" "Great." After dinner, Coles returned to his room. Pushing open the door, it was pitch black inside, and he skillfully reached out to turn on the switch on the wall. Duh. A crisp sound rang out. The room also lit up with bright light. This is the mainstream gas lamp in Road Town today. IT is said that it was invented by a designer on the Grand Line. Although the light is not as bright as the electric lamp in the previous life, it is not much inferior. The technology tree of the pirate world is very distorted due to the environment and various factors of each island. Some islands are still in the most backward primitive era, while some islands have developed civilization and even some special advanced technologies. This is not uncommon. The furnishings in Cole's room are very simple. Opposite the bed is a black desk, and on the right is a huge wardrobe with a dressing mirror. In addition, there are only some idle items. After entering the room, Coles took off his shirt and started to exercise. Through the huge dressing mirror, you can clearly see his obvious muscle lines. This is the result of his persistence in exercise since he was 12 years old. Cole's current physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people, and he can reach the level of tearing tigers and leopards alive. As for what level he can reach with the shadow fruit, he is not very clear. After all, he has not really fought with the strong. The reason why he chose to join the Navy, it's not because Coles is so righteous. It's just because it's safer to become stronger as a Navy than as a pirate. In this era of great pirates, the order is in chaos. If you want to protect your close family, you have to keep getting stronger. However, since he has traveled to the pirate world and eaten the superhuman shadow fruit, then he, Charlotte Coles, would try to climb to the top of the pirate world and see what the scenery is like. 3. First encounter with pirates. Early the next morning, Coles got up on time, washed up, and prepared to go to the naval base in Rogue Town. The mirror of the dressing mirror also revealed his current handsome appearance. He has short black hair, blue eyes, a long face, a high-nosed bridge, and handsome features. He was wearing the white Navy uniform issued by the recruitment office yesterday. Coupled with his height of 1.8 meters, he looked particularly energetic. In the pirate world, 1.8 meters is considered a common height. After all, this world has a special race of giants and some humans who are different from ordinary people. Coles is quite satisfied with his height. He is only 17 years old now and still has time to grow, but he doesn't know how tall he can grow in the future. After saying goodbye to his father and sister, Coles headed towards the naval base in Rog Town alone. The villa is located in the west of Rog Town. It is quite far from the naval base and requires walking through more than a dozen streets to reach it. 10 minutes later, he had reached the central street. As long as he traveled 1,000 meters further, he would be able to reach the naval base in Rog Town. Coles was imagining his own way to the Navy while walking forward with high spirits, but when he passed an alley, he suddenly stopped. In a dark alley. Because of the wall blocking it, there was a shadow, making it difficult to see the specific situation. But because Coles ate the shadow fruit, his perception of shadows is far beyond that of ordinary people. As soon as he passed this place, he realized that there were two people hiding inside, and these two people also targeted him. Could it be that those two people couldn't see that they were wearing Navy uniforms and were targeting Navy recruits close to the naval base? If you are not a fool, then there is only one other possibility. The other party has already planned it. In the shadow-shrouded alley, two men, one tall and one thin, slowly walked out. As the two of them walked to the bright area, Coles also saw the sharp long knife in the hand of the tall and thin man, as well as the ferocious face of the fat and short man. Coles had a bad premonition in his heart. The aura of these two people is far beyond that of ordinary ruffians. They may even be pirates who often kill. Adden, is this the fifth one? The tall and thin pirate asked his companion next to him. That's right, capturing him should be enough, Agilin. Let me deal with this Navy recruit. The short and fat pirate named Aiden responded while loosening his fists. Yes, but move quickly. After catching this Navy recruit, we must quickly gather with the captain. Agilin ordered. No problem. Arden is full of confidence in this. The two didn't even talk to Coles. However, this is quite normal. After all, to them, Coles was just a new recruit in the Navy who had not even experienced formal teaching. It was extremely easy to catch him. Boy, let's catch him without any effort. Arden's body suddenly rushed towards Coles, and he punched out with a fist as big as a sandbag, like a ferocious beast coming out of its cage. Coles only felt a chill running down his spine, because this was the first time he faced a pirate directly. In a moment of confusion, the opponent's attack had already arrived. Damn it, it's too late to dodge. Arden's sandbag-sized fist hit Coles's abdomen hard, making a muffled sound. Pong. Coles bent and arched his waist, barely releasing some of the force, but was still punched away by the opponent and hit the wall behind him directly. The pain coming from his abdomen made Cole's face distorted for a moment, but he gritted his teeth and stood up quickly, because now was not the time to lie on the ground. Arden was a little confused. As one of the helmsmen on the ship, he was so powerful that he could even break trees, but he didn't knock the opponent unconscious with one punch. Looks like he's a new recruit with some basic skills. Arden thought so in his mind, but his hand movements were not slow, and he continued to attack the recruit. Coles's spirit is highly concentrated. Relying on the agility that he usually exercises, he quickly dodges and avoids. All of a sudden, Arden's fist couldn't hit accurately, which made him puzzled. As a veteran pirate who has been in the East China Sea for many years, he still can't get a Navy recruit for a long time? This is so embarrassing. Arden's face was a little confused, and he strengthened his hands, hoping to quickly deal with Coles. Facing Arden's increasingly clever attacks, Coles looked even more solemn. Is this a real pirate? He is not as weak as the people of Rog Town said. He is a soft persimmon that was needed by the Navy. The pirate in front of him is even more experienced in fighting. He obviously often fights against others. He is a powerful gangster who has actually seen blood. Although Coles has good physical fitness, after all, he is a Navy recruit who has never actually fought and cannot be compared with Arden. Although he was only dodging, his physical strength was also declining drastically. If this continued, he would be beaten to the point where he would be unable to stand up. Chance. We must look for opportunities to fight back. Pong. An accident. Coles was knocked away by Arden again, and his body directly smashed a wooden box not far away. He was extremely helpless. Without combat experience, even if one has physical fitness far superior to that of ordinary people, he is still vulnerable to pirates who have really fought before. Not far away, Agilin began to urge. Atten, hurry up, this place is not far from the naval base. If the other party finds that the naval recruits have not arrived yet, they may notice it. Faced with Agilin's urging, Agilin shook his head and said, "This guy has good physical fitness. He should be the strongest among the recruits. I will do it as soon as possible." Agilin stopped watching the battle in the alley and walked quickly to the entrance of the alley, observing the surroundings vigilantly to prevent the sudden arrival of the Navy. Atten looked at Coles, who stood up from the ground again, and grinned. "Boy, don't resist stubbornly. Just go with us obediently." Coles wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand and asked coldly, "Who are you from? How dare you attack the naval recruits? Aren't you afraid of the large naval forces in Rogue Town?" Hearing this, Agilin just sneered. "You will know soon. The fist wind is coming." Coles had to dodge again. Not long after, he was knocked away by a taunt again and hit the wall hard. But the opportunity finally appeared. Bang! Suddenly, in the alley, a gunshot spread all over the place. A black cat on the high-rise building next door was awakened, jumped off the windowsill in panic, and dodged instinctively. Adulon turned his head angrily and growled, "Atan, who allowed you to shoot? Don't you know that this will attract the Navy?" But when he turned his head completely, his words stopped abruptly, and his expression was even more shocked, as if he saw an unbelievable fact. In the alley, the Navy recruit was leaning against the wall, and his physical strength was seriously damaged. His companion Atan was preparing to grab the other party, but his movements were already frozen. Because behind Atan, there was a black figure, and the black figure was pointing the muzzle of the flintlock at Atan's heart. At this time, the muzzle of the flintlock was emitting a faint white smoke, which formed a sharp contrast with the black figure. Plop! Atan's body slowly fell to the ground, and he didn't know who killed him until he died. After being shocked, Agilin immediately said with anger, "Damn, you are the ability user of the devil fruit." The black figure was obviously not a living person, so Agilin guessed another rare possibility. Coles exhaled and slowly stood up from the ground. Because he lowered his head, his black hair covered his eyes, and his specific expression could not be seen clearly. "That's right. I am indeed a person who has eaten the devil fruit, but my devil fruit ability is not strong in combat, so I have to wait for an opportunity. But it's different now." Coles raised his head, and the blue pupils covered by the black hair were revealed. At the same time, his summoning command also sounded in the alley. "Stand up." So Agilin saw the most shocking scene of his life. Atan, who was originally lying on the ground, began to change the shadow on his body and stood up. Finally, a shadow soldier exactly like the pirate Atan slowly formed. For Shadow Soldier. The superhuman shadow fruit that Coles ate did not give him much combat power now. The only thing that can change the situation is to summon shadow. However, during the period of exploring the fruit's ability, he summoned not many shadow creatures. Apart from the dead homeless man, there were only 5 gang members who died in the fight, plus an orange cat and 2 hounds. Even if they were released, they would not be able to compare with these 2 experienced pirates. Therefore, he always showed weakness to his enemies. Let the opponent think that he is just an ordinary recruit with high physical fitness. When Yaden is relaxed, he silently summons the shadow soldiers and lets them shoot and kill the opponent. Although this shadow soldier is only the most common level, as long as he has a weapon in his hand, he can still exert extremely high lethality. As for the flintlock in the hands of the shadow soldier, it did not belong to Coles, but was dropped by the pirate Arden during a fight. Arden was confident in himself and thought that Coles would not be able to pick up the flintlock to counterattack under his interception, so he did not pay too much attention. Unfortunately, Aiden didn't know that he was a special devil fruit user, and he died tragically due to his carelessness. At this time, Coles finally stopped covering up, the shadow fruit ability unfolded, and the dead pirate Aiden was also summoned by him to become a shadow soldier. At the same time, all his shadow soldiers also appeared in the alleyway out of thin air. The situation at the scene was instantly reversed. On one side is the one-man pirate Agilin. On one side were the Navy recruit Coles, who was about to report, the shadow soldier Adon, the 6 shadow soldiers summoned before, and 2 shadow hounds. The orange cat had almost no fighting power, so Coles did not summon it. Damn it! Facing Coles, who showed off his devil fruit ability, Agilin cursed, but his face didn't show much timidity. Captain William once told him that people with devil fruit abilities are not scary and can be defeated as long as they find a way to deal with them. Although the gunfire just now may have alerted the Navy, it will still take some time for the Navy to get here as quickly as possible. During this time, Agellan will try to avenge his companion Aden, even if the opponent is a devil fruit user. Not all pirates are emotionless people. At least they, the William pirates, have emotions. This operation to arrest the Navy recruits was also to rescue the deputy captain who was captured half a month ago. As for why not arrest civilians to blackmail the Navy? That's because Captain William said that they are a different kind of pirates. It is understandable that they are enemies of the Navy, but the William pirates will not harm civilians. Therefore, the hostages they planned to kidnap this time were Navy recruits. Agellan pulled out the sharp knife from his waist, with murderous intent in his eyes, and faced with real pirates. Coles did not dare to let down his guard at all. Boom. A shadow soldier pointed the flintlock gun in his hand at Agellan, and then pulled the trigger, and gunshots rang out in the alleyway again. Agellan's reaction was extremely fast, and he quickly hid behind the nearby bunker. Coles continued to order the shadow soldiers to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots continued to ring out in the alley, causing panic among nearby townspeople. After dodging several bullets in succession, Agellan seized the opportunity, jumped up, and quickly approached Coles. Even though the black figure holding a flintlock gun in the distance was more threatening, he still targeted Coles. Because no matter what kind of devil fruit ability it is, as long as the person with the ability is eliminated first, those strange abilities will become ineffective. Agellan's speed was extremely fast, and the long knife in his hand was slashed like lightning. The target was pointed directly at Coles' neck, and he was about to kill him with one blow. Coles was already prepared for this. Aden, who had turned into a shadow soldier, was already standing in front of him, and his broad palms directly blocked Agellan's long knife. Taking the sword with bare hands, for Aden, who is still a human, his hands will inevitably be scrapped. But now it's Shadow Soldier Arden. The Shadow Soldiers summoned by Coles not only do not feel pain, but even if their bodies are broken, they can still be continuously reorganized through the power of Shadow. The only thing consumed. It's just Coles' willpower. Unless Coles is unconscious, the Shadow Soldiers will be completely defeated. Aden, what are you doing here? Agellan asked with hidden anger. Aden did not answer Agellan's question because he was also just a low-level Shadow Soldier and could not communicate with others. Agellan retracted his sword and tried to slash Coles again, but was always in vain due to the obstruction of the Shadow Soldier Aden. The 6 Shadow Soldiers and 2 Shadow Hounds on the side were not idle either, and quickly launched interference and attack on Agellan. Seeing this, Agellan directly struck back with a knife, killing the Shadow Hound on the left first, but the next moment, something happened that made his scalp numb. After the Shadow Hound was cut in half and disappeared, it reappeared and bit Agellan viciously. What a damn ability! Agellan cursed. He waved his long sword again and attacked these special monsters. The Shadow Soldiers were shattered and restored again. Broken, restored. Broken, restored. As a swordsman who once studied in Ishin Dojo, Agellan's swordsmanship is not weak. But facing these special monsters that are almost unkillable, he feels like he is trapped in a quagmire with a faint sense of powerlessness. Bang! A string of blood flowers burst out, and Agellan was besieged by so many Shadow Soldiers and had no time to dodge, and was directly hit in the arm by the bullet of the flintlock. Sweat appeared on Agellan's head, and the gunshot wound on his arm told him that he was already at a disadvantage in the battle, and he could not fight anymore and had to evacuate. Although he was unwilling, Agellan turned around rationally and quickly left the alley. Seeing this, Coles immediately gave orders to the Shadow Soldier Aten. Hold him. Aten quickly rushed towards Agellan and blocked his retreat. Agellan looked at Aten, who was blocking the way, suppressed his anger, and growled, Aten, get out of the way. The Shadow Soldier Aten did not respond. It just followed the summoner's order and blocked the tall and thin pirate from evacuating. Seeing this, the last hope in Agellan's heart disappeared. He held the long sword in his right hand tightly, used his legs to attack Aten with all his strength. During the battle, Agellan began to speak. Do you know why you always have to be a little bit short of winning every time you fight with me? The Shadow Soldier Aten did not answer. Agellan did not care that Aten would not answer. He waved his sword and talked to himself. Is it because you are unlucky? No, the real reason is that when you are training, you always feel that you are almost there, After so many times, you're already a long way behind me. In the alley, Agelin's figure suddenly accelerated, and the long sword in his hand directly cut Atten in half. Da-da-da-da. At this time, dense footsteps came from a distance. Agelin's eyes caught a glimpse of the Navy coming from afar. He knew he couldn't stay any longer, so he left quickly after whispering a few words. Sorry, I'll tell you this after you die. After Agelin's figure disappeared, the shadow soldier Aten also recovered quickly on the spot, but after losing the target, it just stayed there quietly. And Coles breathed a sigh of relief. Although he failed to keep the pirate Agelin, he was finally out of danger now. After the Navy arrived, Coles also took back his shadow fruit ability, and the shadow soldiers merged into his shadow and disappeared. 5. Major Con. In the alley, Google search reading. The first to arrive was a middle-aged man wearing a navy coat. His face was handsome, and his eyes were full of righteousness. After seeing the Navy uniform on Coles, the middle-aged man introduced himself. I am Major Khan of the Rogue Naval Base and the instructor of the new recruits this time. How are you? Are you injured? And what happened here? Coles saluted immediately. This naval major named Khan gave people a very upright impression, and the words that first asked about his injuries made him feel a little closer. Report to Major Khan. I am a naval recruit who's going to report to the base, Charlotte Coles. I just suffered some minor injuries. Nothing serious? I then began to narrate the two pirates in detail and only casually mentioned his own abilities. Just now in this alley, two experienced pirates were about to kidnap me, but I relied on my own ability to kill one of them and then stalemate with the other pirate. It turned out to be Charlotte Coles. Khan was not unfamiliar with this name. Coles was the most special one among the new recruits this time, and had the ability of a superhuman devil fruit. Being able to kill an experienced pirate shows that his ability is indeed very good. Combining the situation here, Khan also understood why only a few Navy recruits appeared at the base. Charlotte Coles, you have done very well as a Navy recruit. After praising, Khan continued. Now, I need to rescue the remaining Navy recruits who were captured by the pirates. You can choose to go with us or return to the naval base for treatment. Faced with these two choices, Coles chose the first one without hesitation. I want to go with a major to rescue. If you want to become stronger and get promoted in the Navy, the various performances of recruits are very important, because this is related to whether you can get the recognition of the superiors. In the current situation, it is an excellent opportunity to show. Of course, in addition to this factor, Coles has another reason to go. That is, he wants to know which pirate group the pirates who attacked him belong to. He needs to know this, even if his current strength is not enough to be an enemy of that powerful pirate group. Good, very good. Khan praised the young Navy recruit again. After encountering such a situation, he is still willing to go with the Navy to rescue other Navy recruits. This recruit named Coles has very good qualities. Let's go. As Khan gave the order, a hound trained by the Navy began to sniff the scent of the pirate who had just escaped and led the way frantically. The port of Rogue Town. A huge pirate ship was quietly docked at the shore. The Navy originally stationed at the port had been dealt with by the pirates at this time. This also led to the naval base of Rogue Town not knowing about the landing of the William pirates. As for the townspeople of Rogue Town, they did not show panic or fear, because the William pirates were a rare pirate group in the East China Sea that did not harm civilians. On the dock on the shore, there were some cargo wooden boxes. Dozens of steady pirates are quietly waiting there. Not far from these pirates, there is a group of tied-up Navy recruits. These Navy recruits have not received any training yet. It can be said that this is the first time they have encountered such a situation. They are all very nervous, not knowing what these pirates will do to them. In the center of the pirates, there is a middle-aged man with yellow hair, wearing a black coat, with a powerful aura that others cannot reach. He is the captain of the William pirates, George William. His deputy captain Jeff, because of the reason is that he was captured by the Navy of Rogue Town. Jeff is an old member of William's pirate group and a companion who has shared hardships with him. He is of great significance to the pirate group, and he cannot help but come to rescue. However, Rogue Town, as an island near the entrance of the Grand Line, has a Navy force that is not inferior to a naval branch. It is undoubtedly difficult to rescue Jeff with so many Navy forces. It is even more unwise to go to war with the Navy of Rogue Town directly. In desperation, William can only take another roundabout plan, kidnapping the Navy recruits to threaten Rogue Naval Base in Rogue Town. The reason why the Navy was not kidnapped directly was that the trained Navy might have the concept of self-sacrifice, and the plan might fail. As the Navy recruits had not yet received education and training from the Navy, kidnapping or control was the best choice. This was a very feasible plan. If the naval base in Rogue Town did not care about the safety of these Navy recruits, William would force them to agree. Suddenly, a young pirate saw Agilin coming back anxiously from afar. "Captain William, Brother Agilin is back." "Hey, why didn't Nathan come back and Agilin was injured?" A pirate cadre found something unusual. William looked at the injury on Agilin's arm, and a trace of worry appeared on his calm face, with a faint bad premonition in his heart. "Agilin, where is Aiden?" Facing the captain's question, Agilin's expression darkened, and he blamed himself. "Captain, I'm sorry. I was too careless. I didn't expect that the last Navy recruit captured turned out to be a devil fruit user. Arden unfortunately died in his hands." The scene fell silent for a moment. Then the pirates burst into curses. "Damn the Navy, why don't we kill these Navy recruits?" "Can't kill. The vice captain hasn't been replaced yet." "Damn, let's kill a few first. There are so many of these Navy recruits anyway." There was a noisy quarrel at the scene. It is unimaginable that a pirate group would be exposed to such a scene because of the death of a comrade. "You go and stop the bleeding first." William asked the ship's doctor to take Agilin to bandage first, and then fell into silence. Not far away, the tied-up Navy recruits immediately became frightened after hearing the words of these pirates, fearing that they would become unlucky candidates. At the same time, they were also a little unbelievable. There were actually Navy recruits who could kill the pirates of this pirate group. After they met these pirates, they were almost always knocked down in front of them, without any ability to fight back. Who is that Navy recruit that can do this? Amid the increasingly motivating noise, William, the captain, finally spoke. Quiet. Suddenly, the originally noisy scene became extremely quiet. William turned around slowly, his solemn eyes staring at all the crew members who were present again. Some of them have worked with him to build the pirate group, and some have just joined in the past few years, but no matter who they are all waiting for his opinion. "The moment we decided to become pirates, didn't we already put our lives on the line?" William's words struck everyone's hearts, causing the pirates to fall into silence. Indeed, from the day they became pirates, they were prepared to be killed by the Navy. The same goes for Arden. It's just that he unfortunately died at the hands of a Navy recruit, and he was just a bit cowardly. William didn't say anything else, turned around and continued to sit on the wooden box of goods, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Rogue Town Navy. At the same time, he quickly rehearsed the possible situation in his mind. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became depressing. Soon after, Khan appeared at the port with dozens of naval soldiers, including Coles. Suddenly, the Navy and pirates are in confrontation. George William. After Khan saw the William pirates and the kidnapped Navy recruits, he immediately understood what was going on. William stood up to show his respect and greeted him like an acquaintance. "Long time no see, senior brother Khan." 6. William Pirates. William Pirates. This is a powerful force that has been in the East China Sea for many years. Although there are not many people, they are very famous in the East China Sea for not harming civilians. The captain of the pirate group, George William, was rewarded 20 million Baileys by the world government because of his superb swordsmanship and defeating many powerful pirates. However, few people know. 12 years ago, George William, who was just a poor nobleman, once learned swordsmanship at the Ishin Dojo in Shimatsuki village in the East China Sea. At that time, Khan was the senior brother who entered the Ishin Dojo earlier than William. Both of them were disciples of Koshiro, but because of various factors, Khan and William took completely different directions. Meet again. The two are already on opposite sides of the pursuit. Release those Navy recruits. After saying hello again, Khan resumed his status as a Navy lieutenant. William showed a friendly and harmless smile, spread his hands, and said, "Brother Khan, I didn't intend to hurt them, but if you want me to release these people, you must also release my deputy captain, Jeff." Khan frowned. "William, are you threatening me?" "No." William shook his head and said sincerely, "Brother Khan, this is an exchange, and it is also the best situation for your Navy, isn't it?" Hearing this, the indignant Marines in the Navy camp immediately spoke out. "Major, you can't agree to it." "Yes, Major Khan, how can our Navy bow to pirates?" "Never agree to the pirates' request." Khan listened silently. He looked straight at the William pirates in front of him, and then his eyes fell on the tied-up Navy recruits. The group of young and immature Navy recruits were obviously hesitant and helpless, expecting the Navy commander Khan to rescue them. Khan slowly said, "William, I am not the supreme commander of Rogue Town. This matter needs to be decided by Colonel Smoker. Please give me some time for the time being." William naturally knew that this was Khan's delaying tactic, but he still looked indifferent. He took out a flintlock from his waist, turned on the safety, and aimed it directly at the head of a naval recruit. "Okay, but my time is limited. Every minute without a response, I will kill a naval recruit. Now start the countdown, 60, 59, 58. Khan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his right hand holding the knife couldn't help but exert more force. For this junior brother who has been with him for several years, he knows William's character very well. Since the other party said so, he will definitely shoot after 1 minute. Although the William pirates will not kill civilians, they will not be soft on the Navy. The Navy also became nervous, each holding the weapon in their hands, worried about the various situations that will happen next. The pirates of the William pirates have been fully armed and ready to fight with the Navy at any time. The two sides were in a tense situation for a while. Khan quickly thought of countermeasures in his mind. Although he was strong, he could not completely guarantee the safety of the kidnapped recruits in the face of the entire William pirates. Moreover, if the two sides fought, with the number of Navy he brought now, they were far from being the opponents of the William pirates. In order to protect the safety of these Navy recruits and to avoid too many casualties, Khan could only agree to William's request. "Okay, we will release them, but you have to ensure the safety of any Navy recruit." "Of course." Seeing this, William was relieved. Although he was very confident in the plan, he was still a little worried before it really succeeded. Khan ordered a lieutenant next to him. "Maud, you take a team of Navy soldiers to the dungeon of the base to bring the pirate Jeff over. Major Khan this matter." Maud was a little worried. If the high-ranking officers of the Navy knew that the Navy compromised with the pirates and released the people, Major Khan would probably be punished a lot, and he might even be demoted. Khan waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, I will bear all the consequences alone." Faced with the order given by Major Khan, although Maud had no choice but to obey, he quickly led a team of Navy soldiers back to the naval base. The scene fell into silence for a while. Cole stood in the Navy team, looking at the scene at the port in silence. He had seen the William pirates in front of him in the newspaper, and it was recorded that they did not harm civilians. But he didn't expect that in order to rescue the vice captain of the pirate group, the other party actually confronted the Rogue Town naval base in this special way. In order to rescue one person, the whole group attacked, which shows that the cohesion of the William pirates is extremely strong, extraordinary. Although he had never seen the William pirates in the original comics, Coles was sure that the William pirates were definitely a boss-level existence in the East China Sea. And he had just killed a crew member of the other party. Would the other party bear a grudge against him? Coles couldn't help but feel a little worried. 10 minutes later, the Navy soldier that Maud took away also came back, and behind him was a sloppy man who was tied up by hemp rope. This man was unkempt and had a beard, and he looked like a drunkard in the crowd. It was hard to imagine that this man was Jeff, the vice captain of the William pirates. Maud temporarily caught Jeff and let him stand in front of many Marines. At this time, William also removed the flintlock gun from the Navy recruit's head and said calmly, "Brother Khan, don't worry, I will keep my promise." Khan waved his hand, and Maud no longer controlled Jeff, allowing him to return to William the pirate. On the other side, the tied-up Navy recruits began to be let go by the pirates. In this exchange, the atmosphere between the two sides reached its peak, and they aimed their guns to prevent anyone from suddenly changing their mind. In the end, Jeff walked safely to the William pirates, and the Navy recruits also returned safely. A young pirate from the William pirates immediately went to untie the vice captain. "I'm sorry, Captain, for causing you trouble," Jeff said in a hoarse voice. "Fine." In response, William just patted Jeff on the shoulder and then motioned for everyone to return to the pirate ship. After the exchange is completed, Khan took no other action, quietly waiting for the William pirates to evacuate. In fact, the Navy present did not have many thoughts of fighting the William pirates. After all, this was a pirate group that does not harm civilians. The pirates boarded the pirate ship one after another, and finally only one captain, William, remained. William was not in a hurry to get on the ship, because while waiting for Jeff, Agilon told him that the naval recruit who killed Arden was here. So he still needs to do one more thing. One of my crew members was just killed by one of your Navy recruits. William's eyes scanned the dozens of sailors in front of him, and finally, he fixed his gaze on young Coles. Coles immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. William said with a serious face, "Although he is destined to live and die, he is a crew member of my William Pirates after all. As the captain, I think. I should avenge him." Next moment, unpredicted by the Navy, William suddenly pulled out the long knife from his waist and slashed directly at Coles with lightning speed. William's action was too abrupt. Before Coles could react, the long knife had already been slashed in front of him. Clang! A crisp buzz sounded. Con's not-so-tall figure stood in front of Coles, and the weapon in his hand firmly blocked William's fatal knife. "Senior brother Con, are you going to protect him?" The two swords collided and sent out little sparks. The former brothers and sisters fought with swordsmanship again. Con looked directly at William and said in a very serious tone, "He's a new recruit at our Rogtown Naval Base. Naturally, I have to protect him. If you want to kill him, defeat me first." After saying that, Con's strength in holding the knife increased, and he directly knocked William back to his original position. All right. Faced with Con's obstruction, William no longer persisted, because now was not the time for a head-on conflict with the Navy. He sheathed the long knife. "Turn around and board the deck of the pirate ship. In that case, I will let him go for now, but I hope that next time we meet, he can personally take over my swordsmanship." The sails on the pirate ship were raised, and the William Pirates officially left the port of Rogtown. The robbery of a Navy recruit in Rogtown. It finally comes to an end. P.S. The William Pirates belong to the hidden boss level of the East Blue Sea, which will be revealed later. 7. First Class. Under the leadership of Major Con, the rescued Navy recruits were taken back to the Navy base. Google search reading. Originally, the training of new recruits was to begin today, but because of the William Pirates, Con temporarily gave the new recruits a day off to recover their mental state, and formal training will be carried out tomorrow. In the new recruit dormitory, there was silence. Every Navy recruit was thinking about his own affairs, and so was Coles. The knife that William slashed at him before was too fast, and he had no time to dodge. If it weren't for Major Con, he would be a cold corpse now. Too weak. Still too weak. Even if he has the ability of the devil fruit. But without proficiency and development, once he meets a powerful pirate like William, there is almost no possibility of winning. Get stronger. Must get stronger quickly. Coles kept reminding himself in his heart. William's last words before leaving clearly targeted him. If he didn't improve his strength quickly, he might really die the next time he met him. After all, who can guarantee that Major Con will always be by his side? In this chaotic era of pirates, the best way to protect yourself is to become stronger. Coles lay on the upper bunk of the dormitory, his hands behind his head, looking at the wall absent-mindedly, thinking about how to become stronger. After summoning the shadow soldier Atan, he felt that the number of shadows he could summon had reached saturation. He can only summon up to 10 shadow soldiers now. If he wants to increase the number of summoned shadow soldiers, he should improve his proficiency in the shadow fruit. In addition to the shadow fruit, there should also be room for development in his own strength, such as physical skills, swordsmanship, etc. The next day, 58 Navy recruits sat collectively in a white-painted classroom. Although only 20 people, including Coles, passed the review of the Navy Recruitment Office this month, the Rogtown Naval Base recruits new recruits every month. However, due to the number of people and time issues, the Rogtown Naval Base uniformly teaches in batches of 3 months, so this time Con needs to teach 58 Navy. Without letting everyone wait for long, Con, wearing a Navy coat, walked into the classroom. After he glanced at everyone, he said, "Some of you already know me, but some don't. Then let me introduce myself first, that I am Lieutenant Con of Rogtown, and I will also be your instructor during the recruit training period. During the 3-month recruit period, you all need to obey my command, understand?" Understood. Some of the recruits, because they have not yet come out of the kidnapping incident yesterday, caused their voices to be a little high and low. In response, Con did not say anything, but just opened a roll call list and began to call the roll of the recruits. Dashiki, here. A short-haired girl with glasses stood up and responded. Dashiki did not encounter the kidnapping incident yesterday because she did not find her glasses when she got up yesterday, which delayed her half an hour to get to the naval base, thus missing the pirates of the William Pirates. Coles was sitting in the back row of the classroom. After hearing the name Dashiki, he was a little stunned. I didn't expect that I would be in the same batch of recruits as this future female idiot. Louis Ard. Here. Charlotte Coles. Here. When Khan read out his name, Coles immediately responded with full energy. Good, very energetic. Khan praised Coles at the end, and then looked around at all the recruits in the classroom. From the moment you put on the white uniform, you are the Navy. The Roguetown Naval Base welcomes you at all times. But you are not yet a qualified Navy because you are just new recruits who have just joined the Navy. Only after 3 months of recruit training can you become a real Navy. Now, I will give you the first lesson for these Navy recruits. As Khan's words fell, the recruits almost all perked up, wanting to know what the first lesson was going to teach. Khan first asked the recruits below, "What do you think the Navy's obligations are?" In response to the instructor's question, the recruits began to give their own answers. The Navy's duty is to eradicate pirates, maintain order, obey orders. Various answers rang out in the classroom. Khan waved his hand slightly, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then wrote 2 words on the blackboard. Protect. After writing down the real Navy's duty, Khan began to explain in detail to these Navy recruits. Why is the Navy's duty to protect? Because this is the original meaning of the Navy's birth. Eradication of pirates, maintenance of order, these actions are all extended for protection. What does our Navy want to protect? We must protect civilians, protect the weak, and protect innocent people. After Khan and the Navy recruits below digested this, he continued to tell the story with emotion. Why does our naval base continue to recruit new recruits? Because in the battle with pirates, we have Navy injured and dead every day. To this day, I still remember my subordinate Vic, who was shot through the heart by a pirate because he protected a 7-year-old child who was captured. Rant, a young Navy officer, rushed into the fire alone to rescue a family of civilians trapped by pirates' arson. However, because the fire was too big, he was burned all over his body and now can only lie on a hospital bed. There are many deeds of the Navy. Some of them left their names, and some left quietly, but they are great, glorious, and worthy of praise. When you, the new Navy recruits, grow up, I hope you can protect more innocent people. As Khan finished speaking, many new recruits fell into silence and began to think. At this time, a new Navy recruit who had not experienced the kidnapping incident yesterday expressed doubts. Instructor Khan, I have a question. Isn't the pirate Jeff you let go yesterday a huge hidden danger? When the William pirates fight the Navy, won't more Navy die at Jeff's hands? Khan looked directly at the new Navy recruit who asked the question and answered very solemnly. Everyone may have a different answer to this, but I am a lieutenant commander in the Navy. I cannot abandon the current Navy recruits and watch them die in the hands of pirates. As for what Jeff will do in the future, I cannot predict it. All I can do is to protect what I can protect as much as possible because, finally, Khan picked up the pointer, pointed to the 2 big words on the blackboard, and said loudly, "The Navy's duty is to protect, not to force others to sacrifice." The sea breeze blew in from the window, which was refreshing. The gentle light also penetrated from the outside and reflected on Instructor Khan and the blackboard. It was as if life was born. 8. Navy Curry. It was noon. The first class finally ended. During the course, some recruits understood and some questioned, but no matter what, after the course, most of the Navy recruits had the most basic understanding and concept of protection. Then it was lunchtime. Navy Base Cafeteria. Led by Major Khan, 58 recruits walked into this huge cafeteria. There were more than 1,000 people in the naval base in Roguetown, and there was only one cafeteria. Therefore, in order to avoid crowding, there were intervals between meal times. In the cafeteria at this time, in addition to the Navy recruits, there were cooks and handymen. As the head chef, Yafu was nearly 60 years old, with a face as big as a millstone, but of very short stature, giving people a huge sense of contrast. While serving food to the recruits, Yafu said proudly, "New guys, you are lucky. On the second day after arriving, you encountered the Navy curry dish. This is the old man's specialty." Khan explained on the side. Chef Yafu's words are not exaggerated. He has been a Navy chef for 36 years and has superb cooking skills. Navy curry is only available at noon every Sunday. You are very lucky to be able to eat this dish as soon as you arrive. The recruits suddenly realized and immediately looked forward to this Navy curry. Coles lined up in the recruit team, holding a plate in his hand, and began to line up in an orderly manner to get food. When it was his turn, Coles held out his plate, and a chef covered it with a large spoonful of rice, followed by a full spoonful of curry scooped by Chef Yafu. A strong fragrance immediately rushed into his nose. The smell of beef was wrapped and kneaded in it. In addition, there was also the smell of onions and tomatoes filled in it, forming a unique curry aroma. For the Navy curry rice in the pirate world, Coles was also looking forward to it. After turning around and sitting at a table not far away, he picked up a spoon and began to scoop up a spoonful of rice mixed with curry and put it into his mouth to taste. The beef is soft and tender, and the soup is rich and continuous. Navy curry rice is definitely delicious. On the side, some Navy recruits praised the delicious Navy curry rice after tasting it. It's so delicious. This is simply the most delicious food in the world. Navy curry rice is definitely the most delicious food I have ever eaten. This will be my favorite in the future. Jaffa looked at the excited Navy recruits, and his old face was full of pride. The Navy curry rice made by me is naturally delicious. A Navy recruit had finished the Navy curry rice in his hand and asked with some reluctance, "Chef, can I have another one?" Jaffa said proudly, "Of course, the duty of the Navy canteen is to feed the Navy. You can eat as much as you want." Hearing this, the recruits were overjoyed and began to take the finished plates to get food again. "Great. I want another one. I want another one, too. I'm not full yet. I want 3. I want to eat Navy curry rice until I'm full today." Jaffa skillfully took the spoon and scooped Navy curry for the recruits calmly. "Don't worry, there's still a lot of Navy curry, enough for you to eat." Hearing the chef's words, Kors couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was a pity that he didn't have a huge appetite like his sister. Otherwise, he would definitely eat up this free Navy canteen. In the afternoon, the sun was high and the temperature was scorching. According to the order of Instructor Khan, the 58 recruits lined up in 4 rows and began to run around the training ground. After eating the Navy curry rice, the recruits were in a very full mental state. Even in the face of high-intensity physical training, they were able to complete it with ease. However, as time passed, the gap in the team gradually emerged. After all, people have different physiques. After years of training, Cole's physical fitness has far surpassed these recruits. When others were out of breath and sweating, he was still ranked first in the team calmly, without any fatigue on his face. Is he a monster? I'm almost paralyzed, and he seems to have just warmed up. As expected of a recruit who has just joined the Navy and can kill pirates. I heard that he is a devil fruit user, so he can kill pirates. If I've eaten a devil fruit, I can definitely do it. For Coles' brilliant performance, other recruits are envious. Khan quietly watched the recruits training on the side and made an accurate preliminary judgment on the physical fitness of each recruit. Among them, the one with the best physical fitness is naturally Charlotte Coles, who is known as the Seed-Level Navy. As for the other recruits, their physical fitness can only be considered ordinary. Not far from the training ground is a 6-story Navy building. The exterior of the building is painted with dark blue paint, giving people a sense of beauty. At this time, at a window on the 6th floor, Smoker was looking down at the scene of the training of new recruits below. He was smoking a cigar, and white smoke rose up and finally dissipated outside the window. The adjutant asked with some doubt, "Colonel Smoker, why don't you teach that seed-level recruit yourself?" Of course, I'm not questioning Major Khan's teaching ability. I'm just a devil fruit user. If you teach him, it should make him stronger faster, right? Hearing this, Smoker slowly spit out a mouthful of white and replied, "Although I'm also a devil fruit user, I'm not good at teaching new recruits." Of course, the most important thing is that Major Khan's teaching method is unique. The recruits who are taught by him can all become qualified Navy, right? After thinking for a while, the adjutant nodded. Indeed, Major Khan's teaching success rate exceeds 95%. He's considered the top instructor in our Navy in Rogtown. Isn't this enough? Smoker no longer watched the scene at the training ground, turned around and returned to his seat, picked up his Navy coat, and walked outside. Regardless of his future achievements, he first needs to become a qualified Navy. The adjutant suddenly realized that this was the intention of the commander. He was indeed Colonel Smoker. "I understand, Colonel Smoker. Where do you plan to go? Do you need me to follow you?" Smoker didn't look back, waved his hand, and said, "No, I'm just going to the casino for a walk." The adjutant was dumbfounded, and in the end he could only sigh helplessly. Apart from chasing pirates, Colonel Smoker's basic interests were pottery and casinos. He can't stop this kind of thing. The second day of recruit training, Khan began to describe the new teaching course. The Navy faces the risk of fighting against pirates almost all the time. These pirates roam the sea. They burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil. After completing your recruitment period, You may face such dangers and battles at any time. If you want to survive these battles, you must first learn to protect yourself. Immediately afterwards, four Navy soldiers walked into the classroom carrying two large boxes. Khan opened the lid, and the items inside came directly into view. That's a gun. All of them are firearms and weapons. One box contains a flintlock pistol, and the other box contains a flintlock rifle. Khan first picked up a flintlock pistol, showed it to the recruits, and introduced, "This is a repeating flintlock pistol. It has a short handle and is easy to carry. It is the favorite gun of pirates." Then Khan picked up the flintlock rifle in another box. Compared with the short-handled flintlock rifle, the flintlock rifle has a longer body, greater power, and a harder handle. When the enemy is close, it can also carry out counterattacks. It is the unified standard of the Navy now, firearm configuration. In the next time, you will begin to learn marksmanship to gain the ability to protect yourself and fight. 9. Ember of famous sword. Bang, bang, bang. Intensive gunshots resounded throughout the training ground. After 3 days of training on how to hold a gun, Navy recruits can finally practice shooting. Although the pirate world has a variety of weapons, guns kill the most people. Coles has a deep understanding of the power of the flintlock gun, because not long ago, he asked the Shadow soldiers to use the flintlock gun to sneak attack and kill the pirate Arden, whose overall strength far exceeded him. There are many masters of using guns in the pirate world, such as the Yonko's Deputy Captain Beckman, the Cadre Jesus Boo, and so on. The practice of marksmanship is also indispensable. Time passed slowly during practice. In the first month of his recruit period, Coles basically spent every day learning basic naval knowledge, practicing marksmanship, and exercising his physical fitness. After completing the Naval General Knowledge class, Instructor Khan officially changed the Naval General Knowledge class to a swordsmanship class. It's still the same classroom. Khan stood on the podium and began the opening remarks of the new course. In the battle with pirates, the enemy will often engage in close combat with you. When faced with this situation, your marksmanship becomes somewhat limited. So, starting from today, I will teach you the basic sword skills of close combat. Cole's expression immediately became serious. Although he has devil fruit abilities, he has no intention of relying too much on the fruit. Learning swordsmanship means he chooses another main attack route for himself. On the podium, Khan took off the black saber from his waist and displayed it in front of everyone. Before teaching the basics of swordsmanship, let me first educate you on the quality of knives. Most knives on the market are made by ordinary craftsmen. Although they can be used for combat, they are not very tough. In addition, among the many knives in the world, weapons made by famous swordsmiths are called famous knives. The materials of these famous knives are far superior to ordinary knives, and their sharpness is even more extraordinary. The more outstanding representatives of the famous swords are Supreme Great Quick Sword with 12 skills, Great Quick Sword with 21 skills, and Good Quick Sword with 50 skills. Khan slowly pulled out the long black sheath sword in his hand, and a dazzling sword light appeared in the classroom. My accessory knife, named Ember, was made by a top-notch craftsman 100 years ago, and is one of the 21 craftsmanship of the big knife. Its scabbard is completely jet black, and the handle is carved with a delicate spiral pattern. The overall curvature of the blade is slightly smaller, but it is sharp enough to easily cut through boulders. After listening to Instructor Khan's introduction, the recruits immediately looked at the famous sword with envy. Daski's eyes were even more excited, and she asked a little embarrassedly, "Instructor, can you let us see this famous sword in person?" Khan didn't take no for an answer. Of course, everyone can observe. After taking over the ember of the famous sword, Daski was immediately attracted to this long-standing and fast sword. She has been fond of famous swords since she was a child and has a strong interest in them. She even made a special wish. That is, I hope I can collect all the famous swords in the world that have been taken away by evil people. As the recruits continued to be passed on, the embers of the famous sword finally came into the hands of Coles. As soon as Coles held the handle of this famous sword, he could feel a strong sense of stability. This famous sword was the weapon that Khan used to block William's attack for him. Coles thought it was a knife of extraordinary quality at first, but he didn't expect it to be a sharp knife worth more than 10 million belly. After all the new recruits had observed the famous swords, Khan also began to formally teach basic swordsmanship. On the training ground, each person holds a wooden knife in their hands and undergoes basic training under Khan's guidance. The foundation of swordsmanship lies in the way you hold a weapon, body movements, breathing essentials, etc. You can call it position for short, as long as your position meets the requirements. you will naturally be able to control the swordsmanship. Coles followed Instructor Khan's words and began to practice the basic movements of swordsmanship repeatedly to ensure that every posture was correct. The same goes for other Navy recruits. Repeated practice more than a dozen times will not make these recruits feel boring. They will even have a sense of freshness. But as they continued to repeat, the recruits began to feel soreness and fatigue in their arms. Their movements began to become skewed, and their breathing became unstable. Only a handful of them could continue to maintain the correct posture. Khan has been supervising the movements of the new recruits. After seeing this scene, he immediately asked everyone to maintain correct movements. In addition to talent in swordsmanship, if you want to improve and gain, your own efforts are essential. If you want to give up just because of the pain, you won't be able to practice swordsmanship well at all. For new recruits, boring training goes on every day. These trainings and subjects constantly refine their character and will, and the ultimate goal is to turn them into qualified naval soldiers. Despite knowing this, the Navy recruits still find it a bit difficult. However, there are always others among the new recruits. Dasky is the other one. Although she has average talent, she studies swordsmanship very hard. As for Coles, the recruits called him Monster. Because not only did Coles not get bored with training, he even felt that the amount of training was not enough. It was late at night, and the moon and stars were sparse. The recruits were already fast asleep in their dormitories. On the training ground, Coles was still training basic swordsmanship. After eating the shadow fruit, his requirements for sleep have been greatly reduced. He only needs 3 hours of rest every day to ensure a full mental state. This means that he will have more training time than others. However, Cole's situation is not too special. IT has said that Blackbeard has not slept since he was born. That is the real monster. Hazy starlight fell on the training ground. Coles held the wooden knife in his hand and repeated the training again and again. Sweat flowed from his handsome face and finally fell to the ground along his chin. Suddenly, a figure wearing a navy coat appeared not far from the training ground. Coles stopped practicing basic swordsmanship and saluted Instructor Khan. Khan nodded and asked warmly, "Why don't you go to bed so late and still practice swordsmanship here?" Coles answered truthfully. Reporting to Instructor Khan, "My strength is still too weak. If I meet a pirate like William again, I will not be a match at all. So I only have to keep training, keep sweating, and keep practicing so that I can close the gap with those strong people." Khan could feel the firmness in Coles's words, and he didn't say anything he wanted to persuade him. Finally, he turned around and left with a word of encouragement. "Okay, come on." Coles was a little stunned. This doesn't seem to be in line with the development of the plot. Instructor Khan saw that he was working so hard to practice swordsmanship. Shouldn't he teach him a few unique swordsmanship moves, or teach him the experience of swordsmanship? However, it doesn't matter if you don't have it. Although he did not receive special guidance from Instructor Khan, Coles was not disappointed and continued to practice the basic swordsmanship during the day. As the saying goes, a drop of water can penetrate a stone as long as you practice day after day. Even the most common basic swordsmanship can still display extremely powerful power. And in the later time, Coles also understood that Instructor Khan was actually a very fair person who treated every recruit equally without special treatment. Real swordsmanship experience. Instructor Khan also told it in the course, but very few people could understand it. According to Instructor Khan, meditation is one of the methods that can quickly improve the swordsmanship after everyone learns the basics of swordsmanship. Compared with practicing sword moves, spiritual training is also extremely important. To this, Coles also had some knowledge. In the previous life, there was a Shinto Mukin Ryu swordsmanship school. IT has said that the founder realized the powerful swordsmanship in a meditative state. In the original comics, Roronoa Zoro often meditated on the ship and later displayed powerful sword moves. It can be said that in this pirate world, spiritual and spiritual practice are also particularly important for improving swordsmanship. After a thorough introduction to basic swordsmanship, Coles also started to practice formally according to the meditation method described by Instructor Khan. 10. Improved strength. Meditation. This is a very magical state. Coles used the breathtaking method taught by Instructor Khan to balance his inner emotions by observing each exhalation and inhalation, and finally entered a state of empty meditation. The first day of meditation did not make Coles improve all, but his heart, which was originally anxious to become stronger, suddenly felt a little calmer. The following days were as usual. During the day, he practiced spearmanship, learned basic swordsmanship, and exercised his physical fitness. He meditated for an hour at night and then practiced more to continuously widen the gap with other recruits. In addition to giving Coles the benefit of weakening his sleep time, the shadow fruit also greatly improves his perception in the shadows. Therefore, during the extra training at night, his effectiveness increased with half the effort. Of course, in addition to these basic trainings, Coles also set aside time to develop shadow fruit moves and increase combat experience. Developing the ability of the shadow fruit is not easy. First, you need to explore the fruit's ability clearly, and then the development of moves must also be in line with the ability extension. Coles now has some ideas, but developing them is one thing, and being able to stably display the power of his moves is another. This requires a long period of practice. Under the moonlight night, the cold wind blew quietly across the training ground. A black shadow suddenly appeared on the training ground. If the pirate Agilin were here, he would recognize this as his former companion, the pirate Aden. However, now he is a shadow soldier, Aden. Cole stood not far away, holding a wooden knife in his hand, and gave instructions to Aden. Come on, attack me. After 1.5 months of recruit training, Coles wanted to see how much he had improved now, and whether he could truly defeat Aden. Aden did not answer, nor did he take any action, because in the deep consciousness of the shadow soldier, it is absolutely forbidden to attack the summoner. Coles also discovered this problem, frowned slightly, and gave the order again. It's just a sparring exercise, attack me. The shadow soldier Aden thought for a moment, and finally followed the order seriously. The next moment, Aden rushed towards Coles like a beast. This scene was just like the previous attack at the alley. However, under the shadows, Coles's perception and reaction were greatly improved, and he quickly avoided the punch. At the same time, the wooden sword in his hand also started to counterattack according to the basic swordsmanship taught by Instructor Khan. In just half a month, Coles has already mastered the basics of swordsmanship, which means that he has gone beyond the level of random slashing and can truly fight with swordsmanship. Under the starlight, you can see 2 different figures, one white and one black, fighting constantly in the training ground. With his reaction and perception greatly improved, Coles directly caught this mistake and slashed it with a wooden sword in his hand. Click. The wooden knife breaks. Aden's shoulder was also shattered, but it was restored again under the repair of the shadow power. Coles looked at the broken wooden knife in his hand and was silent for a moment. Looks like I'll have to use real knives tomorrow. He threw away the wooden sword, gave up using swordsmanship, and directly engaged in close combat with Aden. Coles's physical fitness is not weaker than Aden, and his strength can reach the level of tearing tigers and leopards alive, but he lacks combat experience. However, with Aden as his sparring partner, his fighting experience is also rapidly improving. In addition, the shadow soldier Aden has other uses. For example, being a target. Under the moonlight, Coles slowly stretched out his right hand, grabbing the power of the shadow in his hand, and then threw it directly in the direction of Aden. Shadow gun. A black spear solidified by shadow energy suddenly thrust out with the sound of breaking through the air. Boom. The shadow gun directly penetrated his body and shattered it into shadow. Coles couldn't help but let out a heavy breath. Shadow gun is an attack move he developed. The attack power is not weak, but it is still a bit unstable and requires a long time to try. At close to 2 o'clock in the morning, Coles stopped sparring with Aden, recalled him into the shadows, turned around and went to the bathhouse to take a bath, and then returned to the recruit's dormitory to rest. The next day, the repetitive training begins again. In a blink, it's the 3rd month of the recruitment period. The office on the 6th floor of the Navy building was filled with smoke, making it almost impossible to see specific things. Smoker was smoking a cigar while leaning on the sofa and reading the latest newspaper, which contains some major events and news in the world. Not long ago, the Northern Kingdom had just suppressed a period of counter-unrest, and the king added a new gun-free order that prohibited civilians from possessing guns privately. Portcast D.Ace, a pirate who has become famous since entering the Great Channel from the East China Sea. Ghost ships are suspected to have appeared in the windless zone of the Great Channel, and many ships have disappeared inexplicably. At this moment, there was a knock on the wooden door of the office, and a naval lieutenant colonel walked in. Smoker turned around and looked. It turns out to be Khan. What's the matter? Khan made the report seriously. Colonel Smoker, the recruits have been training for 2 months. Chu Chin's combat effectiveness has been formed, and now they can conduct sea training. Smoker flipped through the newspaper and nodded. Okay, you can just take a patrol ship to train them. Although the sea training will encounter real pirates, he is very confident in Khan's strength, and the new recruits will basically not have any problems. Yes, Colonel Smoker. Khan saluted and left. When Khan walked to the door, Smoker suddenly remembered something and stopped Khan immediately. By the way, the Navy headquarters sent a message that they were dissatisfied with your behavior of letting the pirate Jeff go. Although you were not demoted, your original merit for promotion to lieutenant colonel was cleared. Merit is one of the necessary conditions for promotion in the Navy. Without sufficient merit, it is impossible to be promoted to a higher rank. Okay. Faced with this result, Khan accepted it calmly. It's not that he is not interested in promotion, but he never regrets the choice he made. The port of Rogue Town. Under the leadership of Khan, 58 naval recruits were gathered on the shore. In the confusion of the recruits, Khan also began to explain. What is the Navy? Only soldiers who have experienced sea wars are real Navy. In the last month of the recruit period, I will take you to the sea to fight with real pirates. Are you ready? Ready. Ready. Hearing this, the recruits were immediately excited. After training for such a long time, they also wanted to see how strong they are now. As for Coles, he had long wanted to fight other pirates. In the 2 months of reverse training, his strength has improved greatly, and the Shadow Soldier is no longer his opponent. He also wants to try new opponents to verify his strength that he has worked hard to improve during this period. At this time, the sails have been unfurled. Some Navy officers are making preparations on patrol ships in an orderly manner. Although patrol ships are smaller than standard naval warships, they also have 3 decks and heavy artillery, which are enough to face several pirate ships head-on. After confirming the situation of the patrol ship, Lieutenant Maud immediately ran over to report. Report to Major Khan, the patrol ship's ammunition, weapons, medical supplies, and food are fully stocked. With the addition of the 58 new naval recruits, the minimum standard of 120 people has been reached on board. Khan did not arrange too many regular naval officers on the patrol ship, because this is a training arrangement for the naval recruits. If there are too many regular naval officers, it will not have a good training effect on the recruits. Okay, new recruits get on board and get ready to go. 11 Giant Fist Pirates. Early morning. The sea area on the edge of Rogue Town. The white fog was diffused, as if covering the sea area with a hazy veil. As the sun rose, a patrol ship also passed through the white fog and kept sailing on the sea. On the deck of the cabin, the Navy in white uniforms was working in an orderly manner. On the lookout tower of the mast, there were also Marines observing with telescopes. Coles woke up on time. Then he started to brush his teeth and wash his face, and went to the cafeteria on the second deck for breakfast. Along the way, he met many recruits who greeted him. Coles remained cold and did not respond. After all, as the strongest of the strongest recruits, he has always been an image of strangers not to be approached. Today's breakfast is a sandwich. The ingredients of the sandwich are very simple. Just 2 triangular slices of bread, sandwiched with ham, vegetables, cheese, and cheese. The taste can only be said to be good. After breakfast, Coles walked to the deck and began to look at the sea ahead. The sea was clear and blue, and some small fish jumped out of the water from time to time, which was particularly beautiful. Today was the 5th day that Coles and his team had boarded the patrol ship, but unfortunately, they did not encounter any pirates during this period, let alone a battle. This was also very normal. Because the Navy often sent patrol ships out to sweep pirates, although there were many pirates, the number of pirates was extremely scattered in this vast sea. It was impossible to meet them as soon as they went out to sea. During this period, Khan did not let the recruits idle and sent various duties to the recruits, such as observing the sea area, taking turns to keep watch, inspecting ships, etc. In the absence of encountering pirates, the sea patrol was still very leisurely. At least compared to the training in the previous 2 months, the current situation is much more relaxed. The recruits and veterans gradually became familiar with each other in the conversations over the past few days. Coles took a pointer and began to judge the current position of the patrol ship according to the wind direction. Since he knew that he had traveled to the pirate world, in addition to exercising every day, he was also thirsty for knowledge about the sea. After all, it is a pirate world where islands are surrounded by the ocean. If you want to travel on the sea in the future, navigation knowledge is indispensable. Therefore, when Coles was 10 years old, he often ran to Grandpa Pro alone to ask about navigation information. Grandpa Pro was cold to people, but he was once a navigator of a pirate group. He traveled through the first half of the Grand Line and mastered a lot of navigation knowledge. At first, Grandpa Pro ignored Coles at all, but under Coles's persistent show of goodwill and free firewood, he finally chose to accept him and taught him navigation knowledge one by one. Now Coles has no problem even serving as a navigator on the ship. 3 minutes later, based on the current wind direction and the speed of the patrol ship, he finally came to the conclusion. The patrol ship should have arrived at the entrance of the Grand Line now. And here, from time to time, there are pirates who want to break through the upside-down mountain to enter the Grand Line. It is estimated that it will not take long for Coles and his patrol ship to run into the pirate group. Because it was not his turn to observe duty for the time being, Coles returned to the dormitory in the cabin and began to meditate. However, reality is often a little biased. It was not until the 9th day that the patrol ship actually encountered the pirate ship. On the deck, Con was holding a telescope, observing the pirate ship in the distance to confirm the other party's information. The giant fist pirates with a bounty of 10 million? After putting down the telescope, Con couldn't help but frown slightly. The strength of this pirate group was a bit beyond the scope for the recruits. He originally just wanted to find some pirate groups with 4 or 5 million to hone the recruits. However, since they met, then they must not let the other party run away. Although the pirate group with 10 million is a bit beyond the scope, there is a capable person like Coles among the recruits, so they can compete and collide. Con stretched out his hand to signal Maud next to him. Notify all the soldiers on the ship to prepare for battle, and the gunners will start to fire at the pirate ship in front. Yes, Major. Maud immediately began to convey the order. Boom. A cannonball with a sound of breaking through the air, after passing through the sky, hit the side of the giant fist pirates fiercely, causing a wave. The pirates on the pirate ship were suddenly in a panic. Where did the attack come from? Damn it, they actually attacked our giant fist pirates. Who is it? Navy. It's the Navy. At the same time, more artillery fire came. The helmsman on the pirate ship hurriedly controlled the direction and just narrowly avoided the bombing. But this also caused the hull to flip upside down. A young pirate quickly rushed into the cabin and reported to the figure sitting inside, who was 3 meters tall. Captain, something bad has happened. A Navy patrol ship has attacked us. A pair of eyes like a beast were opened. It's just the Navy. What's there to be afraid of? Huh? The young pirate who came in to report was a little frightened and hurriedly explained. Captain, that's a patrol ship. There are at least more than 100 Navy soldiers on it, and there are only 60 people in our pirate group. Let's retreat quickly. The figure in the dark slowly stood up. It was nearly 5 meters tall and had a strong body. Are you teaching me how to do things? The captain of the giant fist pirates strangled the young pirate's neck as if he were controlling a little chicken. The young pirate's neck was strangled, and he suddenly felt out of breath. He tried his best with his hands, but couldn't pry away a finger of the person in front of him. His legs kicked wildly, but it had no effect at all. His face gradually turned purple. No, no, Captain. The young pirate could only make feeble and intermittent pleas for mercy. Finally, when the young pirate was about to expire, Euron threw the young sailor away and then shouted orders to the pirates outside. It's just a patrol ship. What are we, the giant fist pirates, afraid of? Just get close to it and I will sink that patrol ship. As Euron walked out of the cabin, his fleshy face was directly revealed, and the violent look in his eyes made people dare not look directly at him. On the patrol ship, the Navy recruits all gathered on the deck. After waiting for so long, the time for the official battle with the pirates finally arrived. Among them, most of the new recruits are still a little nervous. After all, they have been kidnapped by the William pirates before, and there will inevitably be a shadow in their hearts. In this tense atmosphere, Maud suddenly discovered the unusual behavior of the giant fist pirates and quickly reported it to his superior. Major Khan, the giant fist pirates did not escape. Instead, they came closer to us. It seemed that they want to engage in a follow-up battle. Yeah. Khan picked up the telescope, confirmed the intentions of the giant fist pirates on the opposite side, and then ordered. In this case, then first cover the opponent with a round of artillery bombardment to consume their strength, and then engage in a boarding battle with them. The first key points in the battle between Navy and pirates. Take advantage. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery fire continued. The hull of the giant fist pirates was attacked by artillery shells, and the mast in the middle of the hull was directly broken. Afterwards, even if they wanted to escape, they could not escape. After a while, the distance between the pirate ship and the patrol ship was not far apart. Shot. On the patrol ship, Khan gave the order for the Navy recruits who had already prepared to attack. Bang, 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 bang. There was a burst of gunfire. It's a pity that although these recruits have practiced their marksmanship well on the training ground, once they go to the battlefield, their bullets fail to hit the target. On the other side, the giant fist pirates also started to fight back, and gunshots continued to resound in the sea area. Boom. Coles pulled the trigger, and the bullet directly hit a pirate in the head. He suppressed all the messy thoughts in his heart and aimed the gun at other pirates again. This was not the first time he killed someone with his own hands. The pirate Arden was the first one he killed last time. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, amidst the sound of gunfire, the pirate ship and the patrol ship collided with each other. Next, it's time to continue the battle. 12. Next battle. String-to-string battle. This is a common naval warfare method, Google search reading. After the side of their own ship approaches the side of the enemy ship, the soldiers jump onto the enemy ship to engage in hand-to-hand combat to kill or capture the enemy ship. In a two-army battle, momentum is very important. The Navy will win. Navy Lieutenant Maud took the lead and led a team of Navy to rush into the enemy ship first. The Navy will win. Then other attacking teams composed of veterans and recruits also rushed into the pirate ship in front, shouting slogans of victory. Yulong looked at the Navy rushing over and smiled grimly. Little guys, kill all the Navy. Kill, kill, kill. The vicious pirates raised their blades one after another. The next moment, the hand-to-hand combat started instantly. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords colliding was endless. Although the number of the Navy side far exceeded that of the giant fist pirates, most of them were recruits after all, and their combat effectiveness was limited. Therefore, it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Khan mixed in the crowd of people fighting, always paying attention to the various situations of the recruits. When the recruits were in a fatal crisis, he immediately rescued them. Swish. A dazzling knife light came. Coles dodged sideways, then tightened his long sword in his hand and slashed diagonally, directly hitting the pirate who attacked him. The feeling of the blade easily sinking into the flesh came, and the pirate in front of him let out a wail, covered his chest with his left hand, and fell to the ground without knowing whether he was dead or alive. Before Coles could think about anything, another knife came from behind, and he could only dodge quickly and look for opportunities to counterattack. As a giant fist pirate group with a bounty of tens of millions, not all of its ships were weak. After Coles displayed his proficient basic swordsmanship, there were still pirates who could fight him. And in the center of the battlefield, the captain of the giant fist pirates, Yulong, who was nearly 5 meters tall, directly locked his target on Maud and launched a fierce attack. Being able to become a lieutenant in the Navy, Maud's strength is naturally good, but compared with Yulong, who was offered a bounty of 10 million, his strength is still much worse. Boom. After fighting for only a moment, Maud's figure was knocked away and fell back to the patrol ship. Navy, nothing more than that. Then, relying on his powerful body strength, Yulong directly launched a sweeping momentum, shaking off many Navy one by one. Bang. A Navy recruit shot at Yulong, trying to kill the captain of the pirate group directly. The bullet flew through the air. Finally hit Yulong's chest. But with a slight metal collision sound, no wound appeared. As a huge human, Yulong knew his shortcomings very well, and he had already worn a highly defensive armor on his body. Ordinary bullets could not hurt him at all. Under the pressure of Yulong's huge body and unstoppable power, some recruits felt fear and terror in their hearts, and even found it difficult to maintain their offensive state. Bang, bang, bang. In addition to wearing iron armor, Yulong also had brass knuckles on his fists to increase his attack power. Every time he punched, the Navy vomited blood and flew backwards. Boom, bang. As he took a few steps forward, the whole deck was slightly shaken. Then he fixed his target on a female Navy and punched her fiercely, intending to punch her under the deck. Dashiki didn't know anything about this. Because her glasses had just fallen off during the battle, she could only see a blurry scene now. She heard her companion shouting. Let Dashiki know that she is in a very dangerous situation, but she can only fight and dodge if she picks up her glasses. What an idiot. Not far away, Cole saw this scene, cursed in his heart, and quickly rushed to rescue. Yulong's fist smashed down with great force. Dashiki had just put on the glasses she had picked up, and she couldn't escape it all. Khan's eyes condensed, and he wanted to rescue her himself, but after discovering that Coles had passed by, he temporarily stopped the rescue action. After all, this is a training for new recruits that if he, a major, needs to take action when encountering danger, then the Navy recruits will never grow up. Clang! The brass knuckles collided violently with the long sword. Coles held the sword with both hands and blocked the punch for Dashiki. What are you still standing there for? Get out of the way. Ah, good. Facing Yulong's fierce punch, Dashiki was still in a daze for a while. After Cole's reminder, she reacted and evacuated quickly. Yulong looked at the young Navy, who blocked his attack in front of him, and the strength in his hand increased again. Hero saves the beauty? Do you have the strength to do this? The huge pressure from the blade almost made Cole stagger. He thought that his current strength was already very good, but compared with the pirate who was as big as a mountain in front of him, it was still a small witch compared to a big witch. In desperation, he could only quickly draw his sword and retreat. Boom. After there was no resistance, Yulong's fist, which was as big as a basketball, directly smashed a hole in the wooden deck, revealing some food and items stored in the cabin below. Boy, you dodge very quickly. After Yulong retracted his fist, he slightly adjusted his somewhat stiff face, but rush out suddenly. It was just a blink of an eye. The nearly 5-meter-tall giant figure had already appeared directly in front of Coles. Damn, how could it be so fast? Coles was full of doubts that in addition to being powerful, the leader of the Giant Fist Pirates was also so fast. At this time, he had no time to dodge and could only resist Yulong's attack. But if he used his body to block the opponent's terrifying power, it would probably break at least a dozen ribs. There was no other way. He could only use his ability. Coles moved his mind, and half a meter in front of him, the shadow power was condensed, and a huge circular defensive shield appeared. Shadow Shield. Boom. The fist of the Giant Fist Pirates captain, Yulong, hit the dark shield directly. A dull humming sound was heard, but the shield was not broken. Yulong showed some doubts on his face, and then seemed to remember something. Are you a devil fruit user? There is a special fruit in this world called the devil fruit that as long as you eat this fruit, you can gain devil-like abilities. Yulong didn't expect that there would be a navy with the power of a devil fruit in front of him. But what about the power of a devil fruit? Watch me break your shield. Yulong shouted, and power surged in his tall body. He launched a fierce attack with his fists, and only a series of afterimages could be seen. Under such a violent attack, the shadow shield was hit with continuous sound. Cole's body retreated one after another. The pirates and navy who were fighting around them also stopped their attacks temporarily at this time. After all, the fighting in the center of the field was too loud. Looking at the terrifying power of the captain of the Giant Fist Pirates, the Navy recruits swallowed their saliva involuntarily. They began to think in their hearts, if they go to resist this pirate, how long can they last? 1 second or 10 seconds? Suddenly, the pirates of the Giant Fist Pirates shouted anxiously, Captain, be careful. 13. The power of Shadow Gun. Behind Yulong, a short and fat black figure suddenly jumped up, and his fist as big as a sandbag pointed directly at Yulong's head. This figure was naturally a shadow soldier. Atten. Although Coles' shadow shield was strong, it was not a solution to continue to be beaten like this. So he directly summoned the shadow soldier and let him launch a sneak attack behind Yulong. Yulong was wearing a large area of iron armor, and ordinary sword and gun attacks had no effect on him at all. The only weak point exposed on his body was his head. Atten originally wanted to attack Yulong's head, but because Yulong turned his head, he only attacked the opponent's side face full of flesh. The next moment, Yulong's huge face was slightly deformed by the smash, and a stream of blood flowed from his nostrils. But that's all. It hurt so much. Yulong's eyes, which were like animal pupils, showed bloodshot, and he slowly stopped the attack, and then he turned his fist directly to Atten. Boom. After being hit by a heavy punch, his body was directly shattered and finally turned into a shadow and disappeared. Coles was not disappointed because he did not have much expectation from the beginning. After all, the pirate in front of him was a pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries. Want to defeat the opponent easily? It is impossible. Seeing this, Yulong began to show his power, and the pirates of the Giant Fist Pirates instantly rose in momentum. Their captain is still very powerful. Coles glanced at the dead pirates on the surrounding decks, and issued a long-lost summoning command. Stand up. In the past 2 months, his proficiency in the shadow fruit has improved a lot, and the number of summoned shadows has reached 20. This shows that he can now summon more shadow soldiers to fight. So, amid the exclamations of the pirates and the navy, black shadows began to stand up from the bodies of the pirates who had just died. New shadow soldiers formed. Yulong looked at this scene and snorted disdainfully, playing tricks. You will know if you try it. Call smiled sideways. That had just been shattered, and the shadow soldiers that had been summoned before appeared one after another. Attack. As Coles issued the order, all the shadow soldiers began to rush towards Yulong frantically. Facing this strange enemy that suddenly appeared, Yulong not only did not show any fear, but his face full of flesh was full of fighting spirit. Come on, I am the captain of the Giant Fist Pirates, a pirate with a bounty of 10 million Baileys. Let's see who can kill me. Boom. Ordinary shadow soldiers could not take Yulong's gravity punch at all, and were directly smashed into pieces. But the biggest feature of shadow soldiers is immortality. After being shattered, the shadow soldiers recovered again and rushed towards Yulong desperately. Calls waited quietly on the side and began to fight a war of attrition with Yulong. Yulong is huge, powerful, and with iron armor on his body, he's almost a weakened version of Crick. However, Crick's armor has stronger defense, mainly relying on full body equipment, such as shields, guns, cannons, spears, swords, poison gas bombs, etc. Yulong relies only on his special size and strength, which also exposes his biggest disadvantage. That is, the larger the size, the more energy it consumes. Coles can easily defeat him when his physical strength is almost exhausted. Facing the almost invincible shadow soldiers, Yulong also felt trouble in his heart and immediately shouted at the pirates next to him. What are you doing? Hurry up and kill that navy. After receiving the captain's order, the pirates who were watching the battle began to attack Coles. However, the navy naturally would not do as the pirates wished. Under the command of Khan, the navy and the pirates had a new wave of battles. For a while, the deck of the Giant Fist Pirates was caught in a melee between the navy and the pirates. 10 minutes later, Yulong realized that his physical strength was seriously depleted and finally stopped dragging it out. His right hand suddenly increased in strength and punched out. Impact punch. Bang. A huge impact force came from his fist, and the surging impact force smashed all the shadow soldiers rushing towards him. For a moment, the surroundings fell into a blank. Yulong seemed to be violent on the surface, but he had already patiently observed these shadow soldiers for a long time in his heart. He said that although these shadow soldiers could recover after being smashed, the recovery time was different. The more thorough the destruction, the longer the recovery time. Under his impact punch, it would take at least 10 breaths to recover again. And this time was enough for Yulong to kill the hateful navy. However, when Yulong looked at the other party, he found that Coles was smiling. Hey, look over there. Yulong looked in the direction Coles pointed in confusion and saw a shadow soldier standing behind a cannon, and the cannon's ignition line had been lit. As Yulong's pupils shrank, a cannonball had already hit. Boom. A violent explosion sounded on the pirate ship. For a moment, everyone around stopped their actions and began to look at the center of the explosion. A cloud of smoke filled the air. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Yulong's slightly embarrassed figure also appeared. He was hit head-on by a cannonball, and even with the armor protecting him, he was still seriously injured. Yulong suddenly fell into extreme madness. His eyes were like a ghost that was choosing people to eat, and a terrifying roar broke out of his mouth. What a bastard! I will tear you apart. Yulong ran towards Coles at the fastest speed, and the trick he just used was used again. Shock punch. Khan's expression became extremely solemn, and the embers had already revealed their sharpness. If Coles couldn't resist, then he would have to rescue him. Facing Yulong, who was rushing violently, Coles was not hiding his weakness. The shadow power was controlled by him in his hand, quickly forming a long spear and then thrown fiercely. Shadow gone. The sky was as empty as ever. Above the sea, the battle between the pirate ship and the Navy patrol ship had entered the most critical moment. The black shadow gun shot out like a rocket, and after whistling through the air, it collided with Yulong's shock punch. The two sides were in a stalemate for a moment. Then the shadow gun broke through Yulong's attack with great force and penetrated his chest directly. The huge figure fell to the ground with a bang, causing the bow of the pirate ship to shake violently. Blood flowed from Yulong's chest and slowly formed a pool of blood on the deck. Yulong of the Giant Fist Pirates, dead. After confirming Yulong's death, the remaining pirates in the field immediately laid down their weapons and surrendered. Now that the captain is dead, not surrendering is to die, and surrendering can still linger. As a time traveler, Coles has many ideas about developing fruit moves, but the more moves, the better. The moves that can allow him to exert his greatest strength are the best at this stage. So during the period of recruits, he only developed 2 or 3 moves, among which the main attack was the powerful shadow gun. Well done. Khan came over and patted Coles on the shoulder and praised. After receiving Khan's affirmation, Coles felt a little happy, which meant that his strength had indeed improved greatly. Then, under Khan's command, the Navy began to deal with the scene. Medical personnel, come quickly to treat the injured Navy, the pirates over there. Hold your heads together and do not resist. After a short rest, Coles came to the dead Yulong, and the command to summon the shadow sounded again on the deck. Stand up. 14. I'm not interested in money. A dilapidated pirate ship. Google search reading. At this time, a scene was taking place that stunned both the Navy and the pirates. As Cole's voice fell, the shadows on Euron, who was already dead, began to gather and then solidified little by little, finally forming a huge shadow nearly 5 meters long. According to this shadow and appearance and characteristics, everyone is pretty sure that this is Euron, the captain of the Giant Fist Pirates. However, the captain of the Giant Fist Pirates is dead, and he is now the shadow soldier Yun. Its huge height of more than 4 meters is almost equivalent to a small giant. After being composed of shadows, it gives people a strong sense of oppression. Okay, step back. Coles gave instructions to Yulon and then recalled him to the shadow world. Most of the Navy had no idea about Cole's abilities before, but after experiencing today's battle, they could all make some guesses. Summon the shadows to fight? Khan couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. If this ability can continue to be extended, then it will definitely be very terrifying, even enough for one person to rival an entire legion. After the battle, next comes the cleaning work. As the Giant Fist Pirates are not weak in the sea area, they also have a lot of trophies on board. Although these trophies need to be handed over, the Navy who has fought can also get a share. This is one of the reasons why, even if the Navy is dangerous, there are still people who continue to become Navy. For the new recruits, the first battle not only restored their confidence, but also gave them trophies, which made them feel good. At this time, Dasky came to Coles, bowed directly at 90 degrees, and said in a loud voice, "Thank you." Suddenly, everyone on the deck focused their attention on the 2 men. Coles was collecting weapons, but this sudden thank you almost startled him. What an idiot. Why are you saying thank you so loudly? This is a fantasy pirate world. Are all people so abnormal? Coles continued to curse in his heart. You don't need to thank me. I just wanted to test my strength. I just happened to save you at that time. He didn't want to have much to do with this idiot woman, lest his IQ be infected. Dusky bowed again. Thanks anyway. Coles was extremely helpless and quickly ended the topic. Okay, I understand. After saying that, he ignored this idiot and continued his cleaning work. Seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, the onlookers withdrew their gazes and went about their own business. After cleaning up the battlefield, the Navy counted some of the captured pirates and found that there were 32 of them. Now that the recruit period is only 21 days away, Khan temporarily restrained these pirates on the patrol ship and sent people to guard them. Time flies to evening. Today it was Cole's turn to stay on duty for the rest of the night. Therefore, after midnight, Coles came outside the cabin to change shifts with other recruits. Once the hatch is opened, the turbulent sea breeze outside blows against your face, making you feel slightly chilly. Coles stood on the deck. Observe the surroundings carefully. Because of the blessing of the shadow fruit, his various senses have been greatly improved, and some conversations at the stern of the ship also reached his ears. It was other Marines who stayed late at night chatting with each other to relieve their boredom. I don't know what level of military rank we will be awarded after the recruit period is over. I'm really looking forward to it. Navy awards are based on performance and military merit. For example, if Coles killed a pirate with a bounty of 10 million belly, this great achievement would probably allow him to be promoted to second lieutenant. Lieutenant, that's not possible, is it? Don't forget, he is different from us. He is a rare devil fruit user. In the awarding ceremony after the recruit period, his military rank is expected to be far higher than ours. Second lieutenant? Hearing the discussions of other Navy recruits, Coles couldn't help but fantasize a little, wondering what kind of military rank he could obtain. However, there are still 21 days before the end of the recruit period, so there is no use thinking about it. Coles shook his head and put these thoughts away. After observing outside for half an hour and confirming that nothing was wrong, he turned around and walked down the second deck. Click. As Coles opened the hatch, there were several Navy veterans on duty, and in addition, there were 32 pirates who were restrained. After swapping with a Navy veteran, Coles sat on a stool and began to watch over these pirate prisoners. Some of the captured pirates were originally about to make a move, but after Coles came down, they immediately became quiet as if they were asleep. You know, this is the super powerful Navy who killed their captain Yolen. Even if they want to create chaos and escape, they will not choose to act while Coles is guarding them, because that is simply tantamount to seeking death. On the 20th day after the patrol ship went to sea, the Navy recruits encountered pirate groups 3 times in total, and these 3 battles were naturally won by the Navy. However, this also resulted in the number of captured pirates reaching 70. The number of pirates is enough to threaten the Navy on the ship. Therefore, on the 21st day, Khan directly asked the patrol ship to return to Rog Town. After handing over all the pirates to the naval base for processing, he drove the patrol ship to wander around the sea again. What are you looking at? Coles was feeling the sea breeze at the bow of the boat when Maud's voice came from the side. At this time, Maud was in good mental condition because after more than 10 days of treatment, his original injury from Yolen had recovered. Facing the ensign's conversation, Coles only gave a brief reply. Look at the sea. After Maud looked at the sea, he turned around and leaned against the railing of the patrol ship, saying calmly, "It's calm as always, nothing to see. How come your strength has improved so quickly? Even the pirates with a bounty of 10 million are no longer your match." Coles thought seriously for a moment and explained, maybe it's because he was lucky and ate a devil fruit. The corners of Maud's mouth couldn't help but twitch. You only sleep 3 hours a day, and the fact that you practice extra every day has already spread to the Rogtown Naval Base. Are you telling me that this is good luck? Coles nodded very seriously. It's really good luck. After all, the reason why I could only sleep for 3 hours was because I ate this devil fruit. Maud suddenly didn't know how to answer the conversation and could only turn to a new chat topic. Well, although you are a new recruit in the Navy, you killed Euron with your own hands. The Navy government will also offer you a reward later, but it will be around 7 million belly, because 3 layers will be deducted for the dead pirate. How about it? You figured out how to spend the 7 million baileys. In response, Coles said calmly, I'm not interested in money. Before he unearthed the treasure of his ancestor, Count Cheryl, he was still very interested in money, but after receiving the huge wealth left behind by his family, he was no longer interested in money. Maud was speechless again. No wonder other recruits say Coles is very cold. It turns out this is a topic killer. 15. Ghost Ship. The sea was calm. The patrol ship was moving forward slowly. On the deck, Khan was sitting on a chair, drinking coffee and reading a newspaper. Today's newspaper headline was that the world government had captured an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. The reason for such a big publicity was that the Revolutionary Army was the only organization capable of overthrowing the world government and was regarded as the biggest threat by the world government. In these years, the Revolutionary Army helped poor countries plundered by pirates to repel invading pirates, assisted residents of countries suffering from natural disasters and man-made disasters to take refuge, and so on. The team expanded rapidly, causing headaches for the world government. Therefore, the world government would make a big publicity whenever it captured the Revolutionary Army. Khan read the newspaper in detail and then fell into a long silence. Bulu, bulu. A very small sound of din-din mushy sounded, but because the sound was too small, other Navy officers could not hear it at all. Patrol ship. In the training room, a huge barbell was being lifted up and down by someone. The person who was exercising here. It was Coles, of course. After completing 1,000 strength trainings, he changed to frog jumps, holding the barbell on his back with his backhand, and trained the explosive power and endurance of his legs. As time passed, sweat began to soak his Navy uniform, revealing a strong body with coordinated strength. On this patrol ship, Coles could already be called the strongest recruit. But he still felt it was not enough. Because after fighting with the captain of the giant fist pirates, Yulong, he also knew his current strength. Although he could now defeat pirates with about 1,000 baileys, there was still a big gap between him and William. If he met William with his strength, he would still not be able to stop his swordsmanship. Training must be strengthened. Close the distance step by step. Coles was determined in his mind, and even if he felt that his body was about to reach its limit, he continued to exercise. Because only by breaking through the so-called concept of limit can he really become stronger. Time at sea always passes quickly, and there are only 3 days left before the end of the recruit period. During this period, the patrol ship also encountered some small boats and captured several young pirates with the slogans of dream and freedom. These young people were caught by the Navy on the spot before they had experienced the identity of pirates for a few days. It can be said that they are extremely miserable. After Khan's repeated education, these young people also temporarily became handymen on the ship. If they perform well in the future, if nothing unexpected happens, they will also have the opportunity to become Navy. And now the patrol ship is in the marginal waters of the East China Sea, near the doldrums. The doldrums are located on both sides of the Grand Route, and the overall area is a belt-shaped area. They sandwich the entire Grand Route in the middle. Like a sandwich. The sea area where the doldrums are located has neither wind nor current, and the entire sea surface is absolutely calm. Most of the pirate ships are sailing ships powered by wind. Once the sailing ships enter here, they will lose power and be trapped and unable to move. Therefore, for the pirates, this is a dangerous sea area that is almost impossible to navigate. But the real danger in the calm belt is the supergiant sea kings living here. They are numerous and extremely dangerous, and it is rare for pirates to be able to compete with them. It is precisely because of the influence of the calm belt. Therefore, the pirates of the four seas must go upside down to enter the Grand Line. Cole stood on the deck of the patrol ship, curiously looking at the sea area near the calm belt. Under the sunlight, the blue sea was sparkling, and in addition, fragments of the hull could be seen from time to time. These wooden boards and hull fragments should have drifted out from the calm belt. After all, there are many pirate ships that have mistakenly entered the calm belt due to the confusion of direction in the Grand Line. And the result of these pirate ships is self-evident. If you salvage at the edge of the calm belt, you will definitely find a lot of treasures. But you must pray for your good luck and not encounter super large sea kings. The two Navy walked across the bow deck while chatting with each other. So many pirate ships have fallen in the calm belt here. I wonder if there are any legendary devil fruits, if I can pick them up. I don't know if there are devil fruits, but I think there should be ghost ships. It's unlikely that there will be ghost ships here. How is it impossible? There are so many ships sleeping forever in the calm belt. Maybe a ghost ship will appear at night and take your soul away directly. Are you scaring me? I'm not scaring you. This is a story my grandfather told me. And didn't you read the newspaper a while ago? It records the appearance of ghost ships. Why do I suddenly feel a chill on my back? Forget it. Let's not talk about it. As the two Navy officers walked away, Coles could no longer hear their voices. But ghost ships? Coles couldn't help but fall into deep thought. There were indeed reports in the newspaper before, but the ghost ship appeared in the Grand Line, so it is unlikely to appear here. In addition to the ghost ship, there are many other mysteries on this sea, but only by truly clearing the fog can we see the truth. For example, rumors that the Great Channel Devil's Triangle swallowed up pirate ships were actually caused by Moonlight Moria's terrifying 3-gallon ship. Thinking of Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 martial arts under the king, Coles couldn't help but stretched out his right hand. The power of shadow surges in your hands. All devil fruits are unique. There are no fruits with the same abilities at the same time, only fruits with similar abilities. The shadow fruit has the power to take away other people's shadows. Once the person who loses his shadow is exposed to sunlight, he will be burned to ashes. And his shadow fruit can communicate with the power of the dead, summon the shadows of dead creatures, and turn them into shadow soldiers loyal to him. I wonder which one is stronger or weaker between the shadow fruit and the shadow fruit. However, Coles quickly put this problem behind him because he was still too weak now and did not need to think about this problem at all. What he needs to worry about now is the William Pirates in the East Blue Sea. As a veteran force in the East Blue Sea, the William Pirates definitely have the power to compete for the hegemony of the East Blue Sea. If he wants to deal with such a potential opponent, his current strength is still far behind. Dusk falls and night falls. Today, since it was not Cole's turn to keep vigil, he meditated in the cabin. It was about midnight. The Navy on duty outside issued an early warning, and the Navy who were originally resting were woken up one after another. Coles opened his eyes, picked up his weapon, and quickly walked out of the cabin. When he came to the deck, he saw Khan questioning the Night Watch Navy. "What's the situation?" The Navy soldier on night duty reported back. "Report, Major. We found a ship in the fog in the distance, and the ship is slowly approaching us." Khan took the telescope and looked carefully at the fog over there. He could indeed see the increasingly clear shadow of a sailboat. "You know, that foggy area is a windless zone, and ships can come from there." Everyone on alert. Khan gave orders to the Navy on board. Yes. In an instant, the atmosphere on the patrol ship became tense. Time passed by minute by minute. On the vast sea, the gray fog gradually spread outwards, and a strange-shaped sailboat slowly sailed out. The strange thing is, this sailing ship is very old, and the hull is even more dilapidated. It doesn't even have a sail, but the ship is sailing forward steadily. This scene is so weird. Suddenly, Cole's pupils suddenly contracted, because he relied on the amplification brought by the shadow fruit to clearly see everything on the old sailboat. At this time, on the dilapidated sailboat sailing towards them, not a single living person. Is this a ghost ship? 16. Death Night. As the ghost ship approached, Google search reading. Other people on the patrol ship also saw this scene, which immediately made people's backs cold. A dilapidated old ship, a silent and empty hull, a scene without sails and moving automatically. All this shows that the ship in front of them is unusual and weird. In the sky, a cluster of shadows cover the moon, making the dilapidated sailboat not far away even darker. Is this a ghost ship? Finally, Maud couldn't stand the tense atmosphere and asked softly. However, this question made the ship fall into a more deserted atmosphere and state. It is said that as long as you encounter a ghost ship, almost no one can leave safely. Really? Will you die? Many Navy officers swallowed nervously, and fear began to spread in their hearts. Khan stood at the bow, constantly looking at the ancient ship not far away. He was naturally aware of the rumors about the ghost ship. If he wanted to solve it, he probably had to board the ghost ship in front and find out. The situation is unclear now. You wait here, I'll go over and investigate first. In order to avoid the possible danger on the ghost ship, Khan decided to act alone. Yes, Major. The rest of the Navy breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was a ghost ship, and the danger was extremely high. Coupled with the fear in their hearts, those who were not strong enough chose to follow the Major's order and wait on the patrol ship temporarily. Khan lowered a small boat into the sea and then landed on the small boat from the deck, preparing to approach the ghost ship. As Khan was about to row the boat, a young Navy also jumped off the deck. The hull was pressed down a few points from the sea surface, and there was a splash of sea water and waves around. Khan was a little stunned. "Kors, why did you come down?" Kors replied, "Major Khan, my ability has something to do with the dead. I will go with you to investigate, and maybe we can find something in advance." After the ghost ship approached, Coles could sense that this dilapidated ship had a very powerful dead power. This power even made him feel extremely dangerous, and he instinctively wanted to evacuate. But Major Khan's decision to explore the ghost ship made him feel conflicted. On the one hand, there was an extremely dangerous atmosphere, and on the other hand, there was the naval lieutenant who had saved his life. This made him not know how to choose for a while. But in the end, Coles jumped off the deck and prepared to go with Instructor Khan. Although his strength was only average, he was very sensitive to the power of the dead, and he should be able to help Instructor Khan on the ghost ship. "Aren't you afraid?" Khan asked doubtfully. Hearing this, Coles just showed a very charming smile. "If I am afraid to move forward just because of a ghost ship, then I will never become truly strong." Khan was shocked and speechless for a while. He really didn't expect that Coles would have such a high determination to become stronger. "Okay, but you have to follow me closely." Khan agreed after a little thought, but he asked Coles to follow him, so as not to be unable to rescue when danger suddenly appeared. "Yes, Major." Coles said that he would definitely obey the order, then reached out and shook the oars of the boat and began to approach the ghost ship not far away. The sea was calm, but the ghost ship continued to move forward. Under Coles's work, the boat also approached the ghost ship and finally came under its bow. This ghost ship is larger than the patrol ship, about the same as a real warship, enough to carry nearly 1,000 people. Such a large ancient ship, I don't know what was used for before. Khan reached out to pull the ladder on the hull for climbing, and with a little force, gulp, the rope of the ladder broke directly and fell into the sea like broken hemp. Khan sighed. It must have been too long. Although the rope of the ladder can still remain intact, it has long been corrupted and can't bear the force at all. But they were not unprepared. Coles picked up a circle of rope hooks on the boat, grabbed the rope with one hand, held the front of the hook with the other hand, and threw it out after rotating it. Flick. The rope hook accurately hooked the side of the hull. Coles pulled it hard and handed it to Con after confirming that it could withstand the gravity. Okay, Major. Yes. Con nodded and took the rope and climbed up directly with his hands and feet. After successfully boarding the ship, Con first glanced at the deck vigilantly and shouted to Coles after confirming that there was no danger. You can come up. Coles grabbed the rope and with the cooperation of his body, he easily stepped onto the bow deck. A gust of cold wind suddenly blew. Con's navy coat was blown and fluttered, and Coles felt the coldness. There was indeed no one on the bow deck, and even the rudder that controlled the direction had long been broken. Con led Coles forward while cautiously examining the surroundings. The cold wind kept blowing on the ship. Gurgle. Creepy sound rang out. The hull seemed to tilt slightly, and a round skull rolled past in front. Coles had already prepared himself mentally and did not show any special reaction. As the two continued to move forward, they could also clearly see the whole picture of the bow deck. On the silent bow deck, apart from Con and Coles, there were only some bodies that had already turned into bones. Some swords and weapons were scattered on the ground, but they were already rusty. There were many traces of battle on the hull, but the time could not be determined, and it was unknown how long ago these were left. In the case of a panoramic view, there was nothing unusual on the deck except for the emptiness and silence. Let's go. Under the leadership of Con, Coles slowly came to the door of the cabin. Just as Con was about to push open the wooden door, Coles's expression changed, and he said solemnly, "Major, be careful." I don't know when. In the aisles on both sides of the hull, two black shadows had already appeared silently. These two black shadows rushed towards the two at a very fast speed, as if they were going to kill the outsiders. At Coles's reminder, Con drew out his famous sword embers. The pitch-black straight blade came out of its sheath. The sound of swords colliding rang out. Con blocked the shadow on the left that was attacking Coles with a single sword, but his back was exposed to the shadow that was attacking him. Swish. A huge black long sword was raised high by the shadow. If the heavy and powerful sword fell, Con would definitely be seriously injured. On the silent ghost ship, Cole's voice rang out again. Yulong, come out. On the deck shrouded in black shadows, a huge shadow more than 4 meters high suddenly appeared. Then Yulong, under Coles's order, directly used his body to block the sudden attack for Con. Crack. A subtle sound of breaking was heard. The dangerous attack was blocked, and Yulong's body was also shattered by this blow. But it didn't matter, because as a shadow soldier Yulong, it would not die. With a faint starlight in the sky, Con and Coles also saw clearly what the two shadows that attacked them were. They turned out to be two knights wearing worn-out armor. The shape of the armor was a bit outdated, obviously because of a long time. They held long swords made of steel in their hands, which were very solid. Even after colliding with Con's embers, there was not much damage. Who are you? Con asked with a cold look in his eyes. The two knight soldiers did not answer, as if they had no emotion at all, and attacked Con and Coles again. This time, Coles directly collided with the armored knight attacking him with the long sword in his hand. His blue eyes also looked directly at the things in the armor mask, but he only saw darkness. A huge force came. Coles was repelled by the armored knight. However, after the close collision just now, he finally confirmed one thing. There was no human in the armored knight. Major, these armored knights are made of the power of the dead. It is hard to imagine that such dead knights would appear on the ghost ship. However, Coles was not afraid. He even felt the boiling sound of his blood. That was the thirst for battle. 17. Precision swordsmanship. On the ghost ship, Google search reading. Two death knights attacked again. Faced with the strange power of the dead, most people would subconsciously feel fear. But Coles would not, because he controls the shadow fruit that can communicate with the power of the dead. Coles directly activated the power of the shadow fruit, and the long sword in his hand was suddenly covered with a layer of black shadow power. This is just the normal use of the power of the fruit. With the increase of the shadow power, the weapon in his hand will become more offensive. Coles did not summon shadow soldiers to fight because he finally met an opponent with a sword, and he wanted to test his swordsmanship. The long sword collided with the iron sword. A few sparks flashed on this ghost ship. The power of the dead knight is not much greater than Coles, but his swordsmanship is very accurate, and every move is aimed at his fatal point. Fortunately, it is night now. Coles can rely on the amplitude and the shadow to stalemate with it. On the other side, Khan had already fought with a second Death Knight, but unlike the stalemate on Cole's side, Khan completely suppressed the Death Knight one-sidedly. After a brief fight, Khan had an accurate understanding of the strength of the Death Knight. The Death Knight's power was not very good, but his swordsmanship had reached a level of precision and subtlety. The first step in Kendo is to learn basic swordsmanship, and after learning it, you can be considered a swordsman. If you want to move up, you must first master the basic swordsmanship. This is a long-term accumulation process. Only after you have mastered the basic swordsmanship can you advance to the level of exquisiteness and subtlety. For a swordsman who has reached this level, every swordsmanship can easily kill people. And a swordsman at this level is also called a master of swordsmanship. What surprised Khan was that Coles was still at the stage of mastering basic swordsmanship, but now he could fight against the Death Knight with precise swordsmanship. In addition to Coles' own abilities, Khan also saw his talent for swordsmanship. In this constant battle with the Death Knight, Coles' swordsmanship is improving rapidly. This improvement is very obvious. It can be judged from the fact that Coles is getting easier and easier to deal with the Death Knight. If Coles continues like this, can he break through the level of basic swordsmanship and enter the level of precise swordsmanship? Khan holds this possibility in his mind. While restraining the fighting Death Knight, he always observes Coles' movements. Clang, clang, clang. The swords collided fiercely. After Coles retreated from the collision with the Death Knight in front of him, he rushed forward again with a knife. The height of the Death Knight is almost the same as Coles, so every time they collide, the two can look each other in the eye. The Death Knight's armor is full of darkness. There is no life at all. Coles' blue eyes are full of life, like the shining stars in the sky. The fate of the two has long been determined. The Death Knight had no mind at all, and could only fight the enemy with his swordsmanship. However, Coles was also happy to fight with the Death Knight. Because he relied on his Kendo talent, while observing the opponent's swordsmanship, he was also constantly improving his own swordsmanship. However, reality is not as good as being proud all the time. In the new round of attack, the Death Knight's long sword that was originally going to collide with Coles suddenly changed direction and slashed directly at his lower abdomen. Although the long sword has been tempered by time, the blade has gradually disappeared, but if it is really cut on the body, it will also make people vomit 3 liters of blood. As a last resort, Coles could only use the power of the fruit. Shadow Shield. A dark round shield appeared on his chest, blocking the dangerous attack for him. The Death Knight's attack did not work and naturally revealed a flaw. Coles did not continue to delay. Seizing the opportunity, he cut off the helmet and head of the Death Knight with one knife. Although he was a little disappointed that he could not break through to the level of accurate swordsmanship, there was still a lot of time, so he was not in a hurry. After losing his helmet and head, the whole body of the Death Knight became stiff and then fell to the ground like a powerless corpse. The armor fell off. Through the gaps in the armor, Coles could also clearly see a skeleton that had already turned into white bones. On the other side, Khan had already dealt with a Death Knight, and at this time he was alert to the surroundings to prevent new Death Knights from appearing. After confirming that there would be no danger on the deck for the time being, Coles could not help but look at the Death Knight he had dealt with in front of him. A Death Knight at the level of accurate swordsmanship. His strength is comparable to that of Urin, who has a bounty of 10 million Baileys, but the two sides have different focuses, and the specific points of victory and defeat in the battle are also different. If this Death Knight is summoned, then his strength can definitely be improved rapidly. However, he can only summon 20 Shadow Soldiers now. If he wants to summon new Shadow Soldiers, he must first cancel the summons of a Shadow Soldier. Thinking of this, Coles did not hesitate and directly canceled the summons of the Shadow Soldier Tramp. The Tramp's combat power is not much, and he was summoned just to experiment with his ability. Immediately afterwards, Coles issued a summons command to the remains of the armor ahead. Stand up. There was a moment of silence on the Silent Ghost ship. What happened? Coles was a little confused and spoke again. Stand up. A cold wind blew on the ship, but there was still no movement on the ghost ship. Coles couldn't help frowning and murmuring to himself, "Why can't it succeed? Both the previously summoned pirates Adden and Euron were very easy, so why didn't they respond to this summons?" Khan walked over and asked, "What's wrong? Can't be summoned?" "Yeah." Coles nodded. "Then try my wand," Khan suggested. "Okay, I'll try again." Coles came to the front of the undead knight that Major Khan defeated and issued the summoning command again. "Stand up." However, the remains of this undead knight also showed no reaction at all. Coles fell into great confusion for a moment and was somewhat unable to understand. Why does summoning shadows suddenly fail? Why can't these undead knights with precise sword skills be summoned? Is it because it has been too long? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Cole's mind. He closed his eyes directly and began to feel the undead power of the undead knight in front of him. After confirming the situation of the undead knight, he returned to the undead knight he defeated and closed his eyes again to feel it. After a moment, Coles opened his eyes and understood everything in his heart. Really, the reason why the shadow cannot be successfully summoned is because the defeated undead knight no longer has the power of the undead. The process of summoning shadows is to communicate with the power of the dead and transform them into your own shadow soldiers. But these two knights no longer have the power of the dead, so naturally they cannot be summoned. Only, why did these two armored knights possess the power of the dead just now, but now they have disappeared? This ghost ship, what secret is hidden? Khan suggested to Coles, "Forget it if you can't summon it. After all, the ghost ship is a mysterious and unknown thing. Let's take a rest and prepare to enter the cabin. There should be new dangers inside." Okay. Coles couldn't figure it out, so he temporarily stopped thinking and began to restore the state that was consumed by the battle with the undead knight. What secrets does this ancient ghost ship hide? You'll find out later when you go in. 18. Ghost Ship Mural. Creaky. 3 minutes later, the door of the cabin was pushed open, making a long and harsh sound Google search reading. It was dark inside. I couldn't see the specific things clearly. Sizzle. The sound of burning flames rang out. Khan lit a kerosene lamp he had brought before, and the weak flame illuminated some areas in front. "Follow me closely." Khan took the kerosene lamp and walked into the dark cabin first. Kors followed closely. Had now dispersed all his perception of the power of the dead to prevent those dead knights from appearing again. After entering the cabin, what came into view was a huge corridor. On both sides were standard rooms. There were only some rotten furniture in the room, and it was already empty. The corners were full of spider webs, and it was obvious that it had been a long time since it was opened. As for valuable items, if you don't search carefully, it's hard to find where they were hidden by their former owners. Khan and Coles didn't go to these rooms to find anything. They came to solve the problem of the ghost ship, not to hunt for treasure. The two continued to move forward. Because the sea breeze could freely enter and exit from the broken windows, there were always various slight whirring sounds in the cabin. Combined with the dark environment, the ship was filled with an unknown and strange atmosphere. After passing through the corridor, they immediately walked to the restaurant. And here, they also met the enemy again. 4 dead knights wearing black worn-out armor were standing quietly at the door of the restaurant, like guards. After Khan and Coles appeared, the 4 dead knights attacked directly. "I'll take care of it." Khan had no intention of delaying. After handing the kerosene lamp to Coles, he quickly met the 4 dead knights. Coles stared without blinking. Although Major Khan had shown some sword skills before, he didn't know what Major Khan's true strength was. The 4 dead knights held their swords tightly in their hands and launched precise and fatal attacks together. The figure of Khan charging was approaching. The metallic sound of the long sword being unsheathed was particularly obvious in the silent cabin. "Flame Sparrow." Then Coles saw Major Khan's figure suddenly accelerate, passing the 4 death knights like lightning. And in the darkness, a flame knife light suddenly appeared. Under this powerful flame slash, the armor of the 4 death knights was directly shattered. After easily ending the battle, Khan slowly put the famous sword embers into the black scabbard. Coles was shocked. It was an instant kill. You know, the strength of each death knight is not weak. Even if he summoned shadow soldiers, he could only stalemate with these death knights with the fruit ability. But Major Khan only used 1 knife to kill these 4 death knights. This should be far beyond the level of the major level navy, right? Khan slowly turned his head and his slightly handsome face showed a smile. How about my knife? Coles praised sincerely. So cool. Then Coles came to Con and asked, Major, how did you make that fire slash? Can you teach me? As for this fire slash, Coles really wanted to learn it. There was no other reason, just because the swordsman who knew the fire slash move was very handsome. In response to Coles's question, Con explained in an orderly manner. The main factor of the fire slash I just performed was the embers of this famous sword. This long sword was made of rare and special materials. Of course, there are ways for swordsmen to cut out fire, but your current swordsmanship is still at the level of basic swordsmanship. If you want to learn fire slash, you must at least reach the level of cutting iron first. Hearing this, Coles was a little disappointed. In this world, except for some abilities, fire cannot appear out of thin air, just like the devil wind leg of Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, which is said to ignite the heat by generating high temperature through high-speed rotation. As for cutting iron, this is a huge dividing line for swordsmen. For those who have entered this realm, swordsmanship can already cut through hard steel. Coles is still far from being able to cut iron. He cannot learn the flame slash for the time being. However, he suddenly noticed the key point in Con's words. Major, so you have already entered the realm of cutting iron? Con did not mean to hide it. Well, I entered the realm of cutting iron a few years ago. Not long after, Con and Coles came to the end of this deck. During this period, they passed the meeting area and activity area of the ship and encountered 6 new Death Knights, but they were all easily dealt with by Con. There was no useful information left on this deck, let alone solving the secret of the ghost ship. Now they have 2 choices. First, explore upwards. Second, explore downwards. Generally speaking, the lower deck of the hull is used to store food and place idle items. Let's go up. Con talked about his experience as a naval lieutenant. However, Coles expressed a different opinion. Major, I feel that there is a very powerful undead force up there. Let's explore the lower deck first. He wasn't lying, because after entering the cabin, he had clearly sensed the powerful undead power above his head. Compared with it, the Death Knight is not on the same level at all. It is obvious that the upper deck contains very powerful dangers. After listening to Cole's words, Con nodded after thinking. Okay, let's go to the lower deck first and see if we can find the reason for the ghost ship from below. Con held a kerosene lamp and led Coles down the stairs to the lower deck step by step. After arriving at the lower deck, an extremely long passage appeared in front of them. The passage is silent and deep. It seems like there is a huge secret hidden. Con held a kerosene lamp and moved forward step by step, with a faint light illuminating the road ahead. Major, there are paintings on this wall. With his extraordinary eyesight, Coles discovered the differences in the surrounding passages. After hearing this, Con also carried a kerosene lamp to the wall of the passage. Under the light of the flames, the murals carved on the wall could indeed be seen. It was carved purely by hand on the wooden wall. Even though it had been a long time, the picture above could still be seen clearly. Bumba. Con used a fire stick to light some oil lamps on the wall. In the originally dark passage, it becomes brighter instantly. As the light illuminated the entire passage, they could also see clearly all the murals carved on both sides. However, Coles was not very good at interpreting such murals, and he could only read some of the patterns. For example, the first carving is of a starry sky and moon. The 4th carving is of an armored man holding a sword, and the 9th carving is an altar pattern. Fortunately, Major Con was involved in this kind of knowledge. After observing carefully for a while, he understood the general meaning of these murals. Coles asked curiously, Major, what are these murals about? Con digested the information he just learned, and finally thought about the words, the history of the ship, or the history of a country. Coles was a little confused. Why should a country's history be carved on a ghost ship? Con combined the information he interpreted from the murals with some information he knew. More than 100 years ago, there was an island called Moon Island in the Great Channel. That island was famous for producing rare silver mines, and the country on the island, Silver Moon Country, became rich because of it. But this also led to this country being targeted by a group of pirates and robbers. Because of its weak defense, this small country with only tens of thousands of people was destroyed by pirates in that confrontation and completely disappeared from history. Among them, the most well-known is a story about a famous sword. Cole said in surprise, famous sword? Con looked at the 9th Deputy's mural with a sigh on his face. To be more precise, it's a demon sword. 19. Demon sword red moon. Demon sword. This is a synonym for an evil sword. A weapon that can be called a demon sword naturally has a terrifying story behind it. From Major Khan's narration, Coles learned about the demon sword incident related to this mural. More than 100 years ago, the Silver Moon Kingdom was attacked by thousands of pirates. Because the pirates were so powerful, the knights defending the country could not resist and fell into a precarious state. Although the king sent a request for help to the world government in time, the pirates had already attacked the city gate, and distant water could not save the nearby fire. In the critical moment, the king had to pin his hopes on the demon sword Red Moon that had been sealed for generations in the country. Although this sword can bring powerful power to people, it is very strange. It is said that using it will bring endless disasters to the user. But facing the danger of the country's destruction, the king can only choose to let someone pull out the sealed sword. The Grand Knight Lonlos is the strongest knight in the country and is also the candidate selected to pull out the famous sword. After pulling out the famous sword, the Grand Knight Lonlos also completely defeated the thousands of pirates who attacked with a powerful strength brought by the demon sword. Coles waited for Major Khan's words, because the story must not be over yet. If it ended like this, then this famous sword that has been sealed for generations would not be enough to be called a demon sword. Khan came to the 9th mural and continued to tell the story. Although Grand Knight Commander Lonros defeated the pirate group, his murderous intent did not dissipate afterwards, because the demon sword Hongyue had already controlled him. In addition, the remaining knights in the battle were also controlled by the demon sword. After returning to the castle, they started killing everyone in the castle. In the end, no one survived in the castle and blood flowed like a river. This is the story of the demon sword Hongyue. Coles quickly digested this information and then raised a question. Major, do you think that the dead knights we just met are the knights who were controlled by the demon sword? Khan combined the various situations of the ghost ship and answered, I think so. Coles also felt that this possibility was very high, but there was still a doubt. Why are there these murals here? As knights who wanted to protect their country but ended up ending the country, these things should be the things they are most reluctant to face. Why do they have to carve them with murals? Is it because of repentance? Also, how did this ship become a ghost ship just because of the demon's sword? Although the identities of the Death Knights have been almost solved, the secrets on this ghost ship are increasing. After explaining the story of the demon sword, Khan and Coles continue to search on the lower deck. However, apart from the historical murals, nothing else was found. On the patrol ship, Lieutenant Maud looked at the ghost ship not far away, feeling anxious. It has been more than half an hour since Major Khan and Coles entered the ghost ship, but there is still no movement on the ghost ship. Could it be that the Major and his men are in danger? Other Navy recruits also have this worry in their hearts, and their faces are full of sorrow. A Navy said with some concern, What should we do if Major Khan and his men have an accident on the ghost ship? Maud immediately said angrily, Major Khan took Coles to explore the ghost ship for our safety. Are you still worried about yourself now? The Navy who spoke up immediately looked remorseful. Maud turned to look at the others and said, I want to take a small boat to the ghost ship to help the Major, because Major Khan once saved my life. Even if I can only do a little, I want to go. If you want to go with me, you can follow me. If you are afraid and don't want to go, you can stay here. A bearded Marine immediately responded, I'll go if it weren't for Major Khan blocking the pirate's knife for me. I would have lost my arms and legs. It's just a ghost ship. I'm not afraid of it. Then more Marines spoke up. Well said, it's just a ghost ship. Major Khan has always taught us not to be afraid of difficulties. I'll go too. Even if I die, I'll be a hero. As a subordinate, how can I let Major Khan face this danger alone? I'll go with him. Resonance is a very powerful force. With more and more navies responding, the navies on the patrol ship became excited and completely got rid of their fear of ghost ships. Okay, since everyone has decided to go together, let's drive the patrol ship directly over, land on the ghost ship, and help Major Khan. Maud looked around at the excited navy and then raised his long sword. Head to the ghost ship, and on the third deck of the ghost ship. Khan still knew nothing about it. After dealing with the dead knights on this floor, he and Coles began to search for information left here. There are many rooms on the third deck, and this also means that on this ghost ship, in addition to the knights controlled by the demon sword, there should have been many people living here before. It's a pity that there is no information related to the demon sword on the third floor except for some scattered objects. The last one that has not been explored. That's only the fourth deck. And there is where Coles felt the powerful power of the dead, and similarly, all the secrets of this ghost ship are hidden there. Now we can only go to the upper deck to take a look. Are you ready for the battle? Khan asked Coles. Ready. Coles's condition had already recovered completely. Then let's go. Khan took the lead and walked up the stairs. Ta-da! In this silent ghost ship, the sound of boots stepping on the wooden stairs was particularly obvious. Perhaps because of the influence of this sound, Coles became a little nervous, and his heartbeat was a little rapid. Finally, the stairs reached the end. In front of the two was an ancient wooden door. Although he did not enter it, Coles could feel that there was a strong danger behind the door. In addition, it seemed that there was a magic inside, which kept attracting him and made him want to reveal everything eagerly. But it was this attraction that made Coles feel a little weird. This ghost ship seemed to be a little wrong. Coles wanted to dissuade Major Khan, but his decision was too slow. Khan had already reached out and pushed open the wooden door. Creak. The heavy wooden door was pushed open, and everything sleeping inside came into the eyes of the two. There was no other structure on the fourth deck, just a very empty space. Because there were some tatters on the top of the cabin, sparse starlight shone in from the gap, allowing people to clearly see what was ahead. In the deepest part was a pile of dazzling treasures. This treasure was 10 times more than the treasure left by Coles' ancestor, Count Charles. Even Coles, who was not interested in money, was excited. However, in addition to the huge amount of treasure, there was also a knight wearing silver armor and a tattered cloak on his back. Completely different from those dead knights, the dead power of this silver-armored knight was terrifying. Combining his previous guesses with the story told by Major Khan, Coles had guessed the identity of the silver-armored knight in front of him. The Grand Knight of the Silver Moon Kingdom 100 years ago. Lon Los. As for the blood-red long sword in the hand of the silver-armored knight, there was no doubt. That is the legendary demon sword Red Moon. 20. Showdown between swordsmen. Ghost ship. The fourth deck. As Khan pushed open the wooden door, the knight in shining armor standing in front of the treasure made a slight movement. Behind its visor armor, in the darkness that was originally full of undead power, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened. Kill. Then he made a low and hoarse sound, and the demon sword in his hand, Red Moon, emitted a faint red light in the darkness, which looked particularly weird. Cole's pupils suddenly dilated. Not dead? How can it be? At least 100 years have passed since this great knight traveled a long distance. He's not a race with a long lifespan like the giants, so how can he still be alive? Call, step aside, this battle is too early for you. Khan's expression instantly became solemn. He could feel the strong killing intent and sword intent of the shining armored knight, as if he were a huge beast. That is definitely a swordsman level. In a battle of this level, he couldn't even protect Cole's safety. It's the Major. Coles was very aware of his own strength and quickly stepped aside without any intention of being a hero. At this time, the knight in shining armor had already stood up from the chair where he was sitting. Next moment, its figure was like a ghost. It suddenly charged at Khan and Coles, who appeared. Khan's expression condensed. Collide directly with it. Pong. The famous sword Ember and the demon sword Hongwei collided suddenly, and sparks flew everywhere. Lon Los. Khan looked directly at the knight in shining armor and asked his question. However, the knight in shining armor with blood-red eyes did not respond and continued to growl. Kill. Kill. Khan understood instantly. Today, Lonros is no longer the great knight captain who once guarded the Silver Moon Kingdom, but has become a puppet controlled by the demon sword. Only kills. This is the thought. Khan did not hold back his hands, and the strength in his hands increased, and he continued to display superb swordsmanship. As the strongest knight commander in the Silver Moon Kingdom, Lamlos' swordsmanship was also not weak. Both sides used their own sword skills, and the violent clash of swords echoed endlessly. This is a showdown between swordsmen. Similarly, this is also a competition between famous swords and demon swords. Under the swing of the silver-armored knight Lon Los, the demon sword Hongwei slashed directly at Khan. However, Khan had sharp reflexes and turned his head to avoid the knife. At the same time, the ember in his hand also directly struck Lon Los in the chest. Stab. Sparks are everywhere. But this only left a mark on the armor of Lon Los and did not break it. Facing the extremely sharp embers, there were only some traces left on the armor, which showed that the silver armor on Lonlos was very strong, far beyond what ordinary steel armor could compare to. And Lonlos' next attack has already been launched, holding the demon knife in both hands. Strike hard at Khan. Khan immediately retreated. Boom. The powerful sword energy exerted by Lonlos directly split a huge crack in the deck. It even took too long, causing a strong burst of dust to spread outward. After avoiding the aftermath of the attack, Khan quickly adjusted his breathing and then rushed towards Lonlos again, sparks flashing on the blade of the famous sword ember. Flamebird Slash. A flame slash was struck out of thin air by him. As a swordsman, Khan can already perform flying slashes skillfully. Facing the flame slash flying in midair, Lonros raised the demon's sword in his hand and also sent out a flying slash. However, the slashing power he exerted was red. Boom. The two slashes collided, causing a violent explosion in the cabin. Before the aftermath dissipated, Khan and Lonlos collided with each other again with sword skills. Coles was extremely surprised. He had previously heard Major Khan say that he had learned Zantetsu 2 years ago, and thought that Major Khan's current swordsmanship strength was still Zantetsu. Unexpectedly, Major Khan's strength has reached the level of a swordsman, and he can't get involved in this kind of swordsman-level battle now, because just the silver armor on Lonlos could not break through the defense, let alone causing harm to it. If he rushes into the battle, it will distract Major Khan and become a burden and drag. His best choice now is to wait for the outcome of this duel between swordsmen. As he observed the battle between swordsmen in front of him, Cole's swordsmanship talent also began to come into play, and he started to observe and learn directly. In the field, Khan and Lonros fought fiercely. Outside the court, Coles quietly watched the two men's swordsmanship, constantly enriching his knowledge of swordsmanship. Fortunately, the space on the 4th floor was large enough, otherwise those sword energy attacks would have accidentally injured him. Although Lonlos is also a master of swordsmanship at the level of a swordsman, he doesn't have much sanity at all under the control of the demon's sword. Khan took advantage of this to constantly find its weaknesses and suppress them. Now he has the upper hand in the situation. Although Major Khan now has the upper hand, Coles is always a little uneasy, because in this battle, the performance of the demon's sword Red Moon is very ordinary, which is a bit too abnormal. If the demon's sword is just like this, it should not be enough to leave such a terrifying legend. At this moment, Cole suddenly found that the light in the field gradually became brighter. He looked up involuntarily. Through the holes on the top of the cabin, he could see the stars in the dark night. And the full moon, which was originally covered by a layer of dark clouds, gradually revealed its traces. The light that made the field brighter was the light emitted after the moon appeared. The wind blew in from the windows of the deck, making people feel a sense of coldness. Cole suddenly had a terrible guess in his heart. As if to confirm his guess, after the moonlight became brighter and brighter, the demon's sword in the hand of Lonlos began to change, and the red light on its blade gradually became brighter, even dazzling. Then a burst of red breath broke out, directly covering the whole body of the silver-armored knight, and the red eyes of Lonlos instantly became violet. Is this the weirdness of the demon's sword? Khan's expression suddenly became solemn. After the demon's sword Red Moon burst out this red weird power, he could feel that the strength of Lonlos had greatly improved. Swish. Suddenly, Khan's pupils suddenly shrank, because the figure of Lonlos had appeared in front of him. The demon's sword Red Moon slashed from the front. Khan used the blade to block it dangerously, but the sword energy and huge power transmitted from the demon's sword directly knocked him away. Bang! Khan's figure crashed into the wall of the cabin. Major! Coles exclaimed. It's okay. Khan reached out and wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, answering with a little bit of bravado. After the demon's sword's weird power was enhanced, the overall strength of Lonlos has been greatly improved. He can hardly defeat it from now on, and there is even a huge danger. But no matter what, I still have to try my best. Khan clenched the embers in his hand and fought again with Lonros, controlled by the demon's sword. 21. Heart and Spirit. Clang, clang, clang. In the superstructure of the ghost ship, two famous swords kept colliding. Just by listening to the rapid collision sound, you can feel how fierce the battle is. Some sword energy slashes scattered from time to time, making the entire superstructure dangerous. Coles watched Major Khan being suppressed again and again, and his heart was anxious. At this moment, a shout came from outside. Major Khan, Major Khan, where are you? Coles turned his head and looked through the broken cabin. He saw that the Navy who was originally on the patrol ship had stepped onto the bow deck of the ghost ship. Why did the other Navy come? And Khan also keenly heard the voice outside, but there was no joy on his face, but anxiety. Coles, take those Navy away, quickly, quickly. Although it was unclear why Major Khan looked so anxious, Coles instinctively chose to believe the Major. Bang. A shadow jumped down from the window of the superstructure, making the Navy very nervous. However, after finding out that it was Coles, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Coles, where is Major Khan? Yes, why are you alone? Facing the inquiries of the crowd, Coles did not answer because he was afraid of delaying time. Major Khan ordered everyone to evacuate quickly. Hearing this, a group of Navy were puzzled. Why evacuate? Is Major Khan in danger? Yes, why does the Major want us to evacuate? Looking at the people who refused to give up until they got an answer, Coles could only give a simple explanation. Major Khan is fighting a powerful enemy, and we can't intervene at all. The Major ordered us to retreat immediately. After listening to Cole's explanation, Maud shook his head and said, every time we encounter danger, Major Khan stands in front of us and faces it alone, and we accept it with peace of mind. But this time, we will not evacuate, we will advance and retreat with the Major. That's right, we will not evacuate. We want to help the Major. The Navy suddenly burst into a passionate and excited speech. Seeing this scene, Coles frowned. He really didn't expect these Navy to show such a firm determination at this time. But the strength gap of the sword master level cannot be made up by numbers. But before Coles could explain the enemy's strength, an accident happened suddenly. Boom. A red sword energy slashed out from the superstructure, and nearly half of the buildings above were easily cut open by the sword energy. Then, the part of the building that lost its supporting force slowly detached from the ghost ship. Finally, in the stunned eyes of the Navy, the slashed building fell directly into the sea, causing a wave. The huge waves caused the ghost ship to shake violently, and some Navy recruits even fell on the deck because they could not stand steadily. This scene shocked them. What kind of power could cause such a huge power? After a few breaths, a white figure was knocked out and fell on the bow deck. Major Khan, Major, how are you? After seeing this figure, the sailors showed their worries. Why haven't you asked people to retreat yet? Seeing that the rest of the sailors were still here, Khan couldn't help but question Coles on the side. Major Khan, we don't want to leave. We want to fight with the Major. Maud and other sailors began to explain. You. Khan suddenly felt a sense of disappointment. Da-da-da. A crisp sound of armored footsteps sounded, and Khan's expression turned extremely solemn. It's too late. Everyone couldn't help but look up and saw a knight wearing silver armor and holding a red sword appearing beside the building above. The powerful aura emanating from him was terrifying. And on the demon sword Red Moon, a layer of red light quickly enveloped the surroundings. In the night, the full moon seemed to turn blood red, immersing the entire ghost ship in a weird abnormality. Under the illumination of this red light, a naval recruit suddenly felt that there were various voices in his mind, and then his eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of red light, and he fell out of control and began to attack the surrounding Navy. Bang. Why attack your own people? Maud quickly subdued the out-of-control soldier. However, under the influence of the red light and unknown factors, other Navy also lost their minds and began to attack without distinguishing between friend and foe. Stop, stop. Even though Maud gave a voice to stop, these Navy seemed to have heard nothing. Major, what is going on? Maud couldn't help but look at Khan. Khan sighed, feeling extremely helpless. Just now in a battle, he had vaguely discovered that the demon sword was constantly exerting mental influence. Under the mental influence of this demon sword, people whose mental power is not strong enough cannot resist it at all, and will eventually be controlled by the demon sword like the knight in the story, becoming a puppet who only knows how to kill. Therefore, after learning that other Navy suddenly came, he looked anxious and immediately ordered Coles to take people away. But unexpectedly, these Navy not only did not evacuate, but insisted on staying here. This is a battle between the heart and the spirit. Only those who have firm beliefs in their hearts will not be controlled by the power of the demon sword. But no one in the Navy has reached this level. It's really a big trouble. Above, Lonros rushed over again. As a last resort, Khan could only fight with it while knocking out the out-of-control Navy. In this way, he was completely at a disadvantage, and even when he was not paying attention, he would be wounded by the demon sword. The situation was very bad. And at this time, Coles, he was also affected by the demon sword. His mind was full of various chaotic voices, as if someone had stabbed his head with a knife, which made him have a splitting headache. You are too weak. You can't help at all in this kind of battle. Give up. Don't struggle and resist. No matter how hard you try, it will be useless. No matter how strong you become, there will always be someone stronger than you in the world. You are just a weakling after all. These voices were sometimes weak and sometimes sharp, constantly attacking his mind, as if they wanted to swallow up his reason and make him crazy. Damn it. Something is wrong. Cole suddenly remembered the story of the demon sword told by Major Khan before, and immediately knew that this was the influence of the demon sword Red Moon. Must stick to the heart. Can't be controlled by the demon sword. Faced with these chaotic words in his mind, Coles began to strengthen his belief. It is precisely because I know I am weak that I will work hard to become stronger. Every day, every training, every drop of sweat, I am working hard to improve myself step by step, and my strengthening is traceable. Becoming stronger is my original intention, because only by becoming stronger can I protect what I want to protect. I will not give up when I encounter difficulties. I will not stop when I encounter obstacles, and I will not retreat when I encounter danger. This is my determination to become stronger. So, all of you noisy noises, get out of here. The next moment, the chaotic voices in Cole's mind were instantly cleared. Not only did he strengthen his heart, but his mental strength was also improved by a level. After regaining consciousness, Coles quickly looked at the scene. Except for him, most of the Navy had already lost control, and only a part of the Navy with a firm mind was still struggling with a distorted face. And Major Khan was almost unable to hold on, because he had to fight Lonros while knocking out the Navy, who were out of control and killing each other. Cole shouted, "Major, leave the out-of-control Navy to me, and you focus on dealing with Lonros." Khan thought he was in a desperate situation, but unexpectedly Coles woke up. "Knock them out without getting hurt. Are you sure you can do it alone?" Coles looked at the out-of-control Navy around him, who were about to attack him, and smiled indifferently. "Major Khan, you must have remembered it wrongly. I am more than one person. Stand up. My shadow soldiers." 22. Lanlos. As Cole's words fell, the deck began to change, and shadow soldiers walked out of the shadows out of thin air. The most conspicuous one was in who was more than 4 meters tall. In contrast, the smallest one is an orange cat, the size of a watermelon. For this first summoned shadow creature, Coles held a sense of commemoration and did not replace it with a new shadow soldier. In just a short moment, Coles summoned nearly 18 shadow soldiers. However, this is still far inferior to the number of out-of-control naval forces on the ghost ship. It's time to fight. Coles loosened his muscles slightly and began to order, "Knock them all out." Shadow soldiers received orders. "Start execution immediately." Yuna's fist as big as a watermelon hit a naval soldier on the head with red eyes. Boom. The naval soldier who was hit had a big bump on his head and immediately lost consciousness. The shadow soldier Dylan looked at his fist in confusion and seemed to think that the force was too heavy and then began to reduce the force. A dozen other shadow soldiers were already fighting against the out-of-control Navy. Suddenly, the bow deck of the ghost ship was filled with the sound of fierce clashes of swords. Among them, the largest Yilon is the primary target of the out-of-control Navy. Swords, bullets, and various weapons attacked them, but they had no effect on him. Because as a shadow soldier, it will not feel pain, let alone die. Although the number of out-of-control Marines was large, due to the special characteristics of the shadow soldiers, the Marines were knocked unconscious one after another. Coles was also not idle. He also joined in this attack on his own people. Whenever he saw the out-of-control Navy controlled by the demon sword, he would directly knock him out with one hand of the sword. The sounds of the Navy falling to the ground were heard one after another. Not long after, the out-of-control Navy soldiers on the ghost ship were temporarily subdued, leaving only a few uncontrolled Navy soldiers struggling on the bow deck. Dasky was one of them, but she could no longer hold on, with a look of pain on her face. "I want to take back all the famous swords in the world that have been taken away by bad guys." Coles knocked him out directly and neatly to avoid taking action later. After dealing with the out-of-control Navy, he also turned his attention to the battlefield ahead. Unrestrained, Major Khan began an all-out attack on Lonlos. The overflowing sword energy from both sides sank into the sea, causing waves. Coles immediately asked the Shadow soldiers to transport these feigning Marines to the patrol ship. Otherwise, if a sword energy comes over, these Marines will be disabled or even die. In this regard, the Shadow soldiers did not complain at all, and all performed their tasks without saying a word. In the center of the battle, under the strange power of the demon sword, Lonlos was obviously stronger than Major Khan, and the sword was pointed directly at the vital point. Major Khan was stabbed by Lonlos with a demon knife many times before, because he wanted to prevent the out-of-control Navy from killing each other. Now the white Navy uniform on his body has been dyed red, and his overall condition is extremely poor. Failure is only a matter of time. Coles kept looking at himself, looking for the help he could provide. Suddenly his eyes noticed the clear moonlight on the deck. Demon sword, moonlight? An idea flashed in Coles' mind, and he immediately turned his attention to the demon sword. This time, the demon sword was blood red and its power was extremely frightening. But when there was no moonlight before, this demon sword was ordinary and did not emit any strange power. If it can block the moonlight, can it block the strange power of the demon sword Red Moon? Coles felt faintly excited. However, there were no clouds in the sky at this time, so if you wanted to cover up the moonlight, you had to find a way on your own. Coles stretched out his right hand, looked at the shadow power in his palm, and fell into deep thought. Give it a try. Maybe it can work. Immediately, he stretched his right hand towards the sky and unleashed all his shadow power. In midair, the shadow power began to form a black curtain, which slowly expanded, eventually enveloping the entire ghost ship. At the moment of completion, the moonlight and starlight on the ghost ship disappeared at the same time. The light above the deck is extremely dark. Without the moonlight, the demon sword Red Moon in Lonlos' hand gradually lost its light, and the strange burst of power disappeared. Just like the first time I saw it. Well done, Coles. Khan couldn't help but feel happy. Taking this opportunity, he suddenly rushed towards Lonlos, holding the knife in both hands, and used his strongest move. Above the embers of the famous sword, a hot blue flame ignited. A lightning-like slash was struck out of thin air. Jingja. This slash was more than 10 meters long, and it was extremely fast, like thunder in an instant. Lonlos cannot escape at all. Boom. The blue slashing force fell on Lonlos without any surprise, and a huge crack was cut directly on the chest of his silver armor. Coles immediately became alert, wondering whether the Major's move was effective. On the dark deck, Lonlos looked down at the knife wound on his body, and then a hot blue flame burned directly on the silver armor. He staggered. The demon sword in his hand fell down powerlessly, and half of the blade easily sank into the wooden deck. Defeated, after losing the control of the demon sword, Lonros uttered a vicissitudes of life except for the word kill, and finally fell on the deck without any movement. After confirming that the slash had solved the opponent, Khan also fell to the ground with a plop. Because his injuries were too severe, if he had not relied on his tenacious consciousness to support him, he would have fallen into a coma. Coles quickly rushed to Major Khan's side, opened the medical box that the shadow soldiers got on a patrol ship, and began to stop bleeding and give first aid to the Major. This course was taught in the first month of the Naval Common Sense class. Coles studied it seriously, and now it just came in handy. And what he saw was more than 20 extremely serious knife wounds. It was hard to imagine how Major Khan persisted with these injuries. More than 10 minutes later, Major Khan's injury was temporarily stabilized, and there would be no danger for a while. Coles's originally tense heart slowly let go. Then he began to look around. Now that Lonlos, controlled by the demon sword, was defeated, there was no danger on the ghost ship. The whole ship was silent. There was only the sound of the armor wreckage burning in the blue flame. Wait. Coles turned his head suddenly. He looked at the armor wreckage of Lonlos with surprise in his eyes, because he actually sensed some undead power in Lonlos. And this means that he can summon the dead Lonlos. You know, Lonlos is a strong man at the level of a swordsman, and his combat power is rarely matched in the East China Sea today, if he can summon him. Coles was extremely excited and slowly came to the front of the armor that was still burning with blue flames and issued a command to summon the shadow. Stand up. A shadow surged on the armor wreckage, but before it formed into a shadow soldier, it returned to calm. Coles was unwilling to give up and said again, Lon Los, stand up. The shadows gathered again, but still failed to successfully form a shadow soldier. Coles couldn't help but fall into deep thought. There was still the power of the dead. Why couldn't it be summoned successfully? Would the difficulty of summoning high-level shadow soldiers also increase? Or is it just too long? Coles looked at the armor wreckage of the Great Knight in front of him, and then looked at the demon sword Hong Yuan next to him, which had already dimmed. Finally, he tried to summon again. What's the use of being silent in the eternal darkness of pain? Why don't you stand up and protect me? Stand up. After the words fell, the shadows on the armor wreckage continued to surge, and the movement was very loud, and finally formed a knight wearing armor and a cloak. And this knight was Lon Los. Lon Ros took a step forward slowly, then knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully. Follow the call of the king. Grand Knight Commander Lon Ros pays homage. PS1. Due to some things recently, I don't have much time to write, so I will temporarily change to a single update. Please forgive me, sorry. PS2. The title of the previous chapter has been changed to Heart and Spirit. The protagonist is improved step by step, and the progress is only in the heart and spirit. The Heart of the Strong has not come out so soon, otherwise it will seem a bit abrupt. 23. Surrounded by CP agents. The originally peaceful morning was broken. The roar of the dragon continues to echo in number 62 GR for a long time. In the lobby of the White Villa, Wilcia, who was eating, raised her little face, confused. Brother, is there anyone outside? Coles stopped eating, stood up from his seat, and walked outside the villa. It's okay, just keep eating. Okay. Wilcia didn't pay too much attention and continued to fill her stomach with food. Coles took the demon's sword with him and walked silently outside the villa. The reason why Shadow Dragon keeps roaring and roaring is because there are powerful enemies outside. Outside the White Villa, more than 200 government agents have surrounded the place. As for the leaders of these agents, that was a CP0 agent shrouded in a white robe and wearing a mask on his face, Weiss. Coles was no stranger to Weiss, the CP0 agent. I met him last time on the night he killed Carl Ross. And Weiss has been in the Chambord Islands recently, secretly looking for the murderer. Was this discovered by Wes? Facing the scene where his villa was surrounded by government CP forces, Coles quickly analyzed and guessed the situation in his mind. Could it be that his killing of Carl Ross was exposed and Weiss discovered that Pluto Rayleigh was not the real murderer? If it is really exposed, then he will undoubtedly fall into an extremely bad situation. His father and sister are still here. If he wants to break out of the opponent's encirclement, the battle will be fierce. Certainly. Without knowing the real reason, he would not be stupid enough to expose anything on his own initiative. After Coles came out, the originally roaring Shadow Dragon stopped roaring and was quietly waiting for the next command. The scene fell silent for a moment. Coles glanced at the agents around him, then turned to Weiss and asked coldly, "Sent people to surround my residence. What does your CP organization mean by this?" Weiss replied sternly, "Cheryl Coles, you have been exposed. Let's arrest you without mercy." Have you really been exposed? With this thought echoing in his mind, Coles quickly calculated the CP combat power at the scene. The strength of CP0 agents is definitely not weak, but he doesn't know exactly what it is. However, it can never be a general level. As long as Weiss doesn't have general level combat power, he can basically fight with the Shadow Soldier's immortality. After all, he now has 7A level Shadow Soldiers and 500 Shadow Soldiers. This strength is not inferior to that of many people. If the revelation of killing Carl Ross had been postponed for a few months, he would have a greater chance of escaping by the time he had gained control of the Overlord Hockey. Pity. I do not know what you're talking about. Cole's expression remained unchanged, but the shadow power was already accumulating, and he was ready to fight at any time. Weiss looked at Coles, who was pretending to be calm in the distance, and sneered, "No need to pretend anymore. I have already seen through your identity." The atmosphere was extremely tense at this moment. It seemed as if it was going to explode at any moment and give the world a shocking blow. Coles was on alert. If the incident of killing the celestial dragon was really exposed, did the world government send a general to encircle and suppress him? If there is a general here, The risk factor today is extremely high. Thinking of escaping from the Chambord Islands, he might even try to use Pluto Rayleigh to resist the general. While Coles was thinking about the next bad situations, he also heard the next words spoken by CP0 Agent Weiss. You, Charlotte Coles, are the undercover agent sent by the Revolutionary Army to lurk in the Navy. Coles was stunned in his mind. His original intention to attack stopped, and the shadow power that appeared around him quickly disappeared. He originally thought that Weiss would say that he was the real murderer of the Tianlong people, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually say that he was an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. What a false alarm. From the words spoken by the CP0 agent, Coles captured a large amount of information. The world government obviously doesn't know that he killed the celestial dragons, and in this way, it doesn't have to go to the worst situation. Shock appeared on Coles' face, not because he couldn't control this expression, but because he needed to show it at this time. Weiss was surprised when he saw Coles' expression. It shouldn't be. The identity of this Revolutionary Army undercover was revealed on the spot. Why did he look like this? Shouldn't it be that he showed fear and timidity? Weiss analyzed quickly. He found a reasonable guess for himself. Charlotte Cole wanted to continue pretending, and the other party did not think that he had been exposed. This was just useless work. Based on the clues he had already determined that Charlotte Coles was an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. In the White Villa, Ronald, who was originally worried about wearing that coat today, was attracted by the movement outside and was a little confused as to what was going on. What Revolutionary Army undercover? Is there such a thing? At this time, two senior agents wearing sunglasses sneaked into the villa quietly. They each separated. One is planning to go to the second floor to control Cole's father, Charlotte Ronald, and the other is planning to go to the first floor to capture Cole's sister, Charlotte Versia. Their mission this time was to capture the relatives of Charlotte Cole in order to blackmail the rear admiral and make him surrender. After successfully sneaking into the villa, the two senior agents felt a little excited. If the task can be completed successfully, then they undoubtedly made extremely huge contributions to this task. Promotion and salary increase are just around the corner. Arriving at the door of Ronald's room, the actions of the senior agent who were about to take action suddenly stopped. Because a flintlock gun was already pressed against the senior agent's forehead, and a cold word came into his ear. If you don't want to see your brain, then just stay still. The person who put a flintlock gun to the agent's head was none other than Alger, who is known as the trick gun. Nervous face. And on the stairs leading to the first floor, another agent who wanted to capture Cole's sister also remained motionless, because Lonlos has already used the shadow sword across the opponent's neck. As long as this agent makes any changes, that will be the end of the corpse being separated. Outside, Coles learned about the situation in the villa through the information transmitted by the shadow soldiers. His eyes turned cold and the demon's sword was unsheathed. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation today. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The fierce sword intent erupted, making the surrounding agents tremble. Weiss frowned. He also guessed the situation in the villa at this time. It was obvious that the operation to arrest Cole's family had failed. However, he didn't care too much. Now Coles has been surrounded by everyone, and the opponent has no wings to fly. A large number of footsteps sounded. They were naval soldiers who came from the naval station in Shampoo Islands. GR number 66 is not far from GR number 62. Major General Cole's villa was surrounded by a large number of agents, and the news was quickly discovered by the naval soldiers of the Shampoo Islands. Under the leadership of Commodore Matthew, thousands of naval soldiers gathered. After arriving, Matthew looked at the tense atmosphere at the scene and wondered, "Major General Coles, what is going on?" Coles stared at Wes. "It's okay. It's just that the CP0 officer wants to frame me." Next moment, the Navy soldiers on the scene pointed their weapons at the surrounding agents. As a Navy, they naturally side with the highest naval officer. Naturally, Weiss would not let Coles increase his strength. Although these ordinary naval soldiers could not influence the situation of the battle at all, it was also a good thing to use them as cannon fodder. Cheryl Coles is suspected to be an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. I'm an agent of CP0 and am arresting him. Your Navy has been requisitioned now and cooperate with us in attacking him. Revolutionary Army undercover? The Navy present suddenly looked at each other. Major General Coles is an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. This is unbelievable. For a moment, the Navy soldiers didn't know which side they should be on. Coles looked at Weiss coldly. Do you have any conclusive evidence to accuse me of being an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army? Weiss gave the answer. Before this, I have submitted my suspicions and reports to you, and the Navy headquarters has already accepted them, so there is no need to resist. It was at this time. A group of Navy soldiers came over in the distance. They were the Navy from the headquarters. The leading vice admiral is a tall man with a Navy justice coat with honorary epaulets on his back and a brown doghead hat on his head. Cole's expression also moved slightly. This outfit was very familiar to him. Exactly, the legendary sailor. Monkey D. Cap. 24. Knight's Loyalty. The previous chapters have been modified. Coles's current 20 Shadow Soldiers are Lonros, 12 Shadow Knights, formerly Death Knights, Ylan Atten, Orange Cat, and 4 ordinary Shadow Soldiers. Google search reading. King. Why do you call me King? After hearing Lonros speak, Coles was only slightly surprised, because he had guessed that high-level Shadow Soldiers should have this peculiarity, but the title of King made him puzzled. Lonros knelt on one knee and replied respectfully, reporting to the king, this is a hint from instinct. Instinct? Coles fell into thinking. The Shadow Soldiers he summoned were absolutely loyal to him. If it was an instinctive reaction, then the title of king was indeed in line with the situation. It's just that in this pirate world, he's indeed a little sensitive to the word king. I know you get up. After thinking it through, Coles accepted this title. Yes. Lonlos stood up. You should still have your previous memories, right? Coles asked. Lonlos nodded and said, Yes, King, I remember my memories of my life very clearly. Thank you for summoning me so that my men and I can regain consciousness. After confirming that the high-level Shadow Soldiers had memories, Coles asked another question. Lonlos, why did this ship become a ghost ship? Lonlos recalled the memories in his mind and began to tell the story in a voice full of vicissitudes. I used to be Lonlos, the Grand Knight Commander of Silver Moon Country, and also a sinner of the entire Silver Moon Country. Because my willpower was not strong enough, I failed to resist the temptation of the demon sword and finally slaughtered the entire royal city under the control of murderous intent. After the incident in the royal city, I and other knights woke up from the confusion. After learning that we destroyed the country, we were so angry that we even wanted to commit suicide on the spot. But we still have an unfinished mission. On the night of the pirate attack, the king asked the prince and some of the people to flee. We need to find them and ask for forgiveness and atonement. After a difficult 6 months, we finally found the surviving people of Silver Moon Country. They built a huge ship, which is the current one. The high priest led us on board and showed us the murals carved in the deck of the ship. They were carved to let the people know the history at all times. Kors quickly digested this information, and the previous doubts were also solved. The surviving people of Silver Moon Country have the same view on us. They think we are guilty and cannot accept us, the sinners who destroyed the country. I and other knights asked for atonement, even if we paid for it with our lives, because this is the loyalty of knights. In the end, the people decided to burn us to commemorate the dead innocent people. We have no complaints about this. This is what we sinners should endure, and it is also our relief. But what I didn't expect was that the day of the fire festival was on a full moon night. The power of the demon sword once again bewitched me, and I and other knights fell out of control again. Coles and Khan were both silent. The Grand Knight and other knights were controlled. There is no doubt that the people who originally survived on the ship did not survive. Lonros continued to narrate. I can see the killing this time with my mind. I want to stop it, but I can't do anything. The feeling of killing the people I want to protect has made me suffer so much. In the end, everyone on the ship was killed by me and other knights, and only the High Priest persisted to the end. The High Priest is a wizard who has many strange powers. Before he died, the High Priest issued the last witchcraft or curse. He cursed me and other knights to never reincarnate forever, and our souls will always wander on the ship, suffering countless regrets. This is the sequel to the story of the demon sword. Kors and Khan listened in silence. They didn't expect that the ghost ship was formed in this way. Lonros knelt on one knee again. Thank you for the king's call, which freed us dead knights from this endless bondage. The other 12 Shadow Knights also knelt on one knee to perform the etiquette of gratitude. Although they couldn't speak, their consciousness still existed. Otherwise, they couldn't execute the order. Kors patted Lonros on the shoulder. He could feel the sadness of the Grand Knight Commander and the other 12 knights. 100 years have passed, and your suffering is over. From now on, just stand up and protect me." Lonros bowed his head and said, "I have devoted my life to the king until my death." The rest of the Shadow Knights also performed the ancient knight etiquette, indicating their complete loyalty. At this time, Coles's consciousness was a little overworked. It was obvious that he had digested too much shadow power. After all, he had used his ability too frequently before. No more continuous summoning. Coles took back his ability, and Lonros and the surrounding Shadow Knights merged into the shadow. Then he couldn't help but stare at the demon sword Red Moon. This demon sword can be said to be the culprit for the destruction of the Silver Moon Kingdom and is very dangerous. However, this demon sword can also greatly enhance the user's strength. That IT is a rare weapon. Coles stretched out his right hand, preparing to hold the handle of the demon sword Red Moon. However, when there was still 1 centimeter away from the handle, Khan on the side hurriedly reminded him. Of course, this demon sword is very dangerous. That IT has a very strong bewitching power. Even a strong man like Lonlos cannot be firm in his heart and become a puppet controlled by the demon sword. IT is better to give it up. Kors stopped holding the sword temporarily and said slowly, "Major Khan, you are right. The demon sword Red Moon is very dangerous. IT will control the person wearing this sword and bring unimaginable disasters to the holder. But you also said that a true swordsman will not be afraid of disasters at all." Kor's right hand tightly grasped the handle of the demon sword and pulled it off the deck. "So, I want to try this demon sword to see whether I will become the leader or be controlled by the demon sword." Khan fell silent for a while, but he did not stop it. The night in the sky had long dissipated, and the clear moonlight slowly shone on the deck, and the demon sword Hongnuet emitted a strange red light. Coles just held the demon sword quietly. In his mind, many distracting thoughts surged, but under his firm heart, they were removed one by one. Finally, the red light on the demon sword dissipated. The blade returned to calm. Coles smiled slightly and began to get familiar with the demon sword in his hand. "It seems that I have temporarily become the leader of the demon sword." After confirming that the demon sword has returned to calm, Coles also asked the shadow soldier to go to the upper deck to bring down the scabbard. Flick, flick. Suddenly, a slight sound was heard on the ghost ship, which was the sound of wood breaking. What happened? Coles couldn't help but look at it in confusion and saw an exaggerated horizontal crack beginning to appear on the hull. In a short moment, the entire ghost ship cracked a 10-centimeter gap. At this speed, in a few dozen breaths, the entire ghost ship will be completely separated and eventually fall into the sea. Khan's face changed, and he explained, "My sword energy slash just now not only hit Lonros, who was controlled by the demon sword, but also cut off the keel of the ship. The ship is about to sink, so leave quickly." Hearing this, Cole's face changed. He quickly carried Khan on his back and hurried back to the bow deck of the patrol ship. Just after the two left the ghost ship, the entire ghost ship was broken off at an angle, but not completely. In the case of imbalance, the bow sank into the sea first, and finally the entire ship sank completely. Looking at the ghost ship sinking into the sea, Coles couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that time was too urgent, and he couldn't bring out the treasures on the ghost ship. That was a huge treasure. However, Coles only sighed for a few seconds because he was not interested in money. 25. By G. Crow. On the patrol ship, Coles slowly withdrew his gaze from the sunken ghost ship. Although the treasure of the Silver Moon Kingdom was huge, it would be difficult to see the light of day again as the ghost ship sank to the bottom of the sea. Just when Coles was relaxed, a cold voice suddenly sounded on the patrol ship. "Is it over?" Coles was instantly horrified. This voice was not made by Major Khan, and the other Navy soldiers were not awake yet, which meant that there was one more person on the patrol ship. Coles turned his head and looked. Under the clear moonlight, a figure could be seen sitting on the left side of the patrol ship. The owner of this figure had a big back hair, wore a black suit, and wore a pair of round-frame glasses on his face. Under the reflection of the moonlight, the mirror's surface was particularly obvious. Although the owner of this figure was not tall, and could even be said to be weak, Coles felt that he was in great danger. Because he had seen the wanted poster before, he knew the identity of the person in front of him very well. That was the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, 100 Caro, a pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries. Even in the original story of One Piece, this is a well-known character. According to the plot, because of his great fame in the East China Sea, 100 Caro is often captured by the Navy and bounty hunters, which is annoying. In the end, in order to get rid of the identity of a pirate, He relied on his superhuman wisdom to fake his death and sneak into the village of Cybro. But why did Crow appear here? Has his fake death plan not started yet? Khan also recognized Crow, and his expression immediately became solemn. The injury he just received in the ghost ship was so serious that he could hardly fight. But no matter what, protecting the recruits is what he, the instructor, must do. Khan picked up the famous sword embers beside him, prepared for the battle with difficulty. Seeing this, Coles quickly dissuaded him. "Major, your injuries are too severe to fight. I will take care of Syl. I will deal with him." Khan thought of the shadow soldiers that Coles had just summoned on the ghost ship, and finally did not insist, but took out his saber. "Use my embers first." "Okay." Coles did not refuse. After all, the demon sword Red Moon has not been used in actual combat, and there may be various accidents and troubles. It is better to use the Major's famous sword first. Cielo pushed his glasses and said in a slightly cold tone, "Are you too confident?" Coles pulled out the embers from the black scabbard, and the sharp blade pointed directly at Cielo. "You will know if you try it." Cielo wore cat claw gloves, and was used to using his wrist to push his glasses. "Interesting, then I'll try it." On the patrol ship, the battle was about to break out. Coles held the embers tightly in his right hand, rushed towards Cielo at a very fast speed, and slashed out with one blow. Crow used the 10 blades cat claw in his hand to resist, and the crisp collision sound resounded on the patrol ship. Although Lonros can easily deal with Crow, Coles did not summon it directly, because only by experiencing the battle himself can the combat experience continue to improve. And he also wanted to see how strong Crow of the Black Cat Pirates is. As a pirate with a great reputation in the East China Sea, Crow can constantly escape from the pursuit of the Navy and bounty hunters, which is enough to prove his own strength. But what makes Crow a little confused is, the young Navy in front of him is obviously a recruit, but his strength is far better than some Navy lieutenants, and he can't defeat him for a while. It's really interesting. Silent step. Crow pushed his glasses with his wrist again, and his footsteps began to move at high speed. This is one of his assassination techniques, and it is rare for the Navy to resist. Seeing Crow's figure disappear in front, Coles's expression became alert. Suddenly, the sharp 10-blade cat claw attacked from the left, and he quickly blocked it with the embers in his hand. But before Coles could counterattack, Chloe disappeared again with silent steps. Behind him, Chloe's figure quietly appeared. Once the sharp cat claw fell, Coles would definitely suffer a heavy blow. But Coles was prepared. Shadow Shield. A solid round shield composed of shadow power appeared behind him, blocking Chloe's attack for him. Then Coles turned around and stabbed him with a knife. Although the sharp blade did not hurt Chloe, it cut a crack in his suit. After Chloe retreated, he looked at Coles with a serious expression. "Are you a devil fruit ability user?" "You guessed it, right?" Coles stood with a knife. Crow pushed his glasses with his wrist, and when he raised his head again, he had put on a strange smile. "Although I don't know why the Navy on your ship fell into a coma, I have a story. Dio, you want to hear it?" Cole's brows frowned. Crow said to himself, "On this moonless night, your patrol ship encountered the Black Cat Pirates. Captain Crow killed all the Navy, and you, the new recruit who ate the devil fruit, are so powerful that you can catch Captain Crow yourself. How about it?" Cole suddenly thought of this year's time. It is now 1517 in the Sea Circle calendar, and there are still 3 years before the official plot of pirates begins. And this time point is exactly when Crow is tired of the Navy's pursuit and is ready to implement the fake death plan. According to the original plot, Chloe took a small boat and quietly came to the Navy ship, killing all the Navy, leaving only Monka, and finally asked Zhang Ao to hypnotize one of his crew members to pretend to be himself. So the hypnotized Navy Monka also thought that he had caught Captain Chloe. In this way, Captain Chloe was executed, and Monka was promoted from a Marine to a Colonel. Chloe faked his death and sneaked into the village of Cybro, and the plan was perfectly implemented. Originally, the hypnotized Navy candidate would be Monka, but now looking at the meaning of Chloe's words, it seemed that he wants to choose Coles as the surviving Navy. Is it because of himself that the plot has shifted? Coles understands the change in the plot. This is a change in the world axis at a certain node, turning to a different development direction. And now he is that changed node. Thinking of this, Coles suddenly showed an evil smile and took the lead in attacking Chloe. "Sorry, I'm not a brainless and reckless guy like Monka." "Monka? Who is that?" Chloe was a little puzzled, but he didn't think much about it and started a new round of battle with Coles again. The first step he needed to take now was to defeat the Navy who had eaten the devil fruit in front of him, but let his subordinate Zhang come to hypnotize him to carry out the next plan. Chloe pushed his glasses with his wrist for the last time and said coldly, "It's over, Spoon." In an instant, Chloe's figure disappeared from the spot, and only a residual image could be seen, and some buildings around him showed traces of being attacked by sharp claws. This is Chloe's strongest move. Silent step, indiscriminate attack. Using high-speed movement and cat claws on the hand to attack, a large number of enemies can be killed, so fast that even the person who made the move didn't know what he would cut. Coles immediately had several scars on his body, and blood kept flowing out of it. He thought of counterattacking, but couldn't find any trace of Chloe. This kind of shaving-like move, he couldn't crack it at all now. Can I only summon Lawn Rose? 26. IAI Knight's Elegy. On the patrol ship, Google search reading. Coles is still resisting. After all, people only develop great motivation when they are under pressure. If he really couldn't hold on any longer, he would summon Lawnlos. Stab. On the deck, the hard wooden boards were constantly torn apart by Crow's attacks. Cole's shadow shield can only provide one-sided defense. Facing this all-round chaotic attack, it cannot defend at all. Hiss. 10-blade cat claws appear in front. Coles quickly turned his head, but still slowed down. A wound appeared on his fair cheek, and red blood flowed out from the wound. Damn it! Coles cursed secretly in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about Crow, who was using the spoon. Now he can only be beaten passively. Not far from the patrol ship, the Black Cat Pirates' pirate ship was docked quietly on the sea. The image on its bow was a lifelike black cat. This is the Baiji Braku. Hypnotist Xingao stood on the bow deck, watching the patrol ship not far away. Because of the captain's recent reputation, the Black Cat Pirates have been frequently captured by the Navy and bounty hunters. In desperation, the captain took them into the waters near the windless zone. This sea area is extremely dangerous. The Navy and bounty hunters rarely appear here. But they didn't expect that they would encounter Navy patrol ships in marginal waters like the windless zone. Everything is really going wrong. Let's go. The captain has taken care of those Navy. We can go over and clean up the loot. After Zhang saw Captain Crow using his special move spoon on the patrol ship, he slowly put down the telescope in his hand. Captain is mighty. The pirates on the ship immediately cheered, and then drove the pirate ship closer to the patrol ship. On the patrol ship, Cole's condition continued to decline. He won't be able to hold on for a while at most. If he can't find a way to crack Crow's spoon by then he can only summon Lawnlos to deal with the opponent. The deck is not far away. Khan also understood Cole's idea of using battle to improve his strength and reminded him aloud. Coles, if you want to upgrade from basic swordsmanship to precision swordsmanship, in addition to proficiency in practice, your own perception of the outside world is particularly important. You now need to feel the movement and stillness of the outside world, feel the breathing of things, and feel the beating of life. After hearing Major Khan's words, Cole's originally anxious mood gradually calmed down. He closed his eyes and began to observe his surroundings with the enhanced sensitivity of the shadow fruit. In the dark world, there is the howling of the cold wind, the movement caused by Crow's attack, and the faint sound of breathing from other sailors after they are unconscious. Bah! There was another wound on the back. The severe pain made Coles frown, but he continued to sense. Major Khan's teachings also continued to come. It's very difficult to maintain sensing during interference, but when you can accurately sense everything around you, you can also lock on to your enemies. Coles continued to sense. Under the teachings of Major Khan, he felt very calm at this time, even like the empty meditation before. In this strange state, he gradually became aware of everything around him, including his own heartbeat and breathing. In addition, he could also sense the traces of Crow's rapid movement. Coles began to lean back, holding the scabbard with his left hand and the handle with his right hand. He was ready to attack at any time. The boards kept breaking. That's where Crow Spoon's unconscious attack goes. Coles opened his eyes suddenly. An array of light flashed in his blue eyes. At the same time, his figure rushed out. The famous sword is unsheathed. An extremely bright sword light suddenly appeared on the patrol ship. Crow's original state of extremely fast movement that belonged to a spoon was instantly broken. His figure stopped stiffly in place, and Cole's figure had already rushed 10 meters away from Crow. Knight's Elegy. Coles changed the position of holding the knife in his hand and slowly put the embers back into the scabbard. Behind him, Crow's expression turned into horror, because a very long knife wound appeared on his chest, and blood suddenly spurted out from it. Boom. In the end, Crow's body fell weakly onto the deck, and his breathing became extremely weak. After confirming that Crow was defeated, Cole's originally tense mood relaxed. However, his consciousness suddenly went dark, and he fell directly into sleep. After all, it took a huge amount of mental energy to summon Lonloth and Shadow Knight before, and he had just endured Crow's spoon attack unilaterally, and he could no longer hold on mentally. Con felt a little relieved when he saw Coles killing Crow with one blow. He knew that Coles had entered the level of precise swordsmanship. In 2 months, I went from being proficient in basic swordsmanship to stepping into precise swordsmanship. Cole's swordsmanship talent can be said to be the best he has ever encountered. As for how far Coles will go in the future, Con is not sure. After all, it is just the beginning of this young man. Con returned to the patrol ship. But it's not over yet, because there is still a problem that has not been solved. On the sea not far away, the ship of the Black Cat pirates was slowly approaching the patrol ship. If these pirates were allowed to step onto the patrol ship, the Navy on the ship would be in great danger. Con gritted his teeth and stood up from the deck, walked step by step towards Coles, and finally picked up his saber. It's his turn to fight alone again. Con reluctantly leaned against the cabin, thinking helplessly. His current injuries were extremely serious. If he had to take action, his injuries would inevitably increase. But these were no longer in his consideration, because he was the Navy and the instructor. Now the recruit period has not yet ended. He needs to protect all the Navy recruits, which is his responsibility. In the first lesson of the Navy, he talked to these Navy recruits. Protection is the first obligation of the Navy. The pirate ship and the patrol ship were connected, and Zhang Hao could also see the situation on the patrol ship at this time, but this situation was different from what he imagined. Shouldn't Captain Chloe kill all the other Navy? But why is the captain lying on the deck now and being defeated? Who is it? Zhang Hao's eyes swept across the patrol ship and finally locked onto Con, who was still standing. You defeated our captain? Con did not answer. Zhang Hao thought that the other party was acquiescing and directly waved his hand and gave an order. Go, avenge the captain. The pirates of the Black Cat pirates were immediately excited and rushed towards Con with their weapons in hand. Kill. Con's expression condensed, and he used precise swordsmanship to kill the pirates who rushed over one by one. The pirates fell one after another. Screams rang out. Facing such a powerful navy, the pirates of the Black Cat pirates gradually showed fear and did not even dare to move forward. Keep going, he can't hold on for long. Zhang Hao continued to order from behind. Follow me. Sam, the cat brother of the Black Cat pirates, jumped up from the ship and attacked Con with the cat-killing jump impact. Bang. Con quickly dodged. A deep dent was immediately smashed on the deck. On the other side, the thin Sam disguised himself as an ordinary pirate, deceiving Con with a timid appearance, waiting for an opportunity to attack. On the patrol ship, the battle collided again. Although Con's attack was fierce, his serious injuries were rapidly getting worse. The blood broke through the wound again, and the white bandage turned red. If this continued, his injuries would become extremely serious. But in order to protect the Navy on the ship, Con had no way out. With his seriously injured body, he started a difficult battle with the entire Black Cat pirates. Early morning. Maud woke up from his sleep. The intense blood in the air made him feel strongly uneasy. He quickly stood up from the ground and quickly looked at the situation on the patrol ship. The patrol ship, which was originally empty, was now filled with the corpses of pirates, and the blood had already dyed the floor red. When Maud saw the situation in front of him, his eyes suddenly shrank. In the center of the battlefield, Major Con was standing stubbornly. The reason why he was called stubborn was that Major Con's whole body was already stained with blood, and his mental state had reached a dangerous critical point, but he still insisted on not fainting. Major, what happened last night? What happened to your injuries? Maud asked tremblingly. Con didn't say much about what happened last night, but patted Maud on the shoulder and ordered, Nothing big happened last night. The patrol ship will be handed over to you for the time being. I want to rest. Then Con's consciousness finally couldn't support it anymore, and he fell into a coma directly. 27. Recruit period ends. With the ghost ship incident over, the recruitment period is also coming to an end. Google search reading. When the Marines woke up from their coma, it was already the last day of the recruit period. Chaotic deck marks. pirate corpses all over the ground. All this shows that there was an extremely fierce battle on the deck last night. Just because of the loss of consciousness, no one except Coles and Khan knew what happened on the ghost ship and patrol ship last night. Rogue Town Infirmary. When Coles woke up, he found himself lying here, with white walls, white curtains, and white beds. Everything you see is white. Coles turned his head in confusion. On the hospital bed next to him, Major Khan was lying there quietly. Coles couldn't help but frown. Wasn't he on the patrol ship before? After breaking through to precision swordsmanship, he used his own meditation-created moves. I Knight's Elegy. Defeated Baiji Crow with one sword. Then he fell asleep. Why do you feel like you slept a little too long? At this time, Maud heard some movements in the ward and walked in from the outside. Coles, you're awake. Yeah. After seeing that it was Maud, Cole's initial vigilance dropped. Where is this? Maud replied, Don't worry, we have returned to the Rogue Town Naval Base from the sea. After hearing that he had returned to the naval base, Kirsten suddenly felt unusually relaxed. Then how long did I sleep? Maud looked at Coles strangely. You have been sleeping for 3 whole days. I didn't expect that you, who only need to sleep for 3 hours a day, would sleep for so long this time. 3 days? Coles was lost in thought. This time is indeed a bit too long for him who possesses the shadow fruit. But this should be related to the mental power consumed. After all, he summoned Lonlos and 12 Shadow Knights on the ghost ship. Maud continued, Your 3-month recruit period has ended. After returning to the naval base, Colonel Smoker completed the awards for the recruits. As for your military rank, it has not been decided yet because some military merits need to be determined. Yeah. Coles didn't pay much attention to the naval rank. Then I started to record what happened on the ghost ship after the rest of us Navy fell into coma. And why did the defeated Baiji Crow and many pirates of the Black Cat Pirates appear on the patrol ship? Maud asked the question that was troubling her mind, and at the same time took out a report to record the situation at that time. On the ghost ship, Coles wanted to tell the story, but he keenly discovered a problem. You said that many pirates from the Black Cat Pirates were found on the patrol ship? Maud looked at Coles with some confusion and replied, Yes, it also includes the Cat brothers Sam and Butch, who were offered a bounty of 7 million Baileys by the Black Cat Pirates. These pirates are not you and Khan. The Major defeat them together? Coles turned his head and looked at Major Khan's hospital bed, his eyes full of shock. You know, after he defeated Crow, his consciousness fell into a coma, and only Major Khan, who was seriously injured, was left on the patrol ship. Those pirates of the Black Cat Pirates were undoubtedly defeated by Major Khan. However, given Major Khan's condition at the time, forcing him to fight would inevitably make his injuries more serious. How about Major Khan? Faced with Cole's unintended question, Maud had already adapted to it. Major Khan's injury is very serious now. When I woke up, I only saw the Major standing in the center of the bow with blood all over his body. After I woke up, the Major fell into a coma completely. Under the doctor's treatment, the Major's serious injury has been temporarily stabilized, but there is still no sign of waking up. Coles looked at the unconscious Major Khan and fell silent for a moment. Hard to imagine. After he fell into coma, the seriously injured Major fought fiercely with the Black Cat Pirates to protect the Navy on the ship. After counting the breaths, Coles turned to look at Maud. You're not trying to record what happened? Maud nodded. Coles covered up what happened on the ghost ship and replied, Nothing happened on the ghost ship at that time. It was just that you fell into a coma for no reason. After that, the patrol ship encountered the Black Cat Pirates. Maud began to record the information carefully. Okay, so you and Major Khan defeated the Black Cat Pirates and captured Baiji Chow alive? Coles shook his head in denial. It wasn't Major Khan and Ida, but Major Khan who defeated the Black Cat Pirates alone, including Baiji Crow, who was also defeated by Major Khan. Dunno. Baiji Kelluo is an extremely famous pirate group in the East China Sea. Defeating the Black Cat Pirates is a great achievement as long as you participate in the battle. Even if you don't play any role in the battle, you can get a lot of merit. It is precisely because of this. Smoker did not immediately award Coles a military rank, but waited for the two to wake up and determine the situation before discussing and confirming. You sure? Maud was a little confused. Coles didn't participate in this battle? Coles glanced at Major Khan, who was still unconscious next to him, and answered firmly, Yes, I'm sure. Maud asked again, Then where were you? Coles didn't feel guilty at all. I'm just like you. I was also affected by an inexplicable force at that time. After discovering the Black Cat Pirates, I fell into a comatose state. It's just that I seemed to be affected more deeply and stayed in coma for a longer time. I didn't wake up until now. Maud recorded in detail what Coles said in the report. Okay, I will show this information to Colonel Smog first, and then confirm the situation after Major Khan wakes up. Coles nodded noncommittally. Okay. Navy Building, 6th floor. Maud knocked on the door and walked into Smoker's office. The room was filled with white mist, which was obviously the reason why Colonel Smoker closed the window and smoked a cigar. Report to Colonel Smoker that Charlotte Coles has just woken up and told what happened 3 days ago. Really? Let me see. Smoker smoked 2 cigars at the corner of his mouth and took the recorded report information. For the new recruit, Coles. Smoker is very optimistic. From the first time they met on the execution platform, he felt that Coles was particularly different from ordinary people. And Coles' performance in the recruit training period satisfied Smogger even more. Therefore, he often pays attention to this Navy recruit who has devil fruit powers. The transcript above the report is brief. Smoker knew all the content after just one glance, but he still read it a few more times to make sure he didn't see it clearly. Coles didn't participate in the battle with the Black Cat Pirates, confronting the problem of Colonel Smoker. Maud replied seriously. Yes, Coles said so. I understand. You can go and deal with your matters first. Smoker expressed understanding. Yes. Maud saluted, turned and left the smoke-filled office. After Maud leaves, Smoker picked up the report again and sighed slightly in his heart. He originally thought that Coles could use the advantage of being a devil fruit user to achieve wonderful results in the encounter with the Black Cat Pirates. I just didn't expect that Coles would be affected by that inexplicable power and fall into a coma. What a pity for such a good opportunity. To this, Smoker didn't suspect anything. There are various mysterious powers hidden above the SEA. It is not surprising that the ghost ship appears to make people sleep. 28. Rogue Town Gang. Shungda Primary School. This is the noble school in Rogue Town. Those who can go to school here must be from wealthy or noble families. At this time, not far from the entrance of the school, several sneaky figures are hiding behind a house. How is it, are you sure? A middle-aged man with messy hair asked his companion next to him. It has been confirmed that the little girl is going to school here. Her family was originally a civilian family living in an old district, but I don't know what luck they had some time ago. They dug up a huge treasure, and now the family's wealth is amazing. Her family is guarded very tightly. We can't go in to steal, so we can only take the route of kidnapping. The messy-haired man asked again. Kidnap her for ransom? There won't be any trouble, right? The companion replied. This Charlotte family has no power. The little girl does have a brother who is a Navy, but I have investigated it clearly. He is just a recruit and poses no threat to us. The messy-haired man nodded and said coldly, determine the target and prepare for action. Yes. Several kidnapper companions responded. A moment later, a bell rang at Shungda College, and children going to school walked out of the entrance one after another. Wylixia walked out of the school gate slowly with her small school bag on her back, her face full of unhappiness. As for the reason for her unhappiness, of course, her brother hasn't come back yet. Her brother said that he would be back in 3 months. She kept counting on her fingers, and the agreed time had arrived 3 days ago. But her brother still didn't come back. Her brother lied to the child. Humph, angry. Wylixia powdered her little face and got in a carriage that took her home from school without saying a word, thinking that she must eat more meat to relieve her anger after returning. The hired guard was also a little helpless about this. The lady was smiling and going to school a few days ago. Why did she suddenly become unhappy these days? However, these are not what he, a guard, needs to worry about. He only needs to pick up the lady safely. Go. As the guard waved the reins, the carriage began to move forward slowly. What the guard didn't notice was that several figures quietly followed his carriage. Navy Base Training Room. Coles was slowly putting the demon's sword Red Moon in front of his eyes and looking at it. The blade of this demon's sword is slightly curved, but the blade is extremely long. The blade is straight and clear in red and black. Even if you just look at it from a distance, you can feel your mind being drawn. It is worthy of being a demon's sword. Coles, the sword in your hand seems to be a famous sword. Can you show it to me? Dashiki suddenly discovered the famous sword in Cole's hand and came up curiously. No. Coles quickly put the demon's sword back into the scabbard. It's not that he didn't want to show it to Dashiki, but the demon's sword's bewitching power was too strong. He was afraid that this idiot would be controlled like the ghost ship. Why not? Dashiki showed a determined look on his face and took out the collection of famous swords from his arms and began to turn them over. Finally, Dashiki found the same page, pushed his glasses, and spoke. Black lacquer scabbard, cross-shaped blade, black on the blade and red on the bottom. This is the Demon Sword Red Moon, one of the 21 great swords. Wait, Demon Sword. At the end, Dashiki's expression changed and continued to read the following records. This demon sword is very strange. That the holder is not firm in his character. He will be controlled by the demon sword and bring unimaginable disasters. Demon sword. This is a demon sword. It's too evil. Coles, although I don't know where you found this demon sword, I advise you not to use it. The demon sword is too dangerous. Sorry, I want to use it. Coles stood up directly, too lazy to pay attention to the idiot's chattering. As he returned to his room, he began to think about what he had gained at sea. Get the Demon Sword Red Moon. Step into precision swordsmanship. The spoils seized from the pirates. Of course, the biggest gain was the summoning of the swordsman level Lonros and 12 precision swordsmanship level Shadow Knights. And he was able to summon these shadow soldiers entirely because of Major Khan's powerful strength. Thinking of Major Khan, Coles couldn't help but think of another person who had conflicts with him. George William. Major Khan was a master of swordsmanship, and William, who was also born in Ishin Dojo and was his fellow apprentice, was definitely not weak in swordsmanship. Even if he was a little weaker, he wouldn't be too far behind. Otherwise, Major Khan would have been able to deal with everyone at the port of Rogue Town that day. It seems that his previous guess about William's strength was a little too low. Coles looked down at his shadow, and his mood became calm. With the Grand Knight Commander, Lonros, and the 12 Shadow Knights, he didn't have to be afraid of meeting the William pirates at all. By the way, Ishin Dojo is a very special place. Its owner Koshiro is of unknown strength, but he has taught many swordsmanship masters, including Major Khan, William, and even the future Zoro. In addition, according to some information revealed in the original work, the Revolutionary Army also appeared near the island where Ishin Dojo is located. It's a pity that Coles only saw the final battle with Kaido in the comics and didn't know what happened afterwards. 17 years have passed. The comics should have been finished, right? I don't know what the great secret treasure is. What exactly is the D-Clan? He has no way of knowing these things now. They can only wait for the answer slowly in this real pirate world. In the duty office, a lieutenant asked, "Do you want to take a leave?" Coles nodded. "Yes, after the recruit period, the Navy has 4 days of vacation every month. I want to take 3 days off to go home first." The lieutenant was not surprised by Coles' answer. After the recruits officially became Navy, most of them would choose to go home. After all, it is normal for them not to go home for 3 months. "Okay, I'll record it for you." "Thank you." After completing the leave application process, Coles walked out of the office, and then he turned and walked outside the naval base. He originally wanted to wait until the military rank was issued before asking for leave to go home, but Lieutenant Mod said that his rank was reported together with Major Khan's matter, and it would take at least 4 or 5 days for the rank to be awarded after the review was completed. Coles had told his father and sister before that he would go back as soon as the recruit period was over. If he continued to wait, his father and sister would be worried. Helpless. Coles could only ask for leave to go home first. Show off your military rank or something. Don't you still have 1 day off? You can ask for leave to come back when the time comes. After leaving the naval base, a breeze blew in your face, making you feel relaxed and happy. This is the feeling of freedom. 10 minutes later, Coles returned to the villa west of Rogue Town with a happy mood. The guard at the door saw Coles coming back and immediately shouted anxiously, "Master Coles, you are finally back. Something bad has happened." Coles felt a little uneasy and asked, "What happened?" The guard pointed to the villa and said, "Master, the kidnappers just came to tell you that Miss Vilshia was kidnapped by them. The master has to pay a ransom of 100 million Baileys before she can be released. The master is now in the hall in a state of panic." Cole's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Are you saying that my sister was kidnapped?" The guard immediately felt like he was falling into darkness, and an unknown fear was born in his heart. "I didn't have this feeling when I faced Master Coles before, so why did he feel so oppressive after he came back from the Navy?" Under this huge pressure, the guard stuttered and said, Yes, but those are not ordinary kidnappers. They are gangsters from Rogue Town." "Okay, I know." Coles patted the guard's shoulder and took back the shadow power that had just been uncontrolled. At the same time, a huge anger surged in his heart. Rogue Town gang. Very good. You can wait for destruction. 29. Shoot the man first. Shoot the horse. Inside the villa, Ronald was very anxious at this time. He really didn't expect that his daughter would be kidnapped by gangsters. Faster. Yes, sir. The butler's head was covered with sweat, but he still took the time to sort out the 100 million belly ransom demanded by the kidnappers. Ronald has not notified the Navy and the police about the kidnapping yet, because the kidnappers had said before that once they did so, they would immediately break up the matter. About the gangsters in Rogue Town. When Ronald worked in the winery, he knew that this was a group of lawless gangsters, and he did not dare to bet on whether those gangsters would break up the vote, because he can't afford to gamble. Da-da-da. There was a crisp sound of footsteps. Ronald turned his head to look, and after seeing that it was Coles, he quickly told the whole story. Son, you are finally back, but now a big thing has happened. Your sister was kidnapped by gangsters. They asked us to provide 100 million belly to redeem her, otherwise they will break up the dispute. During this period, we were not allowed to tell the Navy or the police, otherwise we would be in trouble. I am now preparing to take the money to exchange with the kidnappers. After hearing Ronald's story, Cole shook his head and said, Father, you underestimate their appetite. Once you hand over the ransom of 100 million belly, will they really let you go? Gangsters are basically greedy. If you easily pay the ransom, the other party may even continue to ask for it until the value of our family is drained. Ronald looked stunned. After thinking carefully, he felt that his son's words were very reasonable. Then what should we do? Coles picked up the ransom arranged by the butler not far away and said calmly, Leave this matter to me, and I will bring my sister back safely. Although Ronald knew that his son had special abilities, he was still a little worried. Those are gangsters. They have strength in numbers. Coles turned and walked out of the villa, waving his hand and saying, Don't worry, father. I am no longer the Navy recruit 3 months ago. Rogue Town, East End. This area is a mixed bag of fish and snakes, and chaos often occurs. The reason is because the strongest gangsters in Rogue Town gather here. They grew rapidly by opening gambling houses, collecting protection fees, and selling smuggled arms and weapons. Even the police in the town rarely dare to come here to meddle in other people's business. Coles carried a black suitcase and slowly came to the designated location mentioned by the robber. At this time, he had changed into a black gown, so others could not tell that he was a Marine. Well, it's finally here. Seeing Coles arriving, the several kidnappers waiting here cheered up instantly. Have you brought enough ransom? Coles asked. Where is my sister? The leading kidnapper said impatiently. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let us take a look at the ransom first. Otherwise, how would I know if you came here with an empty box to deceive us? Coles opened the suitcase directly. Suddenly, neatly arranged dark green banknotes appeared in the box. The face value of the banknotes is 1 million. They exude a light smell of ink, and in the middle are circles connected by a wreath shape, which symbolizes the union of many countries in the world government. There is also a seagull graphic on it, which represents a symbol of peace. Faced with the huge wealth of 100 million Baileys, the kidnappers were instantly attracted. His eyes were full of desire. Coles took out a bottle of gasoline and poured it on the 100 million belly banknotes. There is a pungent smell of gasoline in the air. What are you doing? The leading kidnapper exclaimed. Coles said coldly, Take me to see my sister, otherwise I will burn the money. Burning 100 million belly. The leading kidnapper couldn't help but swallow his saliva and gave a stern reply. I don't believe you dare to burn it. Coles said nothing, but took out a delicate iron lighter. Bah. As the cover is opened, flames rise from it. Stop. Seeing that Coles really wanted to burn the 100 million Baileys in front of him, the kidnapper leader quickly stopped him. Stop, I will take you to see your sister. Coles put away the lighter. At the same time, he also closed the suitcase filled with 100 million belly and held it in his hand again. Engage the enemy. Gaming is a very important part. Only by developing at your own pace can you have the most effective attack. The kidnappers in front of them were obviously just a few gangsters. Those who wanted to seize their family's money were the powerful gangs behind these kidnappers. Therefore, Coles chose to move at his own pace and solve the problem as quickly as possible. East End, Center Casino. Coles followed the kidnappers and slowly entered this huge casino. The casino was crowded and noisy. Disappointment, ecstasy, irritability, and other intense emotions can be found in this area. From time to time, gamblers would shout loudly and then lose everything after shouting. Finally, Coles followed the kidnapper to a gaming table in the innermost part of the casino. This gambling table is different from other gambling tables. Although there are chips on the field, there is only one well-dressed man wearing a black suit jacket sitting there. The kidnapper came to the front of the man in the suit and reported in a low voice, "Deputy gang leader, someone from the Charlotte family has come with a ransom, but he wants to see the hostage first." The deputy gang leader Chow Lin looked at Coles and asked coldly, "It's funny, you dare to make demands of us. Don't you know we are the biggest gang in Rog Town?" Coles looked unconcerned. "Of course I know, but so what?" Chow Lin broke away from his laziness. His eyes gradually became unkind. "Young man, you are very brave. You dare to talk to me like this." Coles was noncommittal. "Now that 100 million Baileys are here, I just want to know where my sister is." Chow Lin smoked his cigar in silence. Then his eyes fell on the suitcase containing 100 million Bailey. Being able to come up with 100 million Baileys in such a short time shows that the treasure obtained by the Cheryl family is indeed an astonishing wealth. And that being the case, how could their gangsters easily let go of this fat sheep in front of them? Chow Lin pointed to the dice on the table. "It's okay if you want to see your sister, but you have to beat me in a bet. How dare you bet?" Cole said nothing. Chow Lin waited quietly. He is waiting for the fish to bite, and once Coles chooses to step onto the gambling table, he will let him lose all his money. Chow Lin is very confident in his gambling skills. After counting the breaths, Coles finally took action. He took out a flintlock gun from behind and pointed the muzzle directly at Chow Lin in front of him. "I'm sorry, I don't bet." Boom. A gunshot rang out in the casino. The originally noisy sounds were washed away, and now the silence is audible. Then Chow Lin's body fell weakly and fell behind, making a slight sound. "Damn it!" The next moment Coles fired. A large number of gang members surrounded him angrily. Almost all of these people have weapons in their hands, some holding knives, some holding flintlock guns, and some using special weapons. All in all, Coles was completely surrounded. All the gamblers in the casino looked at Coles in surprise. "How dare this young man? How dare you kill Chow Lin in the casino?" Thinking of what might happen next, the gamblers abandoned their gambling funds and began to run away from the casino. Coles had no idea of taking action against the miscellaneous fish that gathered around him. Shadow Knight. As he finished speaking, 12 Shadow Knights, wearing armor, suddenly appeared in the dark shadows. "Deal with these people." After Coles gave the order, the 12 Shadow Knights waved their swords and officially launched an attack on the surrounding gang members. The battle breaks out immediately. Although these gang members are numerous, they are no match for the Shadow Knight. 12 Shadow Knights began a massacre like chopping melons and vegetables. Coles ignored the fighting at the scene and walked straight towards the back of the casino, where the gang boss of Rogue Town was. "Shoot the man first and shoot the horse. To capture the thief, capture the king first." 30. To capture the thief, capture the king first. Navy Base. Navy Building, 6th floor. The adjutant pushed open Colonel Smoker's office and reported, "Report to the colonel, there is a fierce fight in the gangs in Rogue Town." Huh. Smoker was a little confused, not knowing why there was a fight in the gangs. The reason why he often went to the casino. In addition to liking to gamble, it was also to deter the gangs in Rogue Town from doing anything too extreme. "Colonel, should we send troops there?" the adjutant asked. Smoker stood up from the sofa. "Take a few teams with me. There are quite a few gangs in Rogue Town. If they start a fight, it is likely to affect the surrounding people." Yes. Behind the casino, a young man with a green coxcomb was guarding the hostages of this kidnapping with several other members. His name is Bartolomeo. He is now 19 years old, with outlines painted under his right eye, wearing a nose ring, looking like a devil, and a black wing-shaped half-ring tattoo on his chest. As a small leader of the gang, Bartolomeo is highly valued by the gang leader. Perhaps in the near future, he will be able to obtain the management rights of a street. In the future, he may continue to improve his status in the gang and control more power. A question from his subordinates beside him interrupted Bartolomeo's fantasy. "Brother, how can this hostage eat so much? He has already eaten several portions of meat." Bartolomeo looked impatient. "Who knows? No matter how much she eats, she is a hostage who can be exchanged for 100 million Baileys. We just need to ensure her safety." Yes. The subordinates responded. In the room, Vilshia finished the fourth dinner sent by these strange uncles and shouted again, "After eating, you still want to eat meat. Got it." Bartolomeo responded helplessly and then ordered several subordinates, "Watch it. I'll go get new food." "Yes, brother." Several subordinates responded. Well, Bartolomeo put his hands in his pockets and staggered towards the restaurant of the casino. In the hall in front of the casino, the sound of swords clashing and flintlock gunshots continued. It goes without saying how chaotic the fight was in the casino. This scene is very rare, because since the unification of the rogue town gangs, such large-scale chaos rarely occurs in casinos. A young gang member holding a flintlock gun pulled the trigger at the knights formed by the Black Shadows. Bang! The bullet cut through the air and pierced the chest of the Shadow Knight. But a scene that frightened everyone appeared. There was no blood flowing out of the wound of the Shadow Knight. After a few breaths, the shadow at the muzzle of the Shadow Knight surged and returned to its original state. "Damn, what kind of monster is this?" Next to him, a bearded man spoke with a horrified look. He was also attacking the Shadow Knight with a flintlock rifle. But the attack still had no effect. A Shadow Knight rushed in front of the bearded man and swung the long sword in his hand. Sizzle. Blood gushed out. A few drops of blood splashed on the face of the young gang member next to him. Who are you?" The young gang member was frightened and fell to the ground. His whole body was shaking slightly, and he couldn't even hold the weapon in his hand. Shadow Knight said nothing. The long sword swung, and the young gangster was also killed with one sword. On the other side, Coles had already stepped into the dark passage leading to the back of the casino. Because of the chaos in the casino in front, more gangsters rushed out of this passage. They finally collided with Coles. The sound of the long sword being unsheathed was barely audible, and a red light suddenly flashed in the darkness. That was the demon's sword, Red Moon. At the same time, the life of the gangster who met Coles in front of him was also taken away. Blood began to fall to the ground along the scarlet blade, bringing a strong impact to people. "Damn, who are you?" A bald man with a ferocious face shouted fiercely, and his fist with brass knuckles suddenly hit Coles. A red track appeared. A very long knife wound instantly appeared on the chest of the bald man, and his fierce expression became stiff, and his body fell to the ground powerlessly. For killing, Coles was unusually calm. Although these gang members were not as evil as pirates, they were also oppressing the people, and to some extent, the exploitation of the people was more serious. For killing these people, he didn't need any psychological burden. Coles stepped over the two corpses with cold eyes and continued to move forward. The gangs in Rogue Town, all the crimes hidden underground, will be eliminated by him today. Screams resounded in the darkness, and corpses fell to the ground. Gradually, no one rushed into the passage. Coles walked forward expressionlessly. In the darkness on the left, a sharp dagger appeared silently and suddenly attacked Coles. Coles just stabbed back in. The sharp blade of the demon's sword directly cut off the head of the attacker, and blood splattered all over the ground. Coles ignored the corpse, because from a different direction, there was another enemy attacking him. After a few breaths, only 5 lifeless bodies were left in place. After Coles walked past a huge wooden pillar, the enemy hiding behind immediately swung the huge hammer in his hand and smashed it down hard. Pong! The wooden floor was directly smashed into the ground, but there was no sign of anyone at the center of the attack. "Are you looking for me?" When the strong man was confused, Coles had quietly appeared behind him. The strong man suddenly broke into a cold sweat. At this time, he could only fight hard and turn around fiercely to attack. But before he could turn around, a sharp pain came directly from his back, and his eyes dimmed and he fell into eternal sleep. Go to hell. Behind another wooden pillar not far away, a man with wild hair appeared directly. The heavy machine gun in his hand began to be pointed in the direction of Coles, and he pulled the trigger hard. In the darkness, gunfire continued. Fierce flames erupted from the barrel of the heavy machine gun, and dozens of bullets burst out. Pong, pong, pong. The bullets hit the wooden pillar on the opposite side, leaving numerous bullet holes and a shower of sawdust. But Coles had already avoided it. The next second, he suddenly rushed out, swept directly in front of the wild-haired man holding a machine gun, and slashed out with his knife. The roar of gunfire disappeared. The wild-haired man let out a wailing cry, fell to the ground weakly, and made no movement. Boom. The delicate wooden door was kicked open, followed by a gang member. This violent movement caused the top gangsters who were dining in the room to stop their movements. There was silence for a moment. Subsequently, under the gaze of all the top gangsters, a handsome young man in a black shirt, holding a strange long knife, slowly entered the room. "Who are you?" a top gangster asked. "Kill your people." Coles looked around at everyone present and asked in a cold voice, "Which of you is the gang boss?" In an instant, the attention of the crowd shifted to the majestic man in a black coat at the head of the table. The Rogue Town gang boss, Gray. A powerful man who once hunted down enemies on 18 streets with a pair of guns and a blunderbuss, and then successfully unified the entire Rogue Town gang. Many members who have just joined the gang have high respect for them. Bartolomeo is one of them. Of course, he just admired the position of the boss and looked forward to when he could ascend that seat and manage hundreds of streets. Bartolomeo originally came here to get food for the kidnapped hostages, but he didn't expect to see someone dare to rush in here and call out their boss. He became excited instantly. "I wonder if I can witness the boss attack up close this time." Head of the table. The calm and old Gray wiped his mouth with a napkin and spoke with an impatient expression. "Don't you know that I hate to be disturbed while dining?" "Sorry, boss." The expressions of the gang leaders present changed. Someone immediately walked towards Coles, ready to deal with this kid who didn't know the heights of the sky. Based on the reaction on the spot, Coles had already determined who was the boss of the Rogue Town gang. Without any hesitation, he directly summoned the strongest shadow soldiers. Los, destroy all these criminals. In the shadow next to Coles, the Grand Knight Commander Los appeared in bright black armor, his blue eyes shining brightly. Follow the king's instructions. 31. Silent beheading. Casino restaurant. On the gangster side, a man with muscular arms and bulging veins has already started to move. Bartolomeo knows this man. This is the boxer Hessen in the gang. He once killed 32 people in an underground boxing match in Rogue Town. He is a well-deserved master in the gang. With this boxer, the young man on the opposite side should have no chance of winning. However, when Bartolomeo looked at Coles, found that the young man actually summoned a knight in black armor out of thin air. He was puzzled by this. He didn't know what this thing was. Before Bartolomeo could come up with an answer, a shocking scene appeared. The knight called Lonros tacked, and the long sword in his hand fell with lightning speed, and the boxer Hessen was directly cut into 2 pieces. What kind of power is this? Before everyone could react, Lonros swung his sword again to attack other gangsters. Screams and curses mixed together. Although these gang leaders are all strong people, they can't compare with the swordsman-level Lonros. So, this is a massacre without suspense. Bartolomeo looked at the scene in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the gang leaders who were strong and calm just now were killed by the Black Knight like weak chickens. All this is too unreal. As the gang boss, Gray immediately sensed a fatal danger after seeing Lonros as terrifying swordsmanship. Must escape. Otherwise, he will die. Without any hesitation, Gray took out his musket and pointed the muzzle at the white glass lamp hanging on the top of the restaurant. Bang! Flick! The sound of the musket rang out. The white glass lamp was blown up, and the crisp sound spread to everyone's ears. Because it was at night, after the white glass lamp was broken, the entire restaurant room fell into darkness. Gray immediately replaced the musket with special lead bullets, fired a shot in the center of the battle, and quickly smashed the restaurant's glass window and left. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the restaurant. The source of the sound and explosion came from the special lead bullet that Gray had just fired. The huge power was no less than a bomb after the explosion. However, Gray still had no confidence in killing the Black Knight. Because the Black Knight was too strong, the huge gap between them could not be made up by firearms at all. After arriving outside the restaurant, Gray had no intention of staying or watching. He wanted to escape quickly. Only by living can there be a chance of revenge. However, Gray's steps that he originally wanted to leave suddenly stopped, and his figure was stunned in place. Because not far away, Coles's figure was standing there quietly. When did he come out? How could it be so fast? Gray was puzzled. Coles looked at Gray with cold eyes. He had noticed that the other party had just broken the glass lamp and wanted to confuse people with darkness. After all, under the amplitude of the shadow of the night, his senses and strength are greatly improved. After coming out of the restaurant first, Coles intercepted the gangster boss's way. At this time, because they were in the open space outside, The moonlight shone clearly on Cole's body and also on the demon's sword. The demon's sword red moon in his hand was blessed by the moonlight, and the red light suddenly became stronger. A strange and powerful force instantly broke out on the demon's sword, and after covering Cole's body, it immediately amplified his strength. Coles could feel it clearly. After being covered by the red power, his strength increased by nearly one-fold in an instant. Is this the power of the demon's sword, Red Moon? Coles looked at the demon's sword in his hand and couldn't help thinking in his heart. In addition to the increase in strength, Coles could also feel that a stronger and more intense distracting thought surged into his heart. The whispers in his ears were even more intense, as if to completely control his mind. Gray saw the strange red light suddenly bursting out of Coles, and instinctively felt fear again. He asked in horror, "Who are you?" Facing Gray's electric question, Coles slowly raised his face that had become ferocious because of distracting thoughts. "Of course, the one who killed you." The next moment, Coles's murderous intent rose in his heart, and he rushed towards Gray. Gray's face changed. At this time, he could no longer escape and could only bite the bullet and fight against him. Gray aimed a musket in his hand at Coles, who was rushing towards him, and then pulled the trigger. "If you want to kill me, then come on." The special lead bullet shot out from the precision barrel of the musket, cut through the air, hit the place where Coles rushed forward, and exploded. The hot high-temperature flames rose in it, and also brought a burst of white gunpowder. Is he dead? Gray was nervous and stared at the center of the explosion filled with flames. Suddenly, a black figure flashed from the flames and came silently behind Gray. Silence slash. A scarlet blade light appeared. This blade made no sound. Gray only felt that the world in front of him began to become gray, with only the red remaining. And he had been slashed in the back by Coles. Blood spurted out, and he fell down helplessly. Coles immediately put the demon's sword back into its sheath. The move he used to kill Gray was different from the II Knight's Elegy he used on the patrol ship before. The trick Knight's Elegy was named by Coles in memory of the tragic knights on the ghost ship. Today's move, Silent Slash, was created by Cole's previous battle with Baiji Crow and absorbing Crow's moves Silent Step and Spoon. II Knight's Elegy is a special move, much stronger than Silent Slash. Today, Coles was able to easily kill Gray with the Silent Slash, and the strength of the demon's sword's amplitude accounted for a lot of the credit. Coles couldn't help but take another look at the demon's sword Hongyue, which had been returned to the scabbard. Under a moonlit night, it can nearly double the amplitude of a person's strength. Such a top-notch weapon, if it weren't for the demon's sword, would definitely be fought over by countless people. In addition to improving the strength of this demon's sword under the moonlight, the spiritual charm of the sword holder is also increasing. In just this moment, Coles already felt that he was about to be controlled by the demon's sword. Fortunately, he killed Gray. He quickly put the demon's sword back into its sheath, thus avoiding the fate of being controlled by the demon's sword. When your spiritual cultivation cannot resist those temptations and controls, you should still use the demon's sword with caution. Bartolomeo opened the back door of the restaurant and ran out of it in a panic. After witnessing the deathlike night massacring the top gangsters, he was extremely frightened. But follow him out. Bartolomeo saw a scene that he will never forget. The powerful gang boss Gray was killed by the young man holding a strange long knife in just a short moment. Too strong. Moreover, when Bartolomeo saw Coles, whose whole body was covered with red light, he unconsciously felt great fear in his heart. It seemed that the person standing in front of him was not a young man, but an evil spirit from hell. 32. The downfall of gangsters. "Are you Bartolomeo?" Coles came to the gang member who was escaping in a hurry and asked aloud. Coles still has some memories of some characters in the original world, and the one who impressed him most was the green-haired pirate with a coxcomb head. This time period. Bartolomeo is indeed still the leader of the gang in Rogue Town. "Yes, I am." Although Bartolomeo didn't know how the strong man who killed the boss knew his name, he still answered immediately. Coles asked coldly, not paying attention to Bartolomeo's trembling mood. "Where is the little blonde girl you kidnapped today?" Bartolomeo pointed in a direction without hesitation. "Over there, the little girl is safe and has not been harmed at all. You can go now." After Coles got the answer he wanted, he turned directly to pick up his sister. There is no special reason for letting Bartolomeo go today. It's just that he doesn't want to kill anyone again. As for Bartolomeo becoming a very evil pirate in the future, if he doesn't kill him now, it wouldn't be considered justice at all. This is simply something that cannot be determined for sure. The world is changing every minute, and established facts may suddenly change. Just like Crow of the Black Cat Pirates, because he met Coles, he did not successfully design a suspended death plan according to the original development. Bartolomeo's future may also be changed because of him. Not to mention that Bartolomeo has not done anything outrageous now. Just using the reason you will be a heinous bad guy in the future, and I want to kill you now is totally untenable. 2 lifetimes of experience have given Coles his own methods and standards of judgment. So he didn't kill Bartolomeo today. As for what is true justice, Coles had just joined the Navy. His justice has not yet been fully formed, so he cannot give an accurate answer yet. Hearing Coles let him go, Bartolomeo breathed a sigh of relief and left the casino without any hesitation. At the same time, he also classified Coles as someone who should not be offended. Even Boss Gray was killed by this terrifying young man with a single blow. He, the little boss, was no match. He was lucky to still be alive. You must not be an enemy of him. Not to mention hurting his relatives. Bartolomeo kept warning himself in his mind to avoid embarking on the road of seeking death in the future. Coles followed the direction pointed by Bartolomeo and came to the room where the hostages were held and knocked out the prisoners with a few knives. Then he pushed open the wooden door. In the room, Velcia was lying on the table with her eyes closed with sleepy look. There were stacks of empty plates next to the table. She was obviously almost full. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Velcia couldn't help but raise her head and look outside the door. In her blurred vision, a young man wearing a black shirt slowly walked in. His handsome face was very familiar to her. Then the vision gradually became clearer. After making sure that she was not dazzling, Velcia immediately ran to Coles and hugged her brother's thigh. "Brother, you are finally back." Coles reached out and stroked his sister's golden hair. The coldness and murderous look just now had long since disappeared and was replaced by an amiable look. "Well, brother is here to take you home. I haven't seen my sister for 3 months, but finally we met in such a scene." This made Coles very angry. Therefore, the Roguetown gangster needs to bear the price and consequences of his wrath. That is to perish today. Coles asked with a smile. "I haven't seen you for 3 months, Didi. Oh, you miss my brother?" Velcia rubbed her brother's thigh affectionately, then curled her lips and said, "I miss you. But brother, you are a big liar. You promised to take me to the Sea restaurant to eat the most delicious food when you come back. But in the end, I was disappointed for several days." Coles said dotingly, "My brother can't help it. Some things were delayed for 2 days at the naval base. And oh, my brother will be back soon after taking leave. How about taking you to the Sea restaurant tomorrow?" When she heard that she was going to eat at a restaurant on the sea, Velcia's eyes instantly lit up. "Really?" Coles answered in the affirmative. "Of course, when you wake up tomorrow, we'll set off." Velcia immediately closed her eyes, her white face full of sleepiness. "Brother, I'm going to bed." "Okay, go to sleep." Coles couldn't help but scratch his sister's little nose with his fingers, then put it on his back and turned back toward home. "Brother, I have fallen asleep." "Okay, brother knows. I actually fell asleep." When Coles walked out of the casino, Velcia had actually fallen asleep on his back. Outside, the Grand Knight Commander of Alonlos was being greeted by 12 Shadow Knights, kneeling on one knee. "How's it going? Is it dawn?" Coles asked softly, so as not to wake his sleeping sister. Lonlos made a vicissitudes of voice. "Reporting to the king, the gang has been completely defeated by us." "Well, let's go back." Kors nodded, took the shadow soldiers back into the shadows, and then maintained a steady speed, returning step by step to the villa west of Roguetown. Not long after Coles left, Smoker arrived with nearly 100 Navy soldiers, and the Marines holding flintlock rifles quickly surrounded the entire huge casino. But Smoker was a little confused, because the casino was too quiet at this time. Is the battle over? As Smoker stepped into this familiar casino, the mess inside also came into view. The broken gambling table was scattered, and various chips were scattered on the ground, and the bodies of the gang members were lying in all directions. What surprised Smoker a little was that apart from the bodies of these gang members, no other external enemies were seen. Gang internal fighting. Not long. The naval forces that explored came back to report. Report to Colonel Smoker, all the gang members who fell at the scene, 80% of them died, and 20% were seriously injured. Report to Colonel Smoker, All the gang leaders in the casino restaurant died. Report to Colonel Smoker. The body of the gang boss Gray was found behind the casino restaurant. As the details of these reports were read out, the Navy present were shocked. Doesn't this mean that the entire Rogue Town gang has been wiped out? Which force has such a strong power? Who is the one who clashed with the gang? Smoker took a puff of his cigar and was also surprised in his heart. This is the gang after the unification of Rogue Town, and its strength is extremely strong. How could it be solved in such a short time? The Navy replied. Report, according to a surviving gang member, they kidnapped a 12-year-old girl, which brought about a catastrophe. Little girl. Smoker was a little puzzled. How could that little girl have such great power? The reporting Navy said all the information they had learned from the surviving gang members. The little girl's name is Charlotte Vilchia. Smoker felt that the name was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. The adjutant who followed him seemed to have thought of something and replied, Colonel, there is a record in Charlotte Coles's family information that she is Coles's sister. Smoker suddenly realized. No wonder he felt that the name was familiar. It turned out that he had seen it in Coles's family information. In an instant, he also thought of Coles, an extremely outstanding Navy recruit. Where is Coles? The adjutant replied, Report to the colonel. Coles took 3 days off from the duty office this afternoon and went home. He is not at the naval base now, and I just seem to see a figure similar to Coles leaving from the front of the casino with a little girl. Smoker fell silent for a while, and the person who destroyed the gang in Rogue Town is about to be revealed. That is naturally Charlotte Vilchia's brother, Charlotte Coles, who ate the superhuman devil fruit. Smoker took a long drag on his cigar and suddenly felt relieved. He had just finished his recruit period, and he was able to destroy the entire gang in Rogue Town alone. Cole's growth rate had far exceeded his imagination. It seemed that a new force with extremely high growth potential had been born in the Navy. 33. Charlotte family. In the early morning, the sun rises. The villa of the Charlotte family. Wilcia woke up early, put on a brand new dress, and eagerly waited for today's sailing. Coles was already waiting in the hall. After all, he only needed to sleep for 3 hours, and he got up earlier than his sister. However, although both of them were ready, Ronald, as the head of the Charlotte family, was still picking out clothes for the trip. A black tuxedo was placed in front of Ronald, and he looked at it with a tangled face. Although this black tuxedo better reflects the aristocratic temperament, it is a bit tight. The white tuxedo was a bit too monotonous and looked old and ordinary. How to choose? Father, hurry up, Velcia urged in the hall. Okay, right away. Ronald responded to his baby daughter and finally chose the black tuxedo in his hand. Although the neckline is a bit narrow, black can better reflect seriousness and seriousness. Then he looked at the 7 or 8 exquisite top hats on the coat rack and was once again faced with the difficulty of choosing. The red top hat seems a bit too flamboyant and conspicuous, which is not good. Although the blue top hat is casual, it doesn't match the black tuxedo he is wearing. You can't wear it like this, otherwise you will be laughed at by others. White hat. Hurry up, hurry up. Wilcia held her face with her hands, looking impatient. Coles has long been accustomed to his father Ronald's difficulty in making choices. However, if this delay continues, the cruise ship from Rogue Town to the sea restaurant will leave directly. In order to prevent his sister's anticipated trip to a sea restaurant from being ruined today, Coles helped his father make suggestions and strengthen his choices. That black top hat is good. After listening to Coles' words, Ronald picked up the black top hat marked with a white feather and began to observe it in front of the full-length mirror. Son, are you sure? Coles spread his hands flat on the sofa like large fonts, raised his head and responded, Sure, the black top hat paired with your tuxedo is gorgeous. Anyone with a discerning eye will know your noble status at a glance. After Ronald heard this comment, he felt that the black top hat was indeed very suitable, so he simply selected it and put it on directly. As for the cane, is it better to have the standard white one, or the same model in black, or the golden-laid sunkenwood cane? If you choose the white one, it will be a bit light, and the black one is also. Coles was a little confused. Why do you even think about the weight of the cane? Ronald said with a serious face. There will inevitably be dangers at sea. If we encounter pirates and plunder, I can still use this cane as a secondary weapon to fight back, right? Coles was speechless. But you don't even know how to use a flintlock, even if you encounter pirates plundering you. What's the use of using a cane to fight back? Ronald rejected Coles's view. No, son, your thinking is incorrect. If we encounter pirates and don't resist, they will treat us as lambs to be slaughtered. We cannot be weak and lucky. We must have the courage to resist. Coles really didn't expect that his father, who was once a winery employee, could now speak such great truth. Have you read anything recently? Ronald gestured slightly with the gold-encrusted cane in his hand and replied, "Oh, I was reading a philosophy book called The Slaughter of the Lamb recently. I learned these ideas from it. How about it?" Coles didn't want to comment. The words have wandered away. Let's return to the choice. I think you've considered it very carefully. This is the most suitable one with a cane inlaid with gold. 10 minutes later, the door to the villa was opened. The Charlotte family officially went out. The coachman, who had been waiting for a long time on the road, immediately drove the carriage towards the port of Rog Town after receiving the three people. Looking at the moving scene outside the carriage, Coles sighed slightly in his heart. Although the high-level carriages are very stable, the travel speed is still a bit slow, not as fast as the convenient cars of the previous life. The Charlotte family's carriage arrived later than scheduled because the streets of Rog Town were a bit crowded today, but luckily they arrived before the cruise departed. In fact, with the current wealth of Charlotte's family, they can buy a boat to go to the sea restaurant, but this is a bit too troublesome. Moreover, traveling at sea also requires a sense of ceremony, and it is more appropriate to go on a cruise with other people. Certainly, Ronald would never admit that he chose to take a cruise because he wanted to save some money. Hush! As the carriage arrived at the port, the groom also grabbed the carriage and stopped it safely. "Master Charlotte, we're here." Charlotte Ronald walked out of the carriage. The most eye-catching thing was the brown sunken cane inlaid with gold in his hand, followed by the black top hat with a white feather. After coming to the ground, Ronald is full of temperament, and anyone can tell that he is a rich man. However, he couldn't help but cough slightly and then put his hands on his neck. It was obvious that the tuxedo with a slightly narrow collar made him feel uncomfortable. Coles immediately stepped out of the carriage. He stretched out his right hand and elegantly led his sister Volcia out of the carriage. When the younger sister also landed along the carriage steps, Charlotte's family of three finally arrived at the port. On the sea, there was an extremely huge cruise ship docked. Its overall color was white and had more than a dozen huge sails. This huge cruise ship was enough to accommodate more than 1,000 tourists, and there was no problem even if a huge banquet was held on the ship. The crowd surged at the port, including tourists rushing to board the cruise ship, workers loading and unloading goods, and staff maintaining order. Standing in this crowded crowd, Coles suddenly had a sense of déjà vu of the Titanic, but the huge cruise ship in front of him was far inferior to the steel giant ship in his previous life. After all, the Titanic was known as the largest passenger ship in the world at that time with the most luxurious internal facilities, and it enjoyed the reputation of never sinking. There are two different types of sails and steam, and it takes many years to realize and progress. However, the technology tree of the pirate world is a bit distorted. Even sea trains have appeared on the Grand Line, and the era of steamships is estimated to be not too far away. Beep, beep, beep. When the cruise ship was about to depart, Charlotte's family also stepped onto the boarding deck on time and boarded the white cruise ship. The destination of this cruise ship is the restaurant on the sea, and on the way there are many entertainment facilities on the cruise ship for tourists to entertain themselves. "Excuse me, is this the Charlotte family?" the crew member asked the last three people to board the ship. "Yes," Ronald replied. "Hello, the luxury room you ordered is here." The crew member smiled and began to lead the way. "Okay." Ronald fiddled with the gold-plated cane in his hand slightly, not knowing how to hold it now. After his eyes drifted to a nobleman not far away, he also clamped the cane under his arm and began to walk forward arrogantly. In this regard, Coles could only express helplessness. Because the previous generations of the Charlotte family had declined, his father had not learned any aristocratic etiquette at all, and now he could only learn and use it now. When Coles and the other two came to the reserved room, the cruise ship had already raised its anchor and began to spread its sails. At the port, the loading and unloading workers were temporarily free and began to talk about the gangs in Rogue Town. "Have you heard about it? I heard that there was a huge riot in the gangs in the East District Casino last night. I know this .my home is not far from there." Later, Colonel Smoker brought the Navy to arrive, but the gang forces had been destroyed by a mysterious man. The Rogue Town gang was destroyed. Who has such a strong power? Who knows? But it's good that the gangs have been destroyed. At least we don't have to be forced to pay some protection fees by them for the time being. Yes. What these port workers don't know is that The mysterious man who destroyed the rogue town gangs by himself has just boarded the white cruise ship with his family to the sea restaurant. Only in the evening of the next day will he return to the port of Rogue Town on time. 34. Revolutionary Army Undercover. The cruise ship keeps moving forward in the direction of the wind. On the deck of the superstructure, Coles was enjoying the sea breeze while sketching the magnificent sea in front of him. Sketching, this is his biggest interest besides training to become stronger. Although it is not an oil painting with clear colors, the standard and vivid lines and the intersection of light and darkness on the sketch vividly show the scene of a huge ship sailing into the sea and waves surging on both sides. As the last stroke falls, this sea sketch is complete. Coles stretched his body slightly, and a look of self-mockery appeared on his face that was not inferior to that of DiCaprio. It's a pity that my name is not Jack. Otherwise, I might find love at sea. But Coles then thought that this is the world of pirates. Even if his name is Jack, he probably has no love and can only rely on the boat. After sighing slightly, Coles put away his drawing board and began to lean on the deck railing to catch the wind. The destination of this cruise ship is a restaurant on the sea, and on the way there are many entertainment facilities on the cruise ship for tourists to entertain themselves. Father Ronald was communicating and chatting with several other wealthy people in the cabin hall. My younger sister, Velcia, was eating some food and snacks in the cabin in the restaurant. Apart from getting stronger and sketching, Coles had no interest in those pastimes, so he was happy to stay outside all the time. Half an hour later, Coles felt a little bored outside and walked towards the interior of the cabin. Decorated in luxurious cabin. In the center is a stage, with people in twos and threes dancing tango to the beautiful music on the radio. Coles had no interest in this and sat directly at the table where his sister was eating. "Brother, do you want to eat it?" Velcia handed out a piece of cake in her hand. "I'm not hungry yet." Coles shook his head. "Then I'll eat it." Versia put the cake into her mouth, her face full of happiness. "Yeah." Coles rubbed his sister's head and showed a rare smile. Coles smiles the most only when he is with his family, which is why he keeps getting stronger for this reason. Suddenly, Cole's eyes fell on one of the pink-haired men. He was a Navy man with an ordinary appearance and slightly darker skin, but with a Navy coat on his back, he looked high-spirited. In the Navy, only those who have reached the rank of second lieutenant can wear the Navy coat. The pink-haired Navy man walked forward with pretty female companion and finally sat on the dining table by the window behind Coles. "Ensign Finn Booty, are you really from the Navy headquarters?" "Of course, my position is a second lieutenant at the Navy headquarters. This can be false." The conversation between the two people reached Cole's ears, and he also knew who this ordinary-looking, slightly darker-skinned Marine was. The Navy has appeared in the plot. Double Iron Fist, Finn Beauty. Rogue Town Naval Base. Infirmary. The bright sunshine filters in from the window, and the sea breeze blows the curtains, giving people a new feeling. Between hazily, Khan opened his eyes. He slowly stood up from the hospital bed and held his head with a headache in his right hand, thinking about the current situation. Crunch. Maud, who went out to get hot water, walked into the infirmary and immediately said in surprise, "Major, great, you're finally awake." Khan looked at the white bandages wrapped around his body and the smell of disinfectant wafting in the air, and he had already guessed where he was now. "How long have I been asleep?" Maud put down the hot water bottle and reported back, "Major, this is already the 4th day that you have been in coma. Fortunately, you woke up today. If you hadn't, I would have thought that something happened to you, Major." With the help of Maud, Khan leaned his back against the wall of the hospital bed and began to sit up. "Have all the Navy members on the patrol ship been brought back safely?" Maud straightened his back and saluted. "I have lived up to the Major's trust. All the troops were brought back to Rogue Town safely. The new recruits have also completed the awarding ceremony." Kindness. Hear this answer. Khan also let go of his worries. Then Maud said with a smile on his face, "Congratulations, Major. Your military service is great this time, and you can at least be promoted to Colonel." "Military honors, Colonel?" Khan's face was full of doubts. Although he defeated the Black Cat pirates, it was impossible for him to jump from Major to Colonel with this credit. Maud replied, "That's right, Major Khan, you personally defeated the Black Cat pirates and killed hundreds of crows. With such a great military achievement, it is impossible not to upgrade several levels in a row." "Kill Baiji Crow?" It was Coles who killed Baiji Crow himself. How could he be credited with this credit? Khan asked doubtfully. Who did you listen to? Maud recounted what Coles said that day. Reporting to Major, after we Navy men were unconscious, you and Coles were the only two people on the patrol ship at that time. And Coles told me after waking up yesterday, and he also fell into a coma afterwards, you defeated the Black Cat pirates and Baiji Crow by yourself. Khan was a little puzzled as to why Coles gave this credit to him. Are you sure it was Coles who said himself? Maud answered with certainty. Yes, I have given the record report to Colonel Smoker. With such a great contribution, you Major may be transferred to the Navy headquarters. Navy headquarters? Khan couldn't help but turn his head and look out the window. There were some green plants planted there, and there was a green mantis on it, constantly jumping in it. If the mantis is in a static state, it will be almost difficult to be discovered at a glance. But for some purposes, the mantis will always jump because it will not stay in one place all the time. Where is Coles? Khan asked. Coles has temporarily taken leave to go home and will not be back until 3 days later. Maud replied. After a moment of silence, Khan nodded and said, I know that it was me who killed the Black Cat pirates and Baiji Crow before. You go and tell Colonel Smoker that I want to apply for transfer to the Navy headquarters. Great, Major. I will report to Colonel Smoker immediately. Maud was very happy. The Major had never fought for fame and fortune at the Rogue Town Naval Base, and his military merits were erased many times because of some things. In Maud's heart, it has always been his biggest regret that a great navy like Major Khan was buried in the ordinary East China Sea. Now that the Major took the initiative to decide to go to the Navy headquarters, how could he not be excited? And as Maud left the ward, the room gradually became quiet. Khan picked up the famous sword given to him by Dragon next to him, and while stroking the ember scabbard, he began to think about the future. As an undercover sent by the Revolutionary Army to the Navy, Khan has been dormant in the East China Sea, helping the Revolutionary Army to secretly carry out activities and layouts here. But because the Revolutionary Army undercover was arrested some time ago, the Revolutionary Army is now unable to obtain the latest intelligence from the Navy headquarters. Khan received the latest mission from the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon a few days ago. Sneak into the Navy headquarters. The affairs of the East China Sea will be temporarily handed over to another manager of the Revolutionary Army. Originally, Khan was still thinking about how to transfer to the Navy headquarters smoothly and unobtrusively, but he didn't expect Coles to transfer the credit of Baiji CLO to him. Now there is no better opportunity than this, so Khan just accepted the credit and accepted Coles's kindness. Next, he will be promoted according to common sense. Finally transferred to the Navy headquarters to carry out the latest mission assigned to him by the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon. P.S. This chapter explains why Khan, a swordsman-level master, has been hiding in the East China Sea, and why he has a big fast sword. Regarding Major Khan being an undercover of the Revolutionary Army, I have laid a lot of groundwork in the previous chapters. For example, he was born in Ishin Dojo. He had an expression on his face when he saw the Revolutionary Army undercover being captured in the newspaper on the patrol ship, and his teaching method tends to protect the weak. 35. Fun Beauty. At this time, Coles, who is far away on the cruise ship, still doesn't know the true identity of Major Khan. He was watching the tango and listening to the conversation between Fun Beauty and the woman. There are still 3 years left before Luffy goes to sea, so Fun Beauty's current military rank is only a second lieutenant in the Navy headquarters. What Coles didn't expect was Fun Beauty was actually sent from the Navy headquarters. Coles also got some information from the conversation between the two men. Fun Beauty turned out to be a graduate of an elite training camp. Eventually, he was assigned to the East China Sea. It can also be seen that Fun Beauty does have a series of high-level support from the Navy behind him. Otherwise, Fun Beauty would not have been sent to the extremely dangerous East China Sea. And this is indeed the case. Fun Beauty knew that his strength was only average and would not be noticeable in a place like the Great Channel, so he applied to come to the East China Sea. Here in the East China Sea, where the average bounty does not exceed 7 million, he can completely mow down small pirates and use his time to improve his achievements. In addition, in a place where there are not many immediate bosses, he can also take a break from busy work and enjoy life while exploring female companions. This kind of life is what Fun Beauty pursues. Fun Beauty pointed to the scar on his face and began to tell his heroic deeds. Do you see this scar? The pretty woman nodded. Fun Beauty continued, this is what I left behind when I fought against a pirate who had a bounty of 30 million AT that time. He and I were evenly matched, and we fought for a whole day, and a night before we defeated him. Although it has been a long time since the menstruation, the scar is still painful. Really? The woman put her hands together beside her ears, showing she was surprised. Certainly. Fin Beauty replied without blushing and without a beating heart. The second half of the sentence, "I lied to you," was only spoken in his heart. The scar on his face was actually caused when he fought a pirate with a bounty of 3 million on his head. 30 million bounty. This is simply not something he can handle. The woman's face was full of admiration. "Second Lieutenant Fin Beauty, you are really brave. This is a symbol of your bravery. Not worth mentioning." Fin Beauty raised his glass and took a sip, sighing in his heart that the woman was just lying. With the heroic image he has created, it won't take long for him to capture this woman. "Uncle, are you also a Navy?" Wilsia, who had finished eating the cake, turned around and asked with some doubts. Fin Beauty looked at the beautifully dressed little girl and felt a little angry. "What, uncle? I'm only 25 years old." Of course, in order to maintain his grace in front of his female companion, he did not get angry at a little girl. "My brother is also a Navy," Velcia showed off. Hearing what the little girl said, Fin Beauty couldn't help but look at Coles. After discovering Cole's handsome face, he instinctively felt jealous and disgusted. Coupled with the attracted look in her companion's eyes, he felt unhappy and immediately asked in a condescending manner, "Oh, what's your naval rank?" Coles was a little helpless. He originally just wanted to hear how Fin Beauty fished, but his sister directly involved him. Faced with Fin Beauty's inquiry, Coles simply answered, "I have just passed the recruitment period and my military rank has not been issued yet." "I see." After listening to Cole's answer, Fin Beauty felt extremely disdainful. After the recruit period, he didn't even have a military rank. He was probably just a handyman at the naval base. This kind of person is even handsome. Can he be compared with a high-ranking second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters like him? After the female companion opposite Fin Beauty heard that Coles had no military rank, the originally attracted eyes gradually dissipated and dimmed. Although this young man has a handsome appearance, he does not even have a military rank. His future achievements are likely to be very low, and he will not be able to compare with Second Lieutenant Fin Beauty in front of him. Although Fin Beauty is plain in appearance and has slightly dark skin, he's an officer sent from the Navy headquarters and has a bright future. And a miscellaneous soldier. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. The female companion cleared away the thoughts in her mind, raised her wine glass, and clinked it with Fin Beauty. "Second Lieutenant, I respect you." Fin Beauty ignored Coles. In his opinion, being able to question a Navy man without military rank was already a great honor to him. If he continued to talk more, he would undoubtedly lose his reputation in front of the beauty. For Fin Beauty's arrogance, Coles disagreed. There was no conflict between him and Fin Beauty. It was not worth having a conflict just because of the slightest contempt in the other's heart. As for the ensign of the Navy headquarters, with his achievements in destroying the giant fist pirates, he should be almost there. "Brother, when will your military rank be issued?" Velcia asked. The naval base did not award him a title before because it wanted to confirm the merits of the Black Cat pirates. After he transferred all the military merits to Major Khan, it should be confirmed in a few days. Coles flipped up his fringed hair and replied calmly, "I should be able to be awarded the title when I get back." Velcia looked curious. "Brother, can your military rank reach the same level as second lieutenant like this, uncle?" Coles nodded. "It should be okay." At the dining table in the back, Fin Beauty just regarded Coles's words as a joke to make his sister happy. You know, if a sailor wants to be promoted to a lieutenant, he needs great military merit. Fin Beauty also relied on joining the Navy for 7 or 8 years and fighting continuously to squeeze into this position. A sailor who has just completed the recruit period wants to be promoted to a lieutenant? Although such monsters exist, at least they will not appear here in the East China Sea. Not long after, Fin Beauty's female companion stood up and decided to go to the bow to blow the wind. Fin Beauty also followed slowly. When passing by Coles, Fin Beauty looked at the other's handsome face and still felt a little unhappy, so he patted the young sailor on the shoulder and taught him earnestly, "Young man, it's better to be honest in the Navy." After that, Fin Beauty didn't care about Cole's reaction and followed the back of his female companion and left. Coles was a little confused as to why Fin Beauty suddenly said this to him. However, when he thought about what he had just said, the other party could also hear it, and he suddenly understood. "Brother, What did that uncle mean? Wylixia asked in confusion. Coles thought for a while and replied, he meant that he felt guilty for lying, and now he wants to find a woman to apologize. So what did that uncle lie just now? Wylixia asked again. Well, he can't beat the pirate with 30 million Baileys at all. You must not tell anyone, otherwise the Navy uncle will be very embarrassed. Coles whispered in his sister's ear. I understand. Wylixia's little face showed a sudden understanding. It turned out that it was like she changed the school's test paper with 10 points to 100 points to cheat her brother for candy. Then Wylixia was a little curious. Brother, can you beat the pirate with a bounty of 30 million? Coles shook his head. Apart from summoning shadows, his overall strength could not reach this level. I can't win for now, but I have a very powerful knight who can easily deal with a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. Knight? Yes. Then, what is the name of that knight? His name is Lonros. 36. C. Restaurant. C. Restaurant Barati is located near the Great Channel. After the cruise ship departs from Rogtown, it will not arrive until at least the afternoon due to the speed of the sails. Google search reading. At noon. In the restaurant, Ronald was sitting and eating with several rich people and nobles. The upper class pays great attention to etiquette, so Ronald can only learn as much as possible, but his movements and body movements are still a bit stiff and non-standard. This made several rich men and nobles look down upon Ronald. If we hadn't been lucky enough to dig up a huge treasure, it would have been impossible to sit with us. Although they were thinking this in their hearts, these people did not show it on their faces, and they still got along with each other with smiles on their faces. Ronald, come on, have a taste of this Polish wine. This bottle is worth $1,000,000 cents. Ronald took the wine glass, and as a former senior winery employee, he immediately tasted the fine craftsmanship. This wine is not made from mature grapes, and the green grapes have gone through several strict distillation procedures, which greatly retains the heat of the green grapes. Facing Ronald's eloquent narration, several rich people and nobles did not take it seriously. They enjoyed the sense of superiority brought by the high price of wine. As for the technological procedures and so on, they are completely uninterested. When Ronald reached the end of his story, he also discovered this fact and quickly stopped talking. I seem to have gone off topic. A brown-haired nobleman suddenly asked thoughtfully, Ronald, I heard that your son joined the Navy. What is his current rank? Speaking of Coles, Ronald became energetic again, his face full of pride. My son has just passed the recruit period. Although he has not been awarded a title yet, I believe he will become an extremely good Navy. The several rich men and nobles sitting here were all knowledgeable people, and they knew something about the naval system. After hearing that Ronald's son did not even have a military rank, they suddenly lost interest. When you told it like that, I thought you were a naval officer. It turns out that the title hasn't been awarded yet. That's a pity. I heard that the Navy without military ranks are just handymen, right? Ronald felt the disdain these people had for his son, and he felt extremely unhappy. He directly picked up the gold-encrusted heavy-wood cane and left. Sorry, everyone, I feel a little uncomfortable. Let's go out and enjoy the wind first. For some things, Ronald could endure it and try to fit in with this upper-class society. But Coles has always been the pride of his heart, and the disdain these people have for his son makes it impossible for him to continue to eat at the table with these people. Although such a sudden departure will inevitably make today's efforts to get close to the upper class in vain, Ronald will not regret it at all. Okay. Mr. Charlotte, please go first. Several rich people and nobles responded with smiles on their faces, but after Ronald walked away, their attitudes immediately changed. How rude. There is no aristocratic etiquette. No wonder he was born as a low-level worker. A Navy man who doesn't even have a military rank. I don't know why that guy was so proud just now. If we are attacked by pirates, do we expect a Navy with no military rank to rescue us? This is so funny. Several rich people and nobles couldn't help laughing. At this time, a rich man caught a glimpse of Fenbeauty who was passing by and said humbly, Lieutenant Fenbeauty, if there is a pirate attack, you will be the first to protect us, right? Yes, you are a powerful Navy sent from the Navy headquarters. There is no way that there are pirates in the East China Sea who can rival you. After being sought after by these rich people and nobles, Fenbeauty's heart suddenly swelled. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, it's impossible for the pirates to invade. Then he patted his chest and promised, even if they come, I will beat them all down. Lieutenant General Garp, who is known as Iron Fist. That is my senior, and my title is Double Iron Fist Fenbeauty. Several rich men and nobles exclaimed. Is it our heroic navy in the East China Sea? Vice Admiral Garp. Finn Beauty exaggerated the facts. Yes, Lieutenant General Garp praised me at that time. The pirates in the East China Sea are not worth mentioning at all to me. In fact, Lieutenant General Garp at the time just gave a few words of encouragement to the Navy recruits who were lined up, and Finn Booty happened to be among them. This was not considered a compliment at all. As expected of Second Lieutenant Finn Beauty, I have a niece who is 20 years old and has an extraordinary appearance. I don't know that Lieutenant Finn Booty is not interested in getting to know her. Easy to say, easy to say. The time comes in the afternoon. The cruise ship is already not far from the sea restaurant. After continuing for an hour, tourists on the cruise ship could also see the shadow of the ship in the distance. The bow of the sea restaurant Barati is carp-shaped, and the overall shape is round. The lower hull is painted red-orange, and the superstructure is blue. From a distance, the boat looks like a giant fat carp floating on the sea. The cruise ship stopped at its destination. Tourists stepped off the ship one after another and began to land on this famous sea restaurant. We have guests, get ready to work. A tall man with a fat body and a strange face like a copper pot, wearing a chef's uniform, shouted at the people in the restaurant with a loud voice. The man's name is Patty. He turned out to be a vicious pirate, but later he defected to a sea restaurant and became a chef. The principle he follows is that the customer comes first, but if the customer does not pay for the meal, then he will use fighting to make the customer feel the pain. At Patty's shout, the waiters on the ship took action one after another, greeting the guests to take their seats in the cabin. After the guests finished ordering, the chefs got busy. Patty ordered a 16-year-old blonde boy. Sanji, the waiters outside are too busy. Hurry and get on top. Damn, got it. Sanji and Patty were very difficult to deal with, and they often took action, but now that there was really a shortage of manpower, he had to go out and replace the waiter. Inside the sea restaurant, the Charlotte family sat at the dining table by the window and began to choose their meals. The young waiter asked, I wonder what the three of you would like to eat? Coles looked at the young man in front of him with blonde hair, covering half of his face and curly eyebrows, and already guessed that this person was Sanji, the future chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, the third son of the Vinsmoke family. Because of his fast and accurate kicking skills, he would later be called Blackfoot by the Navy. However, the Sanji in front of him is definitely not as strong as he would be 3 years later, but he doesn't know the specific strength. Ronald looked at the menu and suddenly fell into a difficult choice situation again. With so many types, which one should you choose? Which one is the most delicious and which one is the most affordable? Choose them all, Coles said to Sanji, so that his father would not have to worry about where to go for a long time. Are you sure? We have a lot of food. There are only 3 of you, so it may cause a lot of waste. Sanji reminded. Coles, who was aware of the rule that restaurants must never waste food, explained. Don't worry, my sister has a big appetite. She can finish all the food. If she can't finish it, we will pack it and take it away so it won't be wasted. Vilcia nodded vigorously. I've finished eating. I can eat enough for more than a dozen people. Okay, I understand. Sanji turned around and went to order food for the guests at another table. He had followed Japu for a long time, and he also knew that there were some special physiques in the sea with huge appetites. As Sanji left, Velcia laid her hands on the dining table, waiting expectantly for the meal to begin. The same goes for Ronald and Coles. This is the most famous sea restaurant in the East China Sea. They also want to try how delicious the food here is. Soon after, food was brought to the table one after another. The 3 Coles did not wait and began to enjoy these delicious dishes. After 3 months of training, Cole's food intake has also increased, but it is still not comparable to his sister's huge food intake. This is the first time for the Cheryl family to come to Barati, a restaurant on the sea. Because of their family's financial difficulties before, they had no chance to eat here. Now after eating it, I finally know why this place is famous throughout the East China Sea. Because the food made here is truly delicious and delicious. When I was almost done eating, Coles suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow on the sea outside the window. Looking carefully, he saw several pirate ships approaching the restaurant on the sea. It seems like there's going to be trouble. 37, Barbarossa. In sight. 5 pirate ships with pirate flags were rushing towards the restaurant on the sea. And this scene was naturally discovered by other people in the restaurant on the sea. After learning that the pirates were surrounding them, the tourists who came to play in Road Town suddenly exclaimed. They looked panicked, but they didn't know what to do. Don't panic, everyone, those pirates are just looking for me. Duh, duh, duh. A dull and crisp footsteps resounded in the restaurant, and the elderly Japu slowly appeared in the sight of the guests. As the owner and chef of Barati, the restaurant on the sea, his face was a little fierce, with two braided golden beards and a very high chef's hat on his head. And the very clear footsteps came from the wooden prosthesis of his right foot. Open the float. Japu looked at the pirate ship coming outside and ordered the chef who came out with him. Yes. Patty, who had replaced the kitchen utensils with weapons, walked to the control room and turned on the float switch. Large-scale battles often occur on this sea restaurant. In order to avoid the destruction of the restaurant's internal facilities, the floating platforms from the bottom of the ship to both sides of the ship can be raised as a battlefield. Inside the sea restaurant, under the leadership of Chef Japu, the other combat chefs holding knives and guns walked out of the restaurant and stood on the floating board outside. The tourists eating in the restaurant were all nervously watching. They were very worried, wondering if this matter would implicate themselves. Brother, a pirate ship is coming, Vilcia said while eating pizza. It's okay, just keep eating. Coles reached out and rubbed his sister's golden hair. Okay. Although the pirate ship was also very attractive, Vilcia still liked to continue to lower her head and eat the delicious pizza in her hand. Coles's expression gradually became solemn, and he thought quickly in his heart. The pirate flag on the pirate ship outside was red, with a pirate skull pattern with a wine bottle in the middle. He had some impression of this pirate flag because he had seen it in the naval base before. This is the pirate flag of the Liquor Pirates. The Liquor Pirates is a large pirate group of 1,000 people. The navy that went to encircle and suppress the opponent before was defeated, which shows how powerful it is. Can these battle chefs in the sea restaurant deal with it? Oh. The 5 ships of the Liquor Pirates are now full of densely packed pirates. On the main ship, a fat but 2-meter-tall strong man walked out from the crowd of pirates. The pirate leader was wearing a loose shirt, a black windbreaker, a face full of flesh, and a slender and thick red beard, giving people a very difficult feeling. He is the captain of the Liquor Pirates. Redbeard Barbarossa. The bounty is as high as 20 million Baileys. In East China Sea, the reason why Barbarossa can have such a high bounty is entirely because he is a devil fruit ability user. Although there are few traces of devil fruits in the East China Sea, there are some. Barbarossa was lucky enough to meet one. Before becoming the leader of the Liquor Pirates, he was born in the Ottoman Kingdom, doing nothing all day and drinking like a drunkard. 4 years ago, something unexpected happened. The current king of the Ottoman Kingdom announced a prohibition at the conference, taking advantage of the old king's death from drinking. Not to mention how many sobbing and touching stories the new king recited when prohibition was issued. After the prohibition was issued, alcohol has become contraband in the entire kingdom. Anyone who privately stores and sells alcohol will be arrested and imprisoned by strict guards. The issuance of the prohibition is a good thing for most citizens, but for alcoholics like Barbarossa, it is simply the law of the devil. After being unable to drink and depressed, Barbarossa felt his 5 internal organs dry and his whole body itchy every day. Under this torture, Barbarossa began to look for places where he could buy strong liquor, but how could he find it during this period of almost severe crackdown? When his spirit gradually dimmed, he saw a bunch of red grapes with strange patterns on a roadside stall. Barbarossa, who was already extremely thirsty, ate the red grapes, hoping that the raw materials for producing strong liquor could temporarily relieve him from the pain. But as the bunch of red grapes entered his mouth, Barbarossa felt that he had eaten the most unpalatable thing in the world, and he once suspected that it was not grapes at all. After recovering, Barbarossa continued on his journey to find strong liquor, but he was surprised to find that he suddenly had the ability to change into alcohol. This special ability made Barbarossa ecstatic, and he no longer had to worry about not being able to drink alcohol. Then a crazy idea came into his mind, and he also realized this idea. In the kingdom, alcohol has now become contraband, and Barbarossa immediately collected a large sum of wealth by selling alcohol. But the good times did not last long. Barbarossa, who had no power, was immediately captured by the kingdom's guards and imprisoned for 3 months. 3 months later, Barbarossa walked out of the dungeon. During this time, he constantly reflected and finally designed a very complete sales link. In a short time, the strong liquor produced by Barbarossa was widely circulated in the kingdom, making a lot of money. But this also touched the cake of some people. The smuggling chain established by Barbarossa was suppressed and hunted by the kingdom's forces, and finally he could only escape from the Ottoman kingdom helplessly. This made Barbarossa very unwilling, and he vowed to kill back and give those people a heavy blow. But his strength alone was obviously still not comparable to the power of the kingdom, and finally he chose to join a pirate group and gradually improve his strength with the devil fruit ability he obtained. Now Barbarossa is already the leader of the strong liquor pirates, with more than 1,000 subordinates, but this still cannot confront the power of the Ottoman kingdom. He still needs to move forward. Barbarossa asked Zep on the floating board, "How is it? 3 days have come. What do you think?" Barbarossa's next plan is to enter the Grand Line and further strengthen himself. Before this, he had already sent an invitation to the sea restaurant Barati, hoping that Zep could lead this group of combat chefs to join his strong liquor pirates. In the early years, Zeph was also a famous pirate. He was called Red-Footed Zeph because he used kicking skills to fight and dyed his feet red with the blood of the enemy. Zeph had entered the Grand Line before and escaped unscathed after traveling for a year. He was experienced. Therefore, Barbarossa needed such a helper to help him enter the Grand Line. Facing Barbarossa's inquiry, Zeph just snorted coldly with an extremely indifferent expression on his face. "I didn't even consider it, because there is only one answer: impossible." Barbarossa narrowed his eyes slightly. "It's okay if you don't join, then give me your sailing diary in the Grand Line." The fighting chefs in the sea restaurant are not weak, but Zeph has a tough attitude and there is no way to recruit them. Pong. Zeph's wooden prosthesis stepped hard on the floating board, making an extremely clear sound. At the same time, the expression on his face became angry, and he roared violently. "You bastard! The logbook is a record of my pirate career. How can I give it to you? Are you crazy?" Faced with Zeph's curse, Barbarossa's eyes gradually showed a dangerous light. "You neither choose to join my liquor pirates nor hand over the logbook. This makes it difficult for me." Barbarossa swallowed a bottle of liquor and then smashed it on the deck. "It seems that we can only fight each other." Even though his famous right foot has been lost, Zeph still has no fear. "If you want to fight, then fight." 38 Devil's Feet. The two sides immediately fell into a confrontation. One side was the 1,000-man pirate group in the East China Sea, and the other side was the famous Battle Restaurant, Google search reading. The reason why the sea restaurant can exist safely in the chaotic sea is not because of the kindness of other pirates, but because of its real strength. Any chef on the ship can fight. After Jappu said, "Let's fight," the chefs immediately became excited. Even though the number of enemies is very different, the chefs on the sea restaurant side are not afraid of fighting. "Then let's see who is better, you Redfoot Jappu or me Redbeard." Barbarossa picked up a big knife and suddenly jumped off the bow deck more than 5 meters high. The next moment, his fat body suddenly pounced on Jappu, like a crazy bear. Facing Barbarossa's charge, Jappu still held his chest with both hands, and when the opponent was about to come, his right leg, which had been replaced with a wooden prosthesis, kicked out like lightning. Boom. Barbarossa, who was charging at high speed, was immediately repelled at a faster speed. In the end, his fat body directly hit the hull of his main ship. This is Zeph's kicking skill. When Zeph became famous, his legs were extremely powerful. With his kicking skills, he could easily kick rocks and leave marks on steel. Although his strength was greatly weakened after his right leg was broken, his strength was still strong. "Leader!" the pirates on the ship exclaimed. Barbarossa broke free from the hull, and then loosened his body slightly and smiled grimly. "It doesn't hurt at all." "Are you kidding?" Zeph's expression gradually darkened, and he was even more angry in his heart. He was kicked by him head-on, but he said it didn't hurt at all. The enemies who were attacked by his kicking skills before were almost all bloody. He was given the title of Redfoot. At this time, Barbarossa mocked his kicking skills directly. How could he not be angry? Zeph did not wait in place, but rushed directly towards Barbarossa, kicking him hard in the abdomen with his right leg. A dull sound was heard, which was enough to prove the strength of Zeph's attack. But Barbarossa did not show any pain on his face, and he raised his sword and chopped at Zeph. Zeph quickly avoided it, continued to look for opportunities to attack. Although Zeph's attack kept kicking Barbarossa, the opponent seemed to have no pain and continued to fight. Barbarossa was able to do this because he used the power of the devil fruit from the beginning. Although he would not feel pain, the injuries to his body still existed. If he continued like this, he would definitely suffer a serious injury. "Little guys, Redfoot Zeph is just a— Come on." Barbarossa shouted and began to order the pirates of the liquor pirates to attack. charged with the leader, under the command of a cadre. After drinking a bowl of strong liquor, the crew of the liquor pirates landed on the floating board of the sea restaurant and charged like a beast out of a cage. Beat them. At the sea restaurant, Patty was also unwilling to be outdone. After encouraging morale, he took the lead in shoveling a pirate into the sea with a shovel. The battle chefs holding various weapons behind him also joined the battle. On the floating board, various battle shouts continued to sound. In the restaurant, Coles frowned as he looked at the turbulent battle outside. He knew some information about the liquor pirates. Captain Barbarossa ate the superhuman liquor fruit. The ability of this fruit can be transformed into alcohol out of thin air, and it can even make people excited, just like taking stimulants. The strong liquor that these pirates just drank was obviously transformed by Barbarossa using the power of the fruit. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a high fighting will. Show me. Sanji directly kicked an opponent's neck with his foot to hit the opponent's vital point. Bang. The pirate who was kicked rolled his eyes and flew backwards. Shoulder me. Then Sanji kicked down the shoulder of another pirate again, causing him to lose balance and fall on the floating board. In these years, in addition to learning cooking from Zeph, he also learned the powerful kicking skills that the other party was once famous for. Although he has not yet learned the essence, his combat power is still far superior to these pirates. In a short moment, more than a dozen pirates were knocked down, but compared with the huge number of people, it is still just a drop in the bucket. Although the chefs on the sea restaurant side are stronger than the pirates of the liquor pirates, they can't stand the advantage of the liquor pirates' large number of people and the passion for fighting, and gradually fall behind. Zeph knew the situation on the scene very well and knew that he couldn't drag it on now. Sanji, watch out. Today I will let you see what the ultimate kicking skills are. Suddenly, Zeph shouted loudly. Sanji, who was kicking a pirate away, turned his head in confusion. Zeph's action also attracted the attention of other chefs and pirates. In Sanji's sight, Zeph used his strength and immediately spun on the spot, and the fulcrum of the rotation was the wooden prosthesis. With extremely fast rotation, the wooden prosthesis generated huge friction with the floating board, and some smoke came out of it, and then a flame burned. Zeph's wooden prosthesis that replaced his right leg instantly had high temperature and flames. Devil's Wind Kick. After Zeph finished spinning, he suddenly jumped up from the ground and rose directly to a height of several meters. The prosthesis carrying flames and high temperature fell like a meteorite. Barbarossa was unable to dodge this kick. He could only use the fruit ability to give himself the strongest third liquor effect. Boom. Devil's Wind Kick kicked Barbarossa's chest fiercely. The intense heat directly burned his shirt and even burned the flesh on his chest. But the prosthesis was made of wood after all. Under the high temperature, flames, and powerful kicking skills, it was directly shattered like a piece of charcoal. However, the strong force still knocked Barbarossa away. Barbarossa's body flew backwards like a cannonball and finally crashed into the bottom cabin of his main ship. The chefs and pirates fighting were stunned. They never thought that Zeph, who had lost his right leg, could still perform such a powerful kick. If Zeph's right leg was not lost, how powerful would he be? Devil's Wind Kick? Sanji stared at Zeph blankly. He was a very clear witness to how Zeph lost his right leg. At this time, cold sweat gradually appeared on Zeph's face. His physical strength was greatly depleted, and the broken prosthesis further limited his already limited strength. I wonder if the Devil's Wind Kick just now can completely defeat Barbarossa? Under the tense gaze of everyone, there was finally movement in the broken cabin. A pile of broken wood was lifted. Barbarossa stood up again. His skin was now red, his veins were bulging, and some heat came out of his body. The next moment, Barbarossa rushed out at a faster speed than before and hit Zeph hard with a heavy punch. Old man, boss. Seeing this, Sanji and the chefs of the sea restaurant shouted in worry. Zeph stood up slowly with the help of some chefs, but he couldn't fight Barbarossa without his prosthetic limbs. Barbarossa picked up his sword and said coldly, Zeph, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the logbook. Impossible. Zeph endured the pain in his chest and repeated his previous answer. Barbarossa lowered his head and glanced at his burned chest, and his anger could no longer be suppressed. Okay, all of you present will die today to promote the reputation of my red-beard Barbarossa. 39. No military rank yet. On the floating board of the sea restaurant, Barbarossa did not hold back because his current state had limited time. Distilled alcohol. The white gas on Barbarossa's body began to increase, and then he opened his hands, and two streams of alcohol, with a strong smell of alcohol, immediately sprayed around the floating board of the sea restaurant. What is he doing? The tourists watching the game in the restaurant were a little confused, not knowing what Barbarossa was doing. The chef of the sea restaurant had already guessed Barbarossa's purpose. You know, high-concentration alcohol will be quickly ignited as long as it encounters fire. And in the strong liquor pirates. Some pirate cadres have already taken out crossbows, and the arrows in the crossbows are flaming. Swish! A row of flaming arrows fell from the air and directly ignited the high-concentration alcohol. It was just a short moment. The high-temperature flame ignited the alcohol released by Barbarossa. The bright flames immediately formed a flame blockade that surrounded the entire sea restaurant. Then Barbarossa continued to fire high-concentration alcohol above the sea restaurant, wanted to burn the entire ship and the people on it. Damn it, Sanji cursed. This ship might be the hard work of Zeph. How could the other party destroy it so easily? Minced meat. Sanji jumped into the air and kicked Barbarossa with all his strength. However, Sanji's strength was still a little weak now. He couldn't defeat Barbarossa at all, but punched him away. Ha, you all go to hell. Barbarossa laughed grimly and kept firing high-concentration alcohol. The fire was getting more and more intense on the floating board outside, and the scorching temperature made everyone in the sea restaurant feel very stuffy. The tourists were instantly panicked. The situation in front of them was already very clear. The chef of the sea restaurant was no match for Redbeard Barbarossa, and now the other party wanted to kill everyone. What to do? What to do? Who else can save them? The female companion brought by Finbooty was also anxious, thinking about how to be rescued. Suddenly, she remembered what Finbooty had said to her today, and quickly grabbed Finbooty's arm, her eyes full of expectation. Lieutenant, you can beat the red-bearded pirate outside, right? Finbooty was speechless for a moment. Hearing the woman's question, the eyes of others also fell on Finbooty. Lieutenant Finbooty, you are a Navy sent by the Navy headquarters. It should be easy to deal with the pirates outside, right? Yes, Lieutenant, you promised in person that you would protect us. Lieutenant, didn't you say before that you can even deal with 30 million pirates? It shouldn't be a problem to defeat the pirates outside? Faced with these people's anxious expectations and inquiries, Finbooty was suddenly a little bit in a dilemma. What he said before was greatly exaggerated. He was no match for the powerful pirates like Barbarossa outside. But the current situation, he has no way to retreat. Finbooty can only bite the bullet and walk towards Barbarossa outside. Under the gaze of all the passengers, Finbooty stepped out of the sea restaurant and faced the red-bearded Barbarossa, who offered a bounty of 24 million berries. You bastards, stop it. Faced with this sudden shouting, Barbarossa temporarily stopped his action and looked at the restaurant door with a puzzled look on his face. Where? A pink-haired man wearing a white shirt and a navy coat walked out slowly. This navy man looked a bit ordinary, with a slightly darker skin, and was not noticeable at all. Navy officer, Barbarossa asked. It's the lieutenant of the Navy headquarters. Finbooty kept his arrogance on his face, because he couldn't fight against the powerful Barbarossa at all, and now he could only hope that the power of the fox pretending to be the tiger could scare the other party away. Headquarters. Barbarossa was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a lieutenant of the headquarters would appear in this sea restaurant. Yes, I am the second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters, known as the Double Iron Fist, and the Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp once praised my strength. I was just enjoying the food with my female companion in this sea restaurant, but I didn't expect you to burn the ship. How arrogant. If you don't want your pirate group to be destroyed, then hurry up and leave while I'm in a good mood. Finbooty showed his fists with brass knuckles, as if what he said was true. It was very easy for him to destroy the liquor pirates, but he didn't want to do it now. In the tense waiting, Finbooty heard the other party's answer. Barbarossa's face sank, and he said coldly, What are you kidding? I am the Red Beard who will lead the pirate group into the Grand Line. If you really have this strength, then come and defeat me. Although the second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters is stronger than the Navy on the East China seaside, Barbarossa doesn't believe that the other party can easily defeat him. After all, even the school-level officers of the East China Sea are not his opponents. The tourists in the restaurant were instantly excited after hearing Finbooty's big talk. If Lieutenant Finbooty could solve Barbarossa, wouldn't the crisis be resolved? Lieutenant Finbooty, defeat the hateful pirates. Defeat Barbarossa. Go, Lieutenant. Among the tourists, there were shouts and cheers. However, unlike the excitement of tourists, Finn Beauty's mood has dropped to the extreme at this time, and there is a faint chill on his back. Barbarossa could not be frightened away. The people behind are urging themselves again, and now there is no way out. Damn it! Finn Beauty cursed in his heart. He didn't understand why he met the 1,000-man pirate group led by Redbeard when he just came to the restaurant on the sea to eat. And Finn Beauty is also very aware of his own strength. Once he starts a conflict with Barbarossa, everything he said before will be exposed and dismantled. But that's it, he could only choose to attack Barbarossa. Barbarossa die. Finn Beauty exerted his body's strength and charged towards Barbarossa. After crossing the flame blockade, he punched out with his double iron fists. With this blow, Finn Beauty had used all his strength, hoping to knock Barbarossa down without any reaction. But this is just fantasy. Barbarossa had already been wary of Finn Beauty, and then relied on the physical amplitude brought by the second distillation of the spirit fruit to punch out. Barbarossa in its distilled state. Speed, strength, defense, and recovery have all been doubled, which is why he can take on Japu's weakening demonic kick. There was no fist collision as expected. Barbarossa's punch hit Finn Beauty's body first. Puff. After being hit by Barbarossa's heavy punch, Finn Beauty spit out a mouthful of blood. His body instantly bent into a shrimp, and he fell weakly to the ground. It turns out that your strength is just like this. How strong can I be as a second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters? Seeing this, Barbarossa couldn't help but sneer again and again, and then stepped on the face of Finn Beauty, who fell to the ground on the floating board with disdain on his face. Weren't you very arrogant just now? The naval hero Lieutenant General Garp praised your strength. Why are you so weak? Are you lying? Afterwards, Barbarossa continued to attack the ensign while mocking Finn Beauty, who had just spoken nonsense. Hiss. The tourists watching the restaurant suddenly gasped. They never expected that Second Lieutenant Finn Beauty, who was full of confidence just now, would be so vulnerable in the hands of Barbarossa. The female companion brought by Finn Beauty was even more disbelieving. Didn't the second lieutenant say that he could defeat a pirate with a bounty of 30 million? Why is the scene like this? What Lieutenant Finn Beauty said before was all false. Others who originally had high hopes also had doubts on their faces and felt depressed. On the floating board, Finn Beauty had been beaten to death by Barbarossa, and several bones in his body were broken, leaving him in an extremely bad state. And Barbarossa was tired of fighting. He took the big knife next to him and raised it high. Okay, you, the second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters, can go and die. In the horror of tourists, the pirates cheered. Barbarossa's sword fell straight down and was about to end Finn Beauty's life. Clang. But at this moment, there was a sound of swords clashing. Barbarossa looked in front of him in confusion, only to see a black sword blocking his attack, and the person holding the weapon was a knight in black armor. Then the Black Knight knocked Barbarossa out with a casual blow. Who are you? Why save him? Barbarossa did not look at the powerful Black Knight, but asked a young man who was walking out of the flames. The sudden change in the scene was obviously caused by the appearance of this young man. Just a Marine on leave. I originally just came to Hi Restaurant to eat with my family, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Coles moved forward step by step, and the flame blockade retreated away under the erosion of a black shadow power. Although Finn Beauty was defiant, complacent, arrogant, and full of shortcomings, he was a Navy after all, and Coles, who was also a Navy, could not watch Barbarossa kill Finn Beauty. Another Marine on leave? Barbarossa frowned and asked, "What is your naval rank?" Coles crossed the flame blockade and stood not far from Barbarossa, saying calmly, "There is no military rank yet. 40 crush. No rank. Do not make jokes." Barbarossa's expression turned gloomy, and he felt like he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Coles has an aura that is not weak, and there is no way he is a so-called naval soldier. However, what Barbarossa was most afraid of was the Black Knight, because he felt a fatal threat from him. Coles was a little helpless. To be honest, no one believes this. The tourists at the Sea restaurant looked puzzled, wondering why a Navy without military rank would stand up. Does this young man think he is better than Ensign Finn Beauty? If that's the case, why aren't there military ranks yet? Ronald watched his son walk out with some worries in his heart. He didn't know that Coles could deal with Barbarossa. Velcia was lying on the window out of curiosity, not even eating the delicious food on the table, because she wanted to see how her brother fought. She has great confidence in her brother. Because my brother said before that the Navy uncle couldn't defeat 30 million pirates. Now that Navy uncle really can't win. Is that Lonlos? Vilcia tilted her little head, thinking about what her brother had said before, and stared at the Black Knight with her blue eyes unblinkingly. And outside the floating board, Barbarossa kept predicting the next possibility in his mind and finally said seriously, "Okay, I will show mercy today. You can take away this Marine and your family." Hearing this, Cole shook his head. "I think you may be mistaken. What I want to save is not just the Marine on the ground, but also everyone behind me." There was a gloom in Barbarossa's eyes. "Do you think the two of you can deal with my large pirate group of 1,000 people?" Rear. The pirates of the Liquor Pirates raised their weapons high and laughed wildly. "Who said I am a person?" Cole's eyes flashed with light. Just after he finished speaking, on the pirate ship on the far left, a thin shadow soldier appeared on the bow. What is a bit strange is that the weapon in the hands of this shadow soldier is a pair of 10-edged cat claws. He is the shadow soldier, Crow. After waking up in the Rogue Town infirmary, Coles went to check on the dead Black Cat pirates. Then he dismissed the 3 ordinary shadow soldiers and summoned Crow, who had a bounty of 15 million Baileys, and the Cat brothers and Butch, who had a bounty of 7 million Baileys. On the pirate ship, Claude habitually pushed the round glasses on his face with his wrist. Subsequently, the pirates on this pirate ship only felt that their eyes were blurred and as figure disappeared without a trace. Just when he was confused, a wound suddenly appeared out of thin air on a pirate's shoulder, and then on the deck, mast, and everyone else. The pirates kept wailing, trying to counterattack but unable to intercept Crow. In addition, shadow soldiers appeared on 3 pirate ships. 3 precise swordsmanship-level Shadow Knights cooperated with other shadow soldiers and began to attack the pirates of the Liquor Pirates. Barbarossa looked at the scene on the pirate ship behind him and suddenly came to his senses. "Are you also a devil fruit user?" Coles did not deny it. At the same time, he did not delay and waved directly to Lonlos next to him. "Deal with him, as you command." Lonlos made a thick and vicissitudes of sound. Next moment, Lonlos' figure rushed out, and the black sword in his hand was slashed out. Before Barbarossa could react, he flew backwards. The armor on his chest was easily cut open, and blood gushed out. Barbarossa looked horrified. He never expected that this Black Knight could seriously injure him with one blow. But Barbarossa could no longer think, because Lonlos was already approaching, and the black sword penetrated directly through his chest. A large mouthful of blood poured out of Barbarossa's mouth, and he died so easily without leaving any last words. At the scene, both the chefs, travelers, and pirates looked shocked. Just a few moments. The red-bearded Barbarossa, who was so powerful that no one could match him just now, was killed immediately after this unranked navy appeared. This is unimaginable to anyone. On the main ship of the Spirit's pirates, the remaining pirates looked at Coles with fear after seeing the death of their leader Barbarossa. There was no hesitation. The remaining pirate cadres on the ship ordered to retreat. If they stay here, they will surely die. But it was already too late because Lonlos sent out a flying slash. The sword light slashed through. The main ship of the Spirit's pirates was instantly cut in half, and the buildings inside the ship could be clearly seen. Later, after losing stability, the pirates and the 2-part ship sank into the sea. At this time, the threat posed by the Liquor Pirates had disappeared. This time the battle. Coles did not take any action during the whole process, and just let the shadow soldiers launch a crushing battle, because now he is far from Barbarossa's opponent. Coles has a very clear positioning of his strength. After 3 months of recruit training, his physical fitness has improved a lot. His swordsmanship has just entered the stage of precision swordsmanship, and his fruit development is only ordinary. Except for the ability to summon shadow soldiers, he simply couldn't defeat Barbarossa. What's more, Barbarossa's distillation state just now has greatly increased his strength, which is very similar to Luffy's second gear. To avoid accidents, Coles directly let Lonros deal with the opponent. Coles raised his head slightly, and in the sky, black smoke rose up in the sea restaurant, like a swaying black line. The chef of the sea restaurant quickly reacted and hurriedly carried a bucket to put out the fire. Until the sunset, the fire in the sea restaurant was put out from a distance. It was just like a roasted black carp. With the support of Sanji, Zeph slowly came to Coles and bowed sincerely. "Thank you for your help in saving my sea restaurant." Coles replied calmly. In terms of basic duties, Zeph looked serious and continued. No matter what, I am very grateful. What do you want in return? As long as we can do it, we will complete it. Facing Zeph, who thanked sincerely. After thinking for a while, Coles said, if nothing unexpected happens, I will stay here for a day or two. Can I waive the bill for the meal? Although Coles was not interested in money, he thought about the famously expensive restaurants on the sea and his sister's horrible appetite. Finally, he decided to make this request. Zep was stunned. He didn't expect Coles to make such a simple condition. He made the decision directly. That's not a problem at all. Although the liquor pirates were defeated, there were still many follow-up issues to be resolved at the scene. Coles borrowed the Din Din Mushi of the Sea restaurant and began to contact the Rogue Town Naval Base. Bulu. Rogue Town Naval Base, liaison room. A Din Din Mushi sounded. After ringing for about 3 or 4 seconds, the Navy on duty picked up the microphone. Hello, this is the Rogue Town Naval Base. Coles spoke directly and briefly. Hello, this is the restaurant on the sea. I am Sherlock Coles, a Marine. The liquor pirates attacked here before, but now the entire pirate group, including Redbeard Barbarossa, has been defeated by me. There are about 300 or 400 pirates captured on the scene. Please send a warship from the Rogue Town Naval Base to escort these captured pirates. Duh. Hearing the voice in the Din Din Mushi, the Navy on duty was shocked and dropped the microphone. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and he couldn't believe it in his heart. You know, the liquor pirates are a big pirate group in the East China Sea, and they were defeated by Charlotte Coles alone. Coles asked with some doubts. Hello, can you hear me? The Navy on duty quickly picked up the microphone. I can hear you. Are you sure what you said is true? Coles answered with certainty. Yes. After confirming that the news was correct, the Navy on duty did not hesitate and immediately reported the shocking news to Colonel Smoker. 41. Summon Devil Fruit Users. Navy Building, 6th floor. Colonel Smoker. The Navy guard on duty knocked anxiously on Smoker's office door. What are you doing in a hurry? Is there anything special? In the room. White smoke billows. Only a tall figure could be seen sitting on the sofa, smoking 2 cigars and stacking fist-sized stones. At this time, there were more than 4 bases. After the gangsters in Rogue Town were taken away by Coles and the casinos were closed down, Smoker could only use this method to kill time. The Navy guard on duty stood upright and saluted quickly. Report to Colonel Smoker, something big has happened. What's the big deal? Smoker tried to keep stacking the bases. The Navy officer on duty replied, Sailor Charlotte Cole defeated the liquor pirates at the restaurant on the sea. What? A look of surprise appeared on Smoker's somewhat ferocious face, and the stones that had been stacked fell directly onto the table. Smoker asked in confusion, didn't Coles take a leave of absence? The Navy officer on duty reported the news he had just learned in detail and earnestly. Report, Coles contacted us through the phone bug in the restaurant on the sea, where he was attacked by the liquor pirates, and he happened to be there. He had just wiped out most of the pirates, including Barbarossa the Redbeard, but there were still more than 300 pirate prisoners left on the scene. Coles asked our naval base to send a warship to escort the captured pirates. Smoker's expression also became solemn. Is the news confirmed? It's been confirmed. Then let Lieutenant Colonel Morgan lead a warship to the restaurant on the sea. Yes. As the Navy on duty left, Smoker rarely took off the 2 unfinished cigars, stood up slowly, and pushed open the 2 windows on the wall. With that comes an outlet. Smoke rushed out of the window instantly, and the light in the room gradually became brighter. Smoker couldn't help but fell into thought. He originally thought that Coles could eliminate the entire Rogue Town gang by himself, and his strength had grown extremely fast. But I never expected it. Coles was even able to defeat the red-bearded Barbarossa, who had a bounty of 24 million. This speed of becoming is terrifying. It seems that the previously decided military ranks have to be renegotiated by the Navy headquarters above. As Lieutenant Colonel Morgan left with 300 sailors, news about Coles' victory over red-bearded Barbarossa quickly spread throughout the naval base. In this regard, the Navy members discussed each other a lot. That's a large pirate group with 1,000 people. How did Charlotte Cole do it alone? No way. Is this true? Although Coles is a devil fruit user and the strongest Navy recruit, defeating Barbarossa the Redbeard is a bit too exaggerated, right? Lieutenant Colonel Morgan has led a warship and 300 sailors to the offshore restaurant to receive prisoners. The news has been confirmed. Due to the Black Cat Pirates incident, Charlotte Cole temporarily postponed the award of the title. I don't know how high it will be this time. Who knows? After our recruit period is over, we are just an ordinary private with so many military achievements. Coles is at least an officer. It's really infuriating. And Xiao Khan, who was in the infirmary, also heard the noise outside, but he didn't know what happened. After confirming the authenticity of the news, Maud immediately returned to the ward to report to the Major, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Reporting to Major, we are looking for a discussion outside. Charlotte Coles, who has just become an official Navy, solved the red-bearded Barbarossa alone in the restaurant on the sea with a reward of 24 million Baileys. Hearing this, Khan only showed a slight look of surprise on his face. He did not question or deny the authenticity of the news, because he was very aware of Cole's combat power. After summoning the swordsman-level Lonlos, almost none of the pirates in the East China Sea were Cole's opponents. Of course, the William pirates, who hide their strength, must be excluded from this list. See, restaurant. After taking Barbarossa's body aboard an unmanned pirate ship, Coles issued the same summoning command as before. Stand up. Breeze blew. Flags flying on the pirate ship. As for Barbarossa's body, there was a surge of shadow, but when the shadow condensed to half, it suddenly became extremely difficult and finally dissipated quickly. Why didn't the summoning succeed? Is it because Barbarossa ate a devil fruit? Coles put his hand on his forehead and began to close his eyes and think. If the dead devil fruit user's shadow cannot be summoned, then wouldn't he be unable to summon Whitebeard, who died in the war 3 years later? Wrong. This isn't the first time the summons has failed. Cole's soul flashed in his mind, and he remembered the failed summoning of Lonlos. Grand Knight Commander Lonros is a high-level shadow soldier who retains his own will, so the summons will be hindered. It requires a strong will to successfully summon the other party. This time, Barbarossa's strength obviously cannot reach the level of a high-level shadow soldier. The biggest possibility is that it is still the influence of the devil fruit. The failure of the first summoning does not mean that it will not succeed. After thinking it through, Cole summoned again. Redbeard Barbarossa, stand up. The shadows kept surging on the dead body, and quickly formed Barbarossa, wearing iron armor and with a red beard. Success. Coles was happy. Then he couldn't help but feel a little worried, wondering whether the shadow soldiers summoned by his shadow fruit could inherit the devil fruit ability. Barbarossa, use your ability. Hearing Coles's order, Barbarossa was stunned at first, then opened his hands, and a strong liquor appeared out of thin air. Then white-hot air surged from Barbarossa's shadow body, and his momentum and strength were greatly improved. It is worthy of being a pirate with a bounty of 24 million. Coles could clearly feel the current strength of Barbarossa. This was the strongest shadow soldier among the shadows he summoned, except for Lonros. However, what made Coles most happy was that Barbarossa retained the ability of the devil fruit. If he could not retain the ability of the devil fruit, he would only be limited to summoning masters of physical skills and swordsmanship in the future. This would seriously affect his development direction. Fortunately, the devil fruit ability can coexist with shadow soldiers. As for why shadow soldiers can have devil fruit abilities, Coles guessed that it was because of the special nature of the shadow fruit. The essence of shadow soldiers represents the dead biological shadows, but they were resurrected in another way, and having fruit abilities can also explain it. In the restaurant on the sea, after restoring stability, Jipu and other chefs immediately arranged a grand dinner. Several nobles and wealthy people actively came to Ronald and began to ask about his well-being. Coles solved the red-beard Barbarossa of the East China Sea at such a young age, and his future in the Navy must be bright. If he doesn't flatter them now, it will be even more difficult to get along with the Charlotte family later. Brother Ronald, we were wrong before. We underestimated your son. Don't blame us, don't blame us. We sincerely apologize here. We are really sorry. Please forgive us. Yes, yes. Didn't we know the specific situation at that time? Ronald, this time your son solved the 1,000-man pirate group. He's expected to rise rapidly in the Navy and become a senior officer. Remember to take care of us in the future. Ronald was somewhat disgusted by these rich and noble people who had disdained his son before, but now flattered him. These people are like the butcher in the philosophy book slaughtering the lamb. After the lamb grows into a strong body, they always show a hypocritical smile. Because the better the lamb grows, the more profit the butcher can make from selling it in the future. In response, Ronald just smiled on the surface, neither agreeing nor rejecting. This is the attitude in the book. Ronald thought it was very reasonable, so he used it to deal with these hypocritical rich people and nobles. On the other side, Wei or Shia was constantly eating food. There were already 4.5 rows of empty plates stacked up, but she didn't show any signs of being full. She was going to eat with an open stomach today. Otherwise, it would be difficult to eat these delicious foods after returning to Rogue Town. Until an hour later. When the empty plates accumulated to 8 rows, Wei or Shia was finally completely full. There were at least 20 plates in each row, which showed how much Wei or Shia had eaten. This trip is so happy. Wei or Shia was full of joy. After hearing his sister's words, Coles, who had eaten 10 plates of food, just smiled and rubbed his sister's head. Everyone has a different definition of happiness. Sister Wei or Shia's happiness is to be full, and Father Ronald's happiness is to see his son and daughter grow up healthily. Cole's happiness is to stay with his family and live a normal and peaceful life. But in this era of pirates, the order is chaotic. Maybe just walking on the road will be robbed by bandits, and sitting at home may be bombed by shells and suffer unexpected disasters. Like this time to eat at the sea restaurant. If Coles had not summoned the swordsman-level Lonros on the ghost ship, how many people in the sea restaurant could escape under the powerful power of Redbeard Barbarossa? But can one Lonros make Cole's family rest assured? 7 warlords of the sea, Vice Admiral of the Navy, 4 emperors of the New World, Admiral of the Navy, and even the Admiral of the Navy. There are countless people on this sea who are more powerful than Lonros. If he wants to really make his family rest assured, his strength is still not enough. Coles' desire to become stronger, which had been somewhat relaxed, became active again. 42 Hero. Until the early morning of the next day. Lieutenant Colonel Morgan, who set out from the Rogue Town Naval Base, led the warship to the sea restaurant, although they were prepared. But after seeing the 1,000-man pirate group being defeated on the scene, Lieutenant Colonel Morgan and other Navy officers were still shocked. Coles roughly narrated the whole process. But he did not say much about the Shadow Soldiers, just simply said that he defeated Redbeard with the power of the Shadow Fruit. After escorting the pirate captives of the liquor pirates on board, Lieutenant Colonel Morgan boarded the warship and returned. Coles had to wait until the evening cruise ship returned to Rogue Town. As dusk approached, the sea restaurant welcomed another ship. It was neither a Navy ship nor a pirate ship, but an ordinary transport ship. The ship was loaded with some wood and paint. The outer layer of the sea restaurant was severely burned under the fire yesterday, and some decorative wood boards and fresh paint had to be replaced. After dinner, the cruise ship started, and the passengers began to return by boat. On the floating board of the sea restaurant, Zeph's right leg has been replaced with an iron prosthesis. Everything that happened yesterday gave Zeph a clear understanding of himself. He is no longer the red-footed Zeph with healthy legs. If he wants to protect his restaurant on the sea, he can only do his best. Zeph suddenly felt hungry and shouted to the blond boy next to him, "Sanji, go make me a curry rice." Sanji said lightly, "I can't do it. There are no more ingredients stored in the warehouse." Huh? Zeph was full of doubts. What a joke. Doesn't the restaurant always prepare enough ingredients? Facing the old man's unreasonable anger, Sanji was speechless. "It's because you promised to let the Coles family eat for free." The little girl named Charlotte Vilshia, her appetite is comparable to a monster, and the extra ingredients were consumed by her alone. Zeph knocked Sanji's head hard and educated him in a deep voice. "Coles saved everyone in our restaurant on the Usse, and no matter what the reward is, it is justified. Not to mention just eating up all the food in the restaurant. Even if his family eats and drinks for free for the rest of their lives, it's no problem, understand?" 16-year-old Sanji touched the big bump on his forehead and responded, "I know." Jipu continued to roar. "Since you know, then quickly move the paint off the transport ship for me." In order to avoid further beatings, Sanji quickly boarded the transport ship and began to move the paint. After moving out several barrels of paint, Sanji's eyes also caught a glimpse of the cruise ship that was about to disappear in the distance. It's really hard to imagine. The person who defeated Redbeard Barbarossa would be such a handsome young navy. On the floating board below, Jipu was roaring all kinds of things. "From now on, the sea restaurant will be temporarily closed, and you will renovate my ship immediately. If the wall is not painted, there will be no dinner tonight. Sanji over there, do you hear me? Quickly move the paint down for me. Otherwise I will go up and kick you down. What a damn old man. Sanji retracted his gaze from afar, and in order to avoid being beaten, he quickly took off the paint. I'm going to sleep first. If I wake up tomorrow and see that the walls outside are still dark, all of you get out of here. After giving the order, Zeph walked directly into the restaurant on the sea. Then the chef started a huge and troublesome renovation project. There is only one goal. That is to restore the restaurant on the sea to its original appearance. On the cruise ship, both the crew and passengers on the ship were very relieved at this time, because with Coles, the powerful navy who solved the 1,000-man pirate group, there was basically no danger. And in order to continue to become stronger, Coles meditated in the room of the cabin until 3 or 4 in the morning before he fell asleep. Nothing happened that night. The next day, the cruise ship returned on time, arrived at the port of Rog Town. After getting off the ship, Charlotte's family of 3 ended this sea journey. Riding in a carriage, the 3 returned to the villa in Rog Town. However, when Ronald got off the carriage, he saw a man waiting outside the villa. This man had calm features and a hint of righteousness on his face. He was wearing a navy uniform and a navy coat on his back. You are. Ronald was a little puzzled, not knowing why this naval officer came here. Coles, who came down later, was also a little puzzled. Major, how did you know I was back today? Khan explained. I already know about the sea restaurant. I heard that you went there by cruise ship. Then, according to the time, you will return to Rog Town this morning, so I came to your door in advance to wait. Coles suddenly realized. Ronald on the side couldn't help but whispered, Who is he? Coles answered his father simply and clearly, This is my direct superior at the Rog Town Naval Base, Major Khan. Hearing this, Ronald smiled and hurried to shake hands with him. It turns out to be the Major. Hello. Thank you for taking care of my Coles. Coles has often talked about you to me these days. Ronald's words were not false. During the 2 days of vacation, Coles told his father and sister about his journey as a recruit and the upright lieutenant commander in front of him. Khan also politely stretched out his hand to shake Ronald's hand and spoke calmly. Hello, don't be too formal. I'm just here in a private capacity. I have some things I want to talk to Coles alone. Now, is that okay? Ronald quickly asked the guard to open the door and led the Major into the villa. Of course, please come in quickly. In Coles' room, Khan and Coles entered it. Major, your injury has healed, Coles said his first words after entering the villa. Khan shook his head. Not yet, but it has recovered to 50 to 60% and can move normally. IT will take about 2 or 3 days to basically recover. Coles understood and then asked, Then what is the purpose of the Major coming to see me alone this time? Khan came to the window and listened quietly to the sound around him. After making sure no one was eavesdropping, he slowly closed the window. Then he turned his head and asked, It was obviously you who killed Crow. After you woke up in the infirmary, why did you give me the credit for Crow's death? Coles took out the sketch he drew at sea and showed it to Major Khan. Khan took the album. He opened it with some doubts. Inside the album, there are vivid sketches, including the sea, ships, Ronald, who I just met at the door, and the little blonde girl Versia. Coles answered Major Khan's question calmly. Actually, I don't care about military merit or anything like that. All I care about is my family. My military exploits in defeating the giant fist pirates Yolan are enough to elevate me to a good status. But if I continue to add Crow's contributions, I will definitely be noticed by the Navy headquarters. Major, you also know that once I am noticed by the Navy, I will probably be transferred to the Grand Waterway headquarters for training, which will make it difficult to take care of my family here. Because I want to continue spending time with my family here, I transferred Crow's credit to the Major. After listening to Cole's explanation, Khan raised his eyebrows and quickly found the problem. Then the official Navy who has just finished his recruitment period has single-handedly defeated 1,000 pirates. Wouldn't this be noticed by the Navy headquarters? Don't you think what you said is somewhat contradictory? Coles put his hand on his forehead and sighed. This is also something I am very helpless about. After all, it was impossible for me to watch the red-bearded Barbarossa killing the weak and remain indifferent at that time. Khan fell silent for a moment. After a while, Khan looked directly into the eyes of the young man in front of him and spoke with great solemnity. Coles, I know you didn't lie, but there must be other reasons why you transferred Crow's credit to me. So, tell me. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. Khan's expression was very serious. He needed to know other reasons why Coles transferred military honors to him, because it was related to his secret mission of infiltrating the Navy headquarters. If the real reason cannot be known, Khan will always feel uneasy, which is also the purpose of his visit to Coles this time. As expected, I can't satisfy the Major. After confirming the Major's attitude, Cole sighed helplessly and did not hide it. There are many factors affecting the transfer of Crow's military merit to the Major. What I just mentioned is just one of them. On the first day of the recruit period, it was the Major who blocked William's fatal knife for me. In terms of teaching, both in your behavior and teachings, you are a person I respect. On the ghost ship, if it hadn't been for your intervention, Major, I wouldn't have been able to summon Shadow Knight and Lonlos. I will keep the Major's help to me in mind. If the Major had not been injured, he could have easily killed Crow. Moreover, it was the Major's guidance at that time that allowed me to step into the realm of precise swordsmanship and finally successfully kill Crow. And when I woke up in the Road Town Infirmary, I learned from Maud that the Major fought against the entire Black Cat pirates alone with his severely wounded body, struggling to protect us Marines. My heart was greatly shocked. However, after thinking about it carefully, Major, you are such a selfless person. So, with gratitude and admiration, I finally decided to transfer the military merit to the Major. If you want to be more specific, Major, you are the first hero I have ever seen in this world. 43. Promotion. Hero. After hearing Cole's answer, Khan suddenly felt dazed. When he was a child, he aspired to be a hero, which is why he chose to learn swordsmanship at Ishin Dojo. As he grew up, his worldview began to expand, and he gradually understood what justice and evil were. The change in his life was because he met a person who was very special, no, even great. The name of that person was Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. His ideal was to lead the oppressed people of the whole world to overthrow the current order. Khan chose to join the Revolutionary Army, but William refused, which is why they are now on two different paths. Later, he became an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army in the East China Sea Navy. This is a profession that walks in the dark night and needs to face death at any time. The risk is very high. It can even be said that everything he did was not a hero before his career was completed. But Cole's words made Khan feel that he had realized his original dream. It turned out that he was already a hero, although only a hero of one person. But this is enough. Khan walked slowly to Cole's side and showed a rare smile. Thank you for your recognition. He did not ask Coles why he had everything about the ghost ship, because it was clear that this was just to cover up the real facts. Are you sure you want to stay in Rogue Town for a while? Yes, Major. Well, I'll try to help you, but I don't know if I can succeed. Thank you, Major. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. In a large office. Many layers of files are piled up in an orderly manner on the black desk. A sturdy old man in a Navy uniform is bowing his head to review these files. His long beard on his chin is tied into a braid, and there is a seagull symbolizing Navy on his military cap, and the epaulets are with golden shoulder tassels. As he raised his head, you can see his serious face and a pair of frog glasses. On his chest, there is a medal representing a high honor on the Navy uniform. He is the current Marshal of the Navy Headquarters, Sengoku. As the Marshal of the Navy Headquarters, he needs to deal with a lot of affairs every day to cope with the current era of great pirates, and his work can be said to be extremely busy. All this originated from the public execution of Pirate King Roger in Rogue Town 19 years ago. The world government originally wanted to end the chaotic era by publicly executing Pirate King Roger. But unexpectedly, Roger's words before the execution completely ignited the sea and launched a more turbulent Great Pirate Era. As the number of pirates skyrocketed, the number of casualties in the Navy was also increasing. Although the Navy issued the uniforms of the 7 warlords of the sea to balance the chaotic situation at sea. But if the new forces of the Navy are not replenished in time, the Navy will inevitably be oppressed by pirates, and the damage caused by pirates will also expand rapidly. Damn Roger, he's already dead, but he still leaves so many troubles. Sengoku couldn't help but curse. You're right, Roger left behind too many troubles. The door of the Admiral's office was pushed open, and an old man wearing a Navy coat entered. This is a tall, broad-chested, muscular old man. There is a scar on his left eye, his eyes are blue, and he has a head full of white hair, but he is energetic. Garp, what are you doing here? This white-haired old man with full spirit is Garp, who is known as the hero of the Navy. Garp sat on the sofa in the Sengoku office and chewed the senbei on the table. Of course, I came here to drink tea. After saying that, Garp enjoyed the fine green tea brewed on the table while chewing the crunchy senbei, with a face full of enjoyment. Zhangguo's face was furious, and he slammed his hands on the desk and roared, "Damn it, you bastard! That's my senbei, put it down!" "What? I didn't hear it." Garp turned his head aside, picked his ears, indicating that he couldn't hear it, and then grabbed the senbei with his other hand and put it into his mouth. Garp and Zhanghua were once the same batch of recruits who joined the Navy. After all these years of experience, they have already become close friends, so the communication and conversation between the two are somewhat casual. Zhanghua sat back in his seat, took out 2 Navy files. "I have 2 outstanding promotion reviewers here. You can just give me some advice after all. They're all Navy from the East China Sea like you." Garp was a little surprised and walked over to look at the 2 files. First file, Nankon, Gender male, 29. Joined the Navy, 5 years. Current position, Lieutenant Commander. Evaluation, he is upright and believes in protection. He has risked his life to save his subordinates many times. Military achievements, recently on the last day of the training period for new recruits, he defeated the Black Cat pirates and saw the famous Crow in the East China Sea. Note, recommended by Smoker, the Navy captain of Rogertown, and applied for transfer to the Navy headquarters approved. Rank promoted to Lieutenant Commander of the Navy headquarters. Khan's rank was not without promotion. Because the rank of the Navy headquarters is different from that of the Navy of the Four Seas, the rank of the Navy of the Four Seas will be about 3 ranks lower after arriving at the Navy headquarters. Although it is just the word headquarters in front of the Navy Lieutenant Commander, it is a huge promotion. Garp was speechless. He continued to eat senbei. "You have already approved it. Why are you asking me what it means?" Sengoku snatched the senbei from Garp's hand and pointed to the second file and said, "Look at this one first." Garp looked at it with some disinterest, but as the file came into his eyes, he was gradually shocked. The second Navy file. Name, Charlotte Coles. Gender male. Age 17. Joined the Navy, 3 months, just finished the recruit period. Military rank, not yet awarded. Special, Devil Ability user, the fruit name is Shadow Fruit. Military merits, 1. Killed the captain of the Giant Fist Pirates, Yulong, who had a bounty of 10 million berries during the recruit period. 2. After the end of the recruit period, he wiped out the gang forces in Rogue Town alone. 3. Killed Redbeard Barbarossa, who had a bounty of 24 million berries in the Sea Restaurant and defeated the 1,000-man pirate group alone. Evaluation, rapid growth in strength, Smoker, cold personality, rebellious heart, often disobeying orders, observation and polishing are recommended. Con. After reading the entire file, Garp praised, "A devil fruit user from the East China Sea, it's really rare. Just after completing the recruit period, he can deal with 20 million pirates. It seems that this Navy will have great achievements in the future." Zhanghua nodded seriously. "After this file was sent to me, I immediately noticed that this is definitely a new star in the Navy. I originally wanted to transfer him to the headquarters for training so that he could grow better, but the evaluation given to him by his instructor during the recruit period made me hesitate. Should I let him stay in the East China Sea or transfer him to the Navy headquarters?" Khan was not very interested in such troublesome things, and he took the senbei and left directly. "Think about this kind of thing slowly. I'm leaving first." Zhanghua was immediately furious. "Asshole Garp, you ate my senbei and didn't leave me any opinions." I didn't hear it. Garp acted like a rogue and disappeared from the office. Zhanghua sat back in his seat. He began to think carefully. In the end, Zhanghua picked up the pen and wrote down the rank on this promotion file. He still did not choose to transfer this rebellious Navy recruit to the headquarters. Hone his character in the East China Sea, which would help the recruit's future achievements. As for the other party's promotion rank this time, the original second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters was replaced by a major commander from Rogtown in the East China Sea. 44. Second lieutenant to the Navy headquarters. The military rank set in the previous chapter has been changed to second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters, and the elite training camp is scheduled for next year. It's clear. A few white seagulls flew over the sea, and their crisp chirping was refreshing. Rogtown, villa on the west side. The door was opened, and Coles, wearing a white Navy uniform, slowly walked out. Compared to 3 months ago, his body has become stronger. His original height of 1.8 meters has grown to 1.83 meters, and the greenness on his face is gradually receding. After saying goodbye to my father and sister, Coles walked towards the naval base in Rog Town with steady steps. The 3-day vacation has ended. It was also time for him to return to base. I just don't know if the military rank review has been completed at this time. With this expectation, Coles returned to this naval base whose main color was blue. After entering the base, he originally wanted to report to the service room first to see which department of the Navy he was assigned to. However, as soon as he stepped into the corridor of the building, he was stopped by Dasky. "Calls, Colonel Smoker asked you to find him in his office." "Good." Under the leadership of Dusky, Coles walked towards the 6th floor of the Navy building. All the way, Dasky also told Coles about the various floors of the naval building. Because of her hard work, Dasky was awarded the rank of first-class private after the recruit period. After that, if you want to be promoted, you will be corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, warrant officer. Dasky, who appeared 3 years later, only reached the rank of sergeant. It can be seen from this. Without great military merit, it is very difficult to advance after the Navy. Soon, the two came to the door of Smoker's office. Then push open the wooden door. Everything inside is also revealed. Sofa, desk, bookshelf, hanging weapons with tin hands. Smoker rarely smoked today. Extremely rare. Behind the desk, Smoker was sitting quietly, reading a notice. As the door was pushed open, their eyes met. Coles had met Smoker many times before. 3 months ago, there was a conversation under the execution platform about why he became stronger. It's just that they didn't expect that the recruits would encounter the William Pirates on their first day, which made the promise they made the day before that they would meet tomorrow become empty words. "Colonel Smoker." Coles immediately saluted with a standard military salute. "Yeah." Smoker's eyes widened again, and he saw the ridiculously handsome young Marine in front of him. It never occurred to him. This young man, who was just an ordinary boy 3 months ago, suddenly became a rising star in the Navy. After reviewing, Smoker handed over the notice in his hand. "Congratulations, Charlotte Coles. In view of your performance during the recruit period and the many military exploits you have already accomplished, the Navy will award you the rank of Second Lieutenant to the Navy headquarters today." Second Lieutenant of the headquarters. Hearing this, Dasky, who was standing aside, couldn't help but exclaimed, "She knows something about the naval rank system." Second Lieutenant of the Navy headquarters, which is equivalent to the rank of Major here. Coles was awarded such a high rank for the first time. Smoker was also shocked when he first saw this military rank. But then I thought about it, it was normal. The current era of great pirates is turbulent, and the Navy is already showing signs of weakness. Faced with this situation, the Navy headquarters modified the system so that seniority stacking is no longer required, and promotions can only be achieved based on military merit at 6-9 to C. Coles was shocked. But what surprised him was not the rank, but the word headquarters. Doesn't this mean that he will be sent to the naval headquarters of the Grand Waterway for training? Smoker handed over a beautiful box. "This is your military rank conferment notice, and this Navy coat, you are now qualified to put it on your shoulders. Dasky, go to the rightmost office on the 3rd floor and clean up from now on. That will be Cole's office." After receiving Smog's instructions, Dasky began to execute the order meticulously. Coles asked in confusion. "Colonel Smoker, what am I?" Smoker leaned on the chair and explained, "Oh, the higher-ups have decided to temporarily let you stay in Donghai for a period of time. You will not be recruited to the Navy headquarters until next year's elite training camp. I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking, but it's okay for you to stay. .it just happens that we don't have enough. You will be responsible for patrolling in the future to prevent pirates from landing in Rog Town." Coles saluted again. "Yes." After leaving Smoker's office, Coles began to walk towards the rightmost room on the 3rd floor. "Although I still have to go to the Navy headquarters, next year is still far away, and I can still spend some time with my family in Rog Town. This is already the best-case scenario." Coles suddenly remembered what Major Khan said to him yesterday. This should be the result of the Major's help. I wonder how the Major helped him. Major Khan comes to mind. Coles then remembered that the office on the far right on the 3rd floor belonged to the Major. Has the Major's office been moved to another floor due to his promotion in military service? While walking, I met Dasky coming up again on the stairs. Coles couldn't help but wonder, "Why did you come up again?" Dasky replied, "There is no need to clean the office. It has already been sorted out by the Major." Profound. Coles nodded and then asked, "Where is Major Khan? Where has his office been moved? Why didn't I see it?" Dasky was a little surprised and said, "Don't you know? Major Khan's military rank has been promoted to Major at the Navy headquarters. Because he will be transferred to the Navy headquarters, his office will be vacated for you." Transferred to Navy headquarters. Coles had a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that he was not transferred to the Navy headquarters, but that the Major was transferred there instead. "When will Major Khan go to headquarters?" Dasky replied, "Just this morning. Many people want to see the Major and leave. Because I want you to lead the army, I can't go to see the Major off. Today? Why didn't the Major tell him yesterday? I'm going to see Major Khan off." Coles handed the items in his hand to Dasky, and then anxiously ran towards the port of Rog Town. Hey, now. The warship heading for the Navy headquarters should have almost left. Dasky wanted to call Coles, but in the blink of an eye, Coles disappeared. Above the streets, Coles' figure moved forward at a high speed, and trees, houses, and people passed by him at high speed. Major Khan was his instructor when he was a recruit and taught him a lot of knowledge. Although they only got along for 3 months, this gentle instructor made him feel particularly close. What's more, Major Khan saved his life twice. No matter how. When Major Khan left Rog Town, Coles had to go and say goodbye in person. At this time, the port of Rog Town. With a tearful farewell from a group of Navy sailors, Khan boarded the warship bound for Navy headquarters. During his tenure over the years, Khan has always treated his subordinates calmly, and even stood in front of everyone when there was danger. The subordinate soldiers are very happy about this promotion, but they will also be reluctant to leave the commander who has been with him for a long time. After Khan said goodbye to these subordinate soldiers, the warship was officially launched. This warship did not set out to pick up Khan alone. There were also some vicious pirates escorted in the cabin. These pirates will be transported by this warship and sent to the Judicial Island for trial and eventually imprisoned in the undersea island. Inside the prison, Khan is also heading to the Grand Line as an escort this time. Khan already knew about today's trip, but he did not choose to tell Coles because he did not want to implicate the rising star of the Navy. Undercover as a revolutionary soldier. His mission this time is to sneak into the Navy headquarters, where secrets are strict and there are many powerful people. He may be discovered if he is not careful. The risk is extremely high. Khan didn't know his future at all, so he didn't approach Coles again, and he didn't tell Coles about his departure today. In fact, during the observation period of the new recruits, Khan once keenly discovered that Coles' philosophy was different from others, and he was a very suitable candidate for the development of the Revolutionary Army. But he did not influence Coles, because Khan thinks, no matter who Coles chooses to be, it should be his own decision. This is a right that belongs to everyone. When Coles arrived at the port, the warship has already left. On the blue sea ahead, only the increasingly smaller black spots can be seen. Coles stood in the port, the sea breeze blowing in, blowing his black hair. Still not able to say goodbye to the Major. But it doesn't matter. We will meet again next year. At that time, we should be at the Navy headquarters. 45. Important single. The first volume, Marine Major, has been written more than halfway, with 500 collections on QIDN.com, and only 50 people follow it 24 hours a day. I know that most people are keeping the book, but now it has not reached the standard of following the book, and there is no recommendation. I am also helpless, and I hope that everyone who likes it can help to follow it every day. Everyone who has read this should have discovered that this book is slow to warm up, and it is not invincible from the beginning. In the 4th chapter, perhaps the protagonist will feel refreshed after summoning the shadow soldiers and killing the pirate Agilon. But I didn't write it like this. In addition to the fact that Agilon's strength is slightly stronger, it is also because it does not conform to common sense. A person with the ability who has eaten the devil fruit not long ago is not invincible. IT is lucky to kill an experienced pirate with his ability, but IT is a bit unreal if you kill a second one. In the first 20 chapters of this book, there is no story with any main plot characters. It's not that I can't write it, but I want to write a step-by-step story. The protagonist's current development path, how he improves on this path, who he meets, all of this is going on in an orderly manner. In order to make it less boring for everyone to read, I brought forward the excitement point and summoned Shadow Knight, Lonros on the ghost ship. In the subsequent plot, whether it is the Rogue Town Gang or Redbeard Barbarossa, it is almost a smooth and exciting journey. Write it down in these 100,000 words. The protagonist is not empty. He has a family, his father Ronald with choice difficulties, and his sister Vilcia with a huge appetite. These are all rich colors. I also sent a notice of revising of the text yesterday. I know that revising the text will make everyone irritable, but the level of this first-level author is just like this. I can't take care of too much when writing some chapters. Please forgive me. Similarly, I also know that everyone wants to see stories with popular characters when reading One Piece fan fiction. I'm also developing it here, so please don't give up. In order to increase a little follow-up reading, I'll set a goal for myself. Now I have 50 followers that I'll add one chapter for every 50 followers. The maximum is 20 chapters. If there are too many, I don't know if I can add more. Everyone, please vote more and be more active. Finally, I haven't been in good shape these days. I haven't recovered from the cold and I feel weak all over. I will resume the regular double update after the cold is cured. 46. Reporter. A 17-year-old second lieutenant from a Navy headquarters. What concept? Everyone knew that Charlotte Coles will become a senior admiral in the future. Google search reading. Therefore, a newspaper here in the East China Sea immediately sent a reporter after learning the news. The entrance to the naval base. A middle-aged reporter, who was not well-dressed, was discussing with the guarding Navy. What's wrong? Suddenly, a clear voice of inquiry came. The reporter turned around and looked. I saw a young man wearing a Navy coat approaching. He had black hair, blue eyes, and handsome features. He looked particularly handsome with a clean and tidy Navy uniform. Lieutenant Coles. The Navy soldiers on guard immediately saluted. Although Coles has only been in the Navy for 3 months, the Navy is based on military rank. Sailors need to salute and greet officers who are higher than them. This is one of the basic courtesy. Coles nodded slightly in response. Then he looked at the middle-aged reporter next to him who was wearing slightly ordinary clothes. When the reporter heard the Navy's greetings, his face lit up and he immediately introduced himself. Hello, you are the second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters who was just promoted in Rog Town. I am a reporter from the Donghai Mingxi newspaper. I came here to take some photos of you to publish in the newspaper. Is that okay? Reporter. Do you have identification? With a vigilant heart, Coles began to examine the man in front of him. The middle-aged man nodded quickly and took out a document from his arms. Yes, this is my work permit. Coles finished checking the document. It is definitely the work ID of the newspaper company, and the recorded information is the same as the person in front of me. No problem. This second lieutenant, can you let me take photos and publish them in the newspaper? The reporter asked expectantly. Coles returned the ID to the middle-aged man in front of him and said calmly, Sorry, I don't want my photo to be published in the newspaper for the time being. Although being in the news is a sign of fame to others, for Coles, it is likely to cause trouble. Because he has a family he cares about, after being published in the newspaper, his popularity will increase and more information will be exposed to the public. Zifa, a former general in the Navy, fought countless pirates. Because he never killed any enemy, he was also known as the non-killing general. But such a naval hero was retaliated by pirates who harbored resentment, causing his family to be killed by pirates. After this incident, although the Navy stepped up protection for the family members of the Navy, Coles was still not at ease. Therefore, for the safety of his father Ronald and sister Vertia, Coles did not plan to have his figure appear in the newspapers so quickly. But the middle-aged reporter wanted to say something else, but Coles had already entered the naval base. The middle-aged reporter wanted to follow, but was blocked by the Navy on duty and had no choice but to stop. And when he thought of the editor-in-chief yelling at him, a look of defeat appeared on his face. Within the naval base, Coles came to the office that originally belonged to Major Khan. After the major was transferred, this is now his office. Placing the white Navy coat behind him on the chair, Coles relaxed his muscles slightly and began to exercise in the free area beside him. It's still half an hour before formal work, so you can do some exercise first. After he completed half an hour of physical training, there was a knock on the door outside. Dasky's voice sounded outside. Coles, second lieutenant. 50 Navy soldiers have been assembled and can patrol the streets. Coles stood up. He put on his Navy coat again and brought an officer's standard sword with him. After all, the demon sword Red Moon will bring people powerful bewitching control. In order to prevent himself from being affected, Coles has already put it in the shadow. This can actually be regarded as a kind of fruit ability development, similar to storage. However, the shadow can only store dead objects, so you might as well store things with vitality in them. Opening the door, Dasky stood outside wearing a white military uniform. At 17 years old, she looked very green, and there was nothing special about her. Let's go. Coles took Dasky into the square below, where the naval soldiers were already standing in 4 rows. These 50 naval soldiers were actually recruits at the same time as Coles. If you are a veteran, you may be dissatisfied with Coles, an officer who became a second lieutenant at the Navy headquarters at a young age. Smoker classified the naval soldiers who had contact with Coles during the same period into the patrol team, which could also save this step of understanding. Furthermore, these people are all Navy recruits who have just passed the recruitment period. IT is not suitable to be assigned to dangerous positions immediately. Ordinary patrol positions are very suitable. Set off. Coles did not say any other words and directly led the Navy out of the naval base. However, Coles had not gone far yet. Outside the naval base, the middle-aged reporter from before walked over again. Lieutenant Coles, I really just want to publish an issue of the newspaper for you. I reject. Coles responded coldly. With such a strong refusal, most people may have given up long ago, but the middle-aged reporter had to persist. Just take a picture, just one picture. Coles turned back coldly. I don't want to say no for the 3rd time. The middle-aged reporter suddenly felt trembling all over his body, as if he had been plunged into a huge darkness. The Navy soldier continued to move forward. Plop! Behind him, the middle-aged reporter suddenly knelt down, his face full of misery, his head hitting the ground, and his voice was full of pleading. Please help me. Our newspaper's performance has been poor, and due to family reasons, my performance and work status have declined extremely recently. I have been warned by the editor many times. This newspaper about you is the latest task given to me by the editor-in-chief. If I fail to complete it, I will definitely be fired from the newspaper. If I lose my job as a reporter, my financial situation will be very difficult, and my wife and son at home will be worried about money, so please help me. The patrolling Navy soldiers stopped. Dasky couldn't bear to turn her head and look around. Being able to make a middle-aged man kneel down and say these words pleadingly was enough to see how bad his situation was now. Sorry, I can't help you. Cole's expression didn't change much as he continued to lead the Navy soldiers forward. The middle-aged reporter watched the naval soldier in front of him disappear, his expression gradually becoming gray. When patrolling to the 3rd Street, Dasky, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stopped and asked. This time, she didn't bring the title of all. Why don't you just refuse to help that middle-aged journalist man when he has reached a point of desperation? Don't our Navy need to help those in need? Hear the words. Coles also stopped. He turned to look at Dasky, who was still where he was, as if he was explaining to Dasky alone or to everyone else. You are right, the reporter's situation is indeed very bad, and he will probably be fired if he fails to complete the tasks assigned to him by the editor-in-chief. I feel very sorry and can't bear it. But I also have a family, and I need to avoid risks to my family. I believe that most of the sailors here also have families. I don't know why you joined the Navy. Maybe it's for justice, maybe you hate pirates, or maybe it's just for more salary. The reason why I joined the Navy to become stronger is because I wanted to be able to protect my family. After all, I'm not a selfless person like Major Khan, sacrificing my own interests to help an unrelated person. I'm really sorry. I can't do what you said. Faced with Cole's words, almost all the Navy present were deeply shocked. Only then did they remember. They also all have families. Caring, love, happiness. Those are the emotions that can be displayed inadvertently when facing family members. Not many people don't care about their family. Ask yourself, if you can't even guarantee the safety of your family, then is the Navy still valuable? The Navy soldiers present could not give the correct answer, but they could make it clear that protecting their families was also their desire. Okay, let's continue patrolling. Coles didn't say anything, turned around, and continued to perform his current duties. 47. The path to salvation lies within. Reality is never a fairy tale. Google search reading. The middle-aged reporter was eventually fired after failing to complete the news task given by the editor-in-chief. How does a middle-aged man feel after losing his job? Coles didn't know, nor did he want to know, because people's joys and sorrows are different. He just felt that these were a bit noisy. Of course, he didn't create this saying. In the following time, Coles continued to perform patrol tasks. The Navy soldiers who followed the patrol, including Dashiki, gradually realized that Lieutenant Coles was not a cold person. because the lieutenant would help chop wood for the elderly who lost their labor force, help people who lost their wallets to catch bandits, and do their best to prevent pirates from landing. But Lieutenant Coles would never allow his family to be in danger. The gangsters that were destroyed in Rogue Town are a lesson for the past. Boom. The sky was dark and deep. In the deep sky filled with dark clouds, a wandering lightning suddenly appeared. The wind penetrated from the window. The curtains were blown and fluttered. Bartolomeo suddenly sat up from the bed. His tattooed face was full of fear, and the clothes on his back were already soaked with cold sweat. He couldn't help swallowing hard and started to get out of bed to find hot water to quench his thirst. As the steaming hot water poured into his throat, the fear in his heart was gradually suppressed. Yes, he dreamed again, although more than 10 days had passed. But the scenes that happened in the gang that day always echoed in his mind, lingering for a long time, and sometimes even repeated in his dreams. The terrifying knight in black armor kept waving the sword in the dark restaurant, taking the lives of the gang leaders one by one. What frightened Bartolomeo the most was the young man holding the strange red knife. With the same simple knife, the powerful boss Gray had died on the spot. The cold and trembling feeling, even now, made him terrified. It was just like Hades. Bartolomeo's throat felt dry again, and he immediately drank hot water again. No, I can't continue like this. I must overcome my fear and face it. The next morning, Rogue Town, West Villa. After breakfast, Coles walked out of the gate of the villa with his sister Vilcia. Coles, who has the rank of lieutenant in the Navy headquarters, is treated very well in Rogue Town. He doesn't have to live in the naval base. He just needs to go on duty every day. Moreover, the daily duty time is half an hour less than that of the formal Navy. This is the benefit of the rank. Coles is very satisfied with this. This kind of life that can get along with family every day and go to work conveniently is not too easy. However, Coles just walked out of the villa not far away and saw a green-haired young man squatting on a green grass. Vilcia also remembered the young man and asked in confusion, "Brother, isn't this the weird pigeon with green hair and coxcomb from before?" Coles guessed that Bartolomeo must have something to do with him, so he said to Vilcia, "Today, brother won't send you to school, okay?" "Why?" Vilcia was puzzled. "Because you have to learn to be independent." Coles scratched his sister's fair nose with his fingers. "Okay." Vilcia nodded seriously and then got on the carriage of the school in front. As the carriage drove away, a light flashed in Cole's eyes, and the two shadow knights merged into the shadow of the carriage. If his sister was in danger of life, they would immediately stand up to protect Vilcia's safety. This was the vigilance that Coles had after experiencing the gang incident in Rogue Town. Similarly, there were two shadow knights hiding in the shadows around his father Ronald. It's just that they didn't know it. After his sister's carriage left, Coles also came to Bartolomeo. On Cole's chest, there was a silver exquisite pocket watch, and the silver chain formed a half-U shape on it. This was the gift that his father had chosen for him after 2 hours in the pocket watch shop. The purpose was to let Coles see the time clearly, go to and from work on time. In fact, the pocket watches in that pocket watch shop were similar, but the clerk introduced each one, and his father's choice difficulty, which took so long. Coles did not live up to his father's good intentions and hung it directly on his chest. Navy privates below the first class with a basic Navy uniform and hat, after being promoted to corporal, they can choose various ways of dressing, even wearing casual clothes, but they are still prohibited from wearing clothes that are not suitable for the Navy image. Lieutenants and above are allowed to wear coats with justice written on the back and match them with standard uniforms, while officers and above become justice coats with personalized casual clothes. Coles was wearing a standard uniform with a Navy justice coat on his back and a silver pocket watch on his chest. After all, Smoker's Navy uniform was full of cigars. "You have 3 minutes to talk." Coles took out his pocket watch, opened the cover, looked at the time, and then put it back in his chest pocket. Hearing this long-lost Cole voice, Bartolomeo seemed to have returned to the scene of that night when the other party let him go. Plop. Bartolomeo knelt on his knees and said sincerely, "Lieutenant Coles, I am suffering every day. Please give me a way out." Because he kidnapped Cole's sister. The Rogue Town gang was destroyed in the other party's anger and became a thing of the past. A few days after that incident, this young man became a lieutenant of the Navy headquarters and performed daily patrol tasks in Rogue Town. Although Bartolomeo was lucky enough to be spared by Coles, he didn't know how to move forward because of fear in his heart, so he came to ask for clarification. Coles was stunned. Ask him to show me the way. However, he soon discovered the fear in Bartolomeo's heart. This was obviously because his cold-blooded attack in the gangster casino at that time brought too much psychological pressure to Bartolomeo. If Bartolomeo's concept changes now, will there be no vicious title of cannibal in the future? Coles thought about it and felt that this possibility was very high, so he decided to influence the young Bartolomeo. Go to church and read the Bible more often. The way to salvation is in it. Bartolomeo Xiong was holding a book with Bible on the cover, which looked like the Bible. After saying this, Coles didn't say anything else, and turned around to go to work at the naval base. As for whether Bartolomeo would change because of his words, he didn't know. It would be best if Bartolomeo could change, but it didn't matter if he couldn't change. Coles would just sigh at most and kill him when he met him committing crimes in the future. Bible. Bible. Bartolomeo raised his head and looked at Coles, who was walking towards the morning sun, feeling particularly dazzling. Although he didn't know what Coles meant by asking him to read the Bible more, Bartolomeo decided to try to see it. As for the Bible, there is a huge church in the north of Rogue Town. There must be a Bible there. After a 10-minute walk, Bartolomeo came to the outside of this huge church, and the faint sound of the bell made him fall into a state of tranquility. Finally, he walked into the church with a nervous mood. Perhaps it was because it was early in the morning. The church was very empty and rarely seen. There was only a gray-haired old man sweeping the floor. "What are you doing? Do you want to pray and listen to the blessing of the Godfather?" Bartolomeo answered subconsciously. "I'm here to see the Bible." Hearing this, the old man sweeping the floor suddenly lost interest and pointed at the table casually. "It's on it, look for yourself." Bartolomeo didn't care about the other party's reaction and slowly came to the position dedicated to the Godfather. On the table, there was a thick book with a purple cover named Bible. As Bartolomeo opened the cover of the Bible, the content inside came into his eyes. At the same time, he began to recall what Coles had said before. The path to salvation lies within. 48 day to day. Night falls. Rogue Town, the back mountain to the west. At this time, Coles was standing alone in this quiet forest. "Stand up," his cold voice sounded. In the darkness, a tall shadow soldier with a red beard on his chin appeared. "This is Barbarossa." The person with the ability of the strong liquor fruit was once offered a reward of 24 million Baileys. Coles said, "Use your ability and fight with me." Although there is still a lot of time before going to the Navy headquarters, he will not relax any training that can improve his strength. Combat training is a daily necessity, and the strength of the red-beard Barbarossa is just enough to become his current opponent. Barbarossa's body was surging with dark light, and he began to use the devil fruit ability to attack Coles. However, Barbarossa did not change much after using his ability. Can it be superimposed? Coles frowned slightly. The first level of the liquor fruit ability is to bring excitement and fearlessness of pain to the user, but the Shadow Soldier already has this characteristic, and even has a more perverted, continuous repair. This also led to no changes after Barbarossa used his ability. Don't look down on Barbarossa's amplification ability for this reason. If Barbarossa had not died with this amplification effect, after entering the Grand Line, he could have recruited enough pirates to create a crazy war pirate group with soaring combat power. But Barbarossa's luck was still a bit bad, and he died before he developed. Barbarossa also seemed to find that the ability had no effect. The second level of distillation form was activated. On the shadow body, white mist was steaming and surging, giving it an extremely strong momentum. The next moment, Barbarossa's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already next to Coles. The fist, which also emitted white steam, had already attacked Coles. In response, although Coles had the reaction of the shadow, he was still a little slow and could only block with the long sword in his hand. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. Cole's body was directly repelled more than 10 meters, and then the power was removed. Is it really similar to Luffy's second gear? The strength, speed, and defense have been greatly doubled. He couldn't help but feel a little fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, he let Lonros deal with the opponent first, otherwise he would have trouble fighting. Barbarossa left a stagnant shadow in the original place and charged towards Coles again, slashing down with a shadow-transformed sword in his hand. Coles could only barely see the trace of Barbarossa by reaction. The Navy's katana and the shadow sword collided. The two retreated a little. In terms of strength, Coles is comparable to a Barbarossa, but is suppressed by the powerful speed. This high-speed movement, it reminded him of the shaving, one of the 6 styles of the Navy. That is, kicking the ground dozens of times continuously to generate a strong rebound force to move at high speed. I wonder if I can learn the shaving, one of the 6 styles, in advance when I go to the Navy headquarters? After retreating again, Cole's eyes condensed, and he used the silent slash he learned after reviewing the battle with Cielo. His figure suddenly accelerated and slashed past Barbarossa. Swish! A huge gap was cut in Barbarossa's abdomen. But in a flash, the gap was restored to its original state. Huh! A hint of surprise flashed in Cole's eyes. The second gear of the strong liquor fruit actually increased the recovery ability of the shadow soldiers to a certain extent. Barbarossa raised his head, without any expression on his face, holding the shadow sword, and continued to fight with the summoner. Coles also quickly met. But with the superposition of the second gear state and the characteristics of the shadow soldier, Barbarossa is just like an indestructible cockroach, and he can't defeat it now. If he wants to judge the strength by the bounty again, Coles thinks that the current Barbarossa is at least as strong as the pirate with a bounty of 40 million. However, the pirate with a bounty of 40 million only appears on the Grand Line. He has never fought with him, so he can't judge the specifics. After finishing the combat training, Cole sent Barbarossa back to the Shadow World. Then, he summoned the strongest shadow soldier, Lonros. In the darkness, a blue-eyed knight wearing bright black armor appeared, with a somewhat tattered red cloak behind him. Lonros knelt on one knee. "King, what are your orders? Use precise swordsmanship to fight me." "Yes." As a swordsman level, Lonros, even if he only uses precise swordsmanship, he is not comparable to Coles, a swordsman who has just entered this realm. The battle lasted only a dozen breaths. Coles was defeated by Lonros with precise swordsmanship, and there were many flaws in it. This battle also made him know what the huge gap in swordsmanship is. Coles couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although his swordsmanship has surpassed the basic swordsmanship and entered the level of precise swordsmanship with the spirit of load, his foundation is still far behind. After all, compared with others who have been training day by day, Coles has only been learning swordsmanship for 2 months. Now, he still needs to polish the foundation of swordsmanship again. Otherwise, continuing to improve will undoubtedly do more harm than good. Okay, continue training. However, this time he is not facing Lonros, but 8 Shadow Knights who also have precise swordsmanship. As for the remaining 4, they are guarding their father and sister in the villa. After finishing the combat training and swordsmanship training, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. This is very late for others, but for Coles, it is still very early. After all, he only needs to sleep 3 hours a day. Next, it is the training of the Shadow Fruit ability. The shadow power in Coles's hand keeps surging, and he begins to master the fruit ability. Physical skills require long-term training. It is impossible to become stronger in a short time. Swordsmanship has now encountered constraints, and it is necessary to continue to hone in on precise swordsmanship. Therefore, the only way for Coles to quickly improve his strength is the Shadow Fruit. And the most important ability of the Shadow Fruit is summoning shadows. It is precisely because of this special ability to communicate with the power of the dead that Cole's strength can continue to increase like a snowball. Now he has 20 shadow soldiers, namely Lonros, Barbarossa, 12 Shadow Knights, Fellow, Euron, Sam, Bridge, Atten, and Orange Cat. And this is just the beginning. With Coles's skill development, the number of shadow soldiers will increase. At that time, even summoning a powerful shadow army will not be a difficult task. Just imagine. Coles felt a little throbbing in his heart. After all, who can resist a shadow army that will not refuse orders? The next day, early in the morning, after Coles woke up, he had breakfast and went to the naval base on time. After returning home, he spent some time with his family and then started various training according to his own arrangements. Day after day, repeating continuously. Although his strength improved slowly, but as time went by, his strength improved significantly. 49. Navy Branch 16. Time flies. Half a year has passed. The Charlotte family in the villa. The breakfast prepared by 4 chefs early in the morning has been placed on the rectangular dining table one by one. Coles woke up on time, washed up, and began to eat by himself. Not long after, his sister Vilshia also smelled the smell and began to sit at the dining table and eat heartily. As for his father, he might still be struggling to get up because of the pair of boots he had to wear today. This is the trouble of having money. Before he had no money, his father Ronald did not have this choice difficulty at all. When Coles was about to eat, Ronald finally came out of the room on the second floor, and he had changed into a pair of brand new blue boots on his feet. Recently, a servant asked for a long leave, and I have to go to the talent market to select people. It's really troublesome. Coles slowly got up and took the navy coat handed over by the next servant. Then you can just ask the butler to select people. Well, that's fine too. Ronald thought for a moment and answered. Coles, turn around. Then I'll go to the naval base first. Okay, goodbye, brother. Vilshia had a day off today, so she didn't have to go to school. Be careful on duty. Ronald also reminded her. Yeah. Coles waved his hand slightly and walked out of the villa with a relaxed look. After leaving the villa, his expression gradually became urgent. Because it has been 6 months since the end of the recruit period, plus the 3 months of the recruit period, the time he has to go to the naval headquarters will become very short. Rogue Town Naval Base. After entering the base, Coles was immediately notified by a naval soldier that Colonel Smoker was looking for him. Navy Building, office on the 6th floor. Coles knocked on the door of the office and saluted Colonel Smoker in the room. Smoker was sitting behind his desk while smoking a cigar. Come on, sit down first. Coles sat down on a chair not far away without any hesitation. Then Coles asked, Colonel Smoker, do you want me to go out to sea to wipe out the pirates? Smoker shook his head slowly, put down his cigar temporarily, and said solemnly, a new order came from above. According to reports from the public, the 16th branch of the Navy in the East China Sea has corrupt officers who are in collusion with pirates. After discussion, it was decided to assign this task to you. This time you will go to the 16th branch as an inspector sent by the headquarters. East China Sea, 16th branch? Coles vaguely felt that this term was familiar. That is where Colonel Mouse is in charge. Smoker nodded. Colonel Mouse, the shameless Navy scum who colluded with the Arlong pirates and oppressed the people. As this name appeared, Coles also immediately understood why he felt familiar. It turned out that he was a character who had appeared in the original plot. In the past 6 months, he has been in selfless training and has rarely thought about the original plot. Now, because of the mission mentioned by Smoker, he just associated it. However, according to his memory, at this point in time, the Arlong pirates should have occupied 20 villages and oppressed the villagers for 5 years. For 5 years, the Navy above did not receive any news, which shows how terrible the Arlong pirates' dominance over the nearby villages is. Similarly, for 5 years, the 16 branches did not make any moves, watching the pirates oppress the people, which shows how corrupt they are. How is it? Is there any difficulty? Smoker asked. Coles stood up with a serious expression on his face. No difficulty. This trip will definitely complete the mission. Rogue Town Port. A patrol ship has quietly docked on the shore. In this operation, Smoker did not give Coles much help, but only asked Coles to go with 50 naval soldiers directly under him. Coles did not ask for more support. After all, Colonel Mouse is not a very strong person, and he can easily solve it. The Arlong pirates, who were involved with Colonel Mouse, were at the level of the overlord of the East China Sea, and ordinary Navy soldiers would not be very useful. Everyone on board. After confirming the number of soldiers, Coles, wearing a white Navy uniform and a coat of justice, took the lead to board the patrol ship. These 50 recruits. In the past 6 months, they have also encountered large and small pirate battles and have grown rapidly. Now they are all qualified Navy soldiers. After boarding the ship, these Navy soldiers steered and set sail, and then determined the route according to the steps and set off. Coles stood on the bow deck, feeling the breeze on the sea, determining the wind direction and weather. There was no navigator among these 50 Navy soldiers, and Coles did not apply to Smoker because he was a navigator. And among the Navy of Rogue Town, there should be no one who knows navigation better than him. Because the patrol ship did not carry too many supplies, it was very fast on the sea. The 16th branch of the Navy, which was originally scheduled to arrive in 3 days, now only needs 2 days and 1 night. After making sure there were no problems for the time being, Coles turned around and returned to the cabin. The first day passed. The patrol ship had left the waters of Rogue Town and was on the way to the 16th branch of the Navy. Gradually, raindrops were falling from the sky, and the wind was getting stronger and stronger. The whistling sound could be heard faintly. Coles hurriedly walked out of the cabin and carefully observed the weather. Finally, he came to a conclusion. A violent storm was coming. As night approached, dark clouds gathered rapidly in the sky, and even the stars could not be seen. Above the turbulent sea, the wind expanded and gradually formed a strong wind, sweeping out waves on the sea. The naval soldiers on the ship quickly walked out of the cabin, ready to change course at any time to prevent the ship from being swept into the sea by the strong wind. Coles had already walked out of the cabin and was alert to the weather at this time. After all, he was a devil fruit ability user. Once he fell into the sea, he would be powerless and eventually drown in the sea. Howling winds, turbulent waves. This is the theme of this night. No one let down their guard, because in this situation, any slackness could cause them to die in the sea. There were lightning and thunder in the sky, adding a sense of danger to the scene. Suddenly, heavy rain poured down. Retract the sails. If the sails were not retracted in this situation, with the size of the patrol ship, it would undoubtedly capsize in the storm, so Coles anxiously ordered the Navy soldiers around. Yes, Lieutenant. The Navy soldiers also knew the seriousness of the problem and hurried to retract the sails. It was just a moment. Everyone on the bow deck was soaked. But even though the sails had been retracted, the wind was too strong. In order to speed up the entire patrol ship, there were not too many heavy objects to suppress it. The hull was now swaying. It was like a piece of duckweed in the raging waves, and the sailboat could be capsized at any time. In the face of this situation, the Navy soldiers could not maintain the ship in the wind and rain. Everyone enter the cabin. Coles gave orders to the group of Navy soldiers. Everyone enter the cabin. Coles gave orders to the group of Navy soldiers. Then he asked his shadow soldiers to go out to maintain the balance of the hull. Shadow soldiers are not flesh and blood, so the storm outside has no effect on them. The wind and rain continued for a long time, and the patrol ship was shaking violently. It was not until 3 o'clock in the morning that the storm outside gradually stopped. The Navy soldiers walked out of the cabin, hoisted the sails again, and set off again towards the target location. The next journey, all the way, was smooth. At noon on the third day after leaving the Rogue Town base, the patrol ship finally arrived at the 16th Navy branch managed by Colonel Mouse. 50 Fishman Cadre, Cocoa West Village on the shore. The patrol ship slowly stopped, and Coles led 50 Navy soldiers up and down. The inspection mission this time was to find the corrupt Navy of the 16th branch that colluded with pirates. And there is no doubt that the biggest corrupt Navy is Colonel Mouse. But even if he knew, Coles couldn't just go and arrest him. Because without evidence, Colonel Mouse could completely deny it. So Coles didn't take the patrol ship to the 16th Navy branch first, but came to Cocoa West Village to investigate first. To the east of Cocoa West Village is along Paradise.as long as the evidence of the other party's collusion with pirates is confirmed. Then Colonel Mouse can't run away. The sun is high in the sky. The weather is very hot, but the atmosphere in Cocoa West Village is very cold now. There is no other reason, just because a dozen fishmen are standing in the square in the center of the village. The village of Cocoa used to be a peaceful village, where the villagers lived an ordinary and happy life every day. But everything changed after the arrival of the Arlong pirates 5 years ago. This group of powerful fishmen charged the villagers a fee on the pretext of building an empire. If they did not comply, the entire village would be destroyed. Sacrifices and bloodshed never stopped from the beginning. The villagers reported to the Navy station nearby, but no Navy came to attack the Arlong pirates. Over time, the villagers also knew that the Navy nearby and the Arlong pirates were birds of a feather, and begging the Navy to come to rescue was simply wishful thinking. Under the rule of the Arlong pirates, the villagers gradually dared not resist, but the high monthly protection fee still made it difficult for the villagers to move forward. Finally, not long ago, someone bypassed this branch and delivered news to the rest of the naval bases. But this matter, now it has also been known by the Arlong pirates. Bang! The huge parasol in the center of the village fell down with a thump. A sturdy blue fishman grabbed a middle-aged man's neck with his right hand and lifted him up easily. The strength of fishmen is naturally 10 times that of humans, so these ordinary villagers have no way to resist. Joe, didn't you hear what Chief Along said before? Whoever dares to report what happened here will die. The middle-aged man caught by the fishman was wearing a brown sheriff's uniform, with knife wounds all over his face, looking very pitiful. He is Kinsaku, the village policeman of Kokoyashi Village. The fishman who grabbed Kinsaku's neck with his hand is a cadre of the Along pirates, named Gio, with very prominent lips, looking like a teppan fish. Kinsaku's neck was getting redder and redder from being pinched by Gio, and he was almost out of breath. Finally, the fishman cadre Gio threw Kinsaku to the ground fiercely. At this time, many villagers had gathered around. After seeing this scene, the villagers couldn't help but look terrified and made various exclamations. "Mr. Giansaku, how are you? Are you okay?" Giansaku waved his hand, signaling everyone not to come over. Because the fishman cadre Gio had already taken out a brown flintlock. "Tell me who reported it. You kill me, I won't answer." Giansaku answered firmly. He is the village police of Kokoyashi, and naturally, he will not betray anyone in the village. "Gio, then you go to hell." The fishman cadre Gio slowly opened the safety of the flintlock in his hand and aimed the black muzzle at Giansaku's head. The atmosphere in the field fell into silence. Although the villagers present were angry, they were helpless because they were all ordinary people and could not help Giansaku at all. Just this one fishman cadre can easily deal with more than a dozen ordinary villagers, not to mention that Gio also led more than a dozen fishman men to come together. Compared with the fishmen, the villagers were the lambs to be slaughtered. At the critical moment, a 17-year-old girl with blue hair stood in front of Kinsaku with her hands across her body. "I am the one reporting. If you want to kill me, kill me. No, Kigo, get out of the way." Kinsaku saw the daughter of the acquaintance standing in front of him and hurriedly shouted anxiously. No, Kigo turned her head and smiled. "Mr. Kinsaku, you have always protected me before. Now it's my turn to protect you." Kinsaku wanted to get up, but the body injured by Ju made him unable to stand up. The fishman cadre Ju looked at Nokigo standing up, but his brows were furrowed. Because this woman's sister Nami had already joined their Arlong pirates as a cadre. Arlong leader values Nami's navigation skills very much, and obviously cannot kill Nokigo easily. Otherwise Nami will definitely be upset. "Gio, you humans are really troublesome." Murphy cadre Gio was very irritable and directly pointed the flintlock rifle at a villager not far away, pulled the trigger in his hand, and the gunshot rang out. Kinsaku and Nokigo were shocked. He looked over there in horror. A villager was hit in the thigh, blood seeped out of it, and wailed continuously. And the fishman cadre Gio had already pointed the muzzle of the gun at the head of the injured villager and said coldly, "Gio, I don't care who will take responsibility, but since you dare to resist our Arlong pirates, someone must die. Unfortunately, I choose you." "No." The wife of the injured villager begged for mercy, but it was useless. The villager's child wanted to stop him, but was kicked away by other fishmen. "Okay, go to hell." The fishman cadre, Ju, slowly pulled the trigger. Bang. The sound of gunfire rang out in Kokoa West Village. At the same time, a young voice reached everyone's ears. "Enough is enough, fishmen pirates." The fishman cadre, Ju, wailed. His wrist was hit, blood stained his arm, and the flintlock fell to the ground powerlessly. The onlookers looked to the side in astonishment. Not far away, a handsome young man in a navy coat was putting away the flintlock in his hand and came with a team of Navy soldiers. Navy? The villagers looked puzzled, wondering why the Navy, who had originally ignored this place, suddenly saved the villagers at this critical moment. "Who are you?" The fishman cadre Ju keenly discovered the difference between the Navy in front of him. These Navy soldiers did not seem to be from the 16th branch. Coles led the Navy soldiers to the open space in the center of the village. As he looked around, he could see the confusion and fear in the eyes of the villagers. When did the Navy also belong to the symbol of bad guys in the public's cognition? Finally, Coles's eyes fell on the fishman cadre, who was injured by him. The long sword in his hand was unsheathed. Silence slash. The fishman cadre Chu and a dozen other fishermen pirates were fatally wounded and died directly. "We are the righteous Navy of Rogue Town, and we are here to attack the Arlong pirates." The most powerful explanation is the fact As for the development of the original story, Coles was actually not very willing to change anything. The Cocoa West village here does not need him to take action. When Luffy goes out to sea a few years later, he will also defeat the Arlong pirates and save the people who are oppressed by pirates here. But when he saw the fishman cadre casually shooting the villagers and not caring about these lives at all, Coles was angry. Although he is not a selfless navy like Major Khan, he is not a cold-blooded person who watches the people being killed by pirates and does nothing. In this world, you can wait for Luffy to go to sea, and Nami can wait for the Straw Hats to save her. But as a navy, Coles can't wait, and the dying villager can't wait either. Solve the Arlong pirates. It's urgent. Because justice needs to be served.